But yeah, hope you're all well tonight. What's going on? Yo, random crit. Thank you for that 14 months, dude. In Danger Locker with a 75. Oh, dude, although that was 5 hours ago, it says. Well, still, thank you very much. What's going on? Hope you guys are good. How you doing? Thank you for joining me. I think we'll watch a couple videos, see where the night takes us. Maybe if you have a very interesting video you want to share, I'll take a look at it. But I'm looking at a thumbnail of a goblin creature. It's a chills video, but we're going to watch it. We're going to check it out. I hope you guys are well. What's going on? Again, if you were here the other night, sorry about that. Shitty, the internet died and the voice wasn't good. I don't know. All sorts of dumb stuff was happening. So thank you for your patience as always. Let's go over to the piss room. Let's bring up chat. There we go. All right, let's do it. Coming up. In this video. Let's check it out.
Video.
Wait. What happened?
Normalcy is boring. Let's go out of our way to feel
Normalcy is boring.
These 30 scary videos will leave you unsettled. Number 30, Sigbin. Filipino YouTuber Tabiapo has captured a real Sigbin on camera
What the hell
in
is this?
Barangay Senko.
This is a 45-minute video if you guys can last through it.
After finding
You're
evidence
real.
of the creature,
You're real.
they come to the edge of this tall grass.
Ayan guys, tinawag na natin yung mga elemento. Tignan natin kung lalabas ngayong hapon.
That's when they see this.
Remember when Chills was in Smiling Friends?
Ito na yung sinasabi ko Sigbin guys. Nakita nyo? Ayan o. Ayan, naglalakad yung Sigbin.
Sigbin. It sounds like a JRPG character.
The creature has black fur.
Isn't he in
You
FF6?
can't even discern shades of color. He looks like a shadow himself.
Sigbin talaga oh. Ito yung sinasabi ni Manang Flor kanina. Yung malaki yung tinga. Tapos pula yung mata. Napakaitim na.
It's just some kind of animal?
Ayan yung creature na sinasabi ko. Ayan oh. Oh?
Then it starts coming toward
It's got
them.
one big ear.
Punta dito. Mga katabs oh. Oh? Para pupunta siya dito. Alis to ah. O yan. Diyan ka lang. O mga katabs.
Stay where you are.
Agisan ko ng...
What's this guy just like looking at the ground for? He's not even like looking at it.
Apparently these
What the
leaves are
fuck?
protection. What do you think of the Sigbin?
What do you think?
It looks a bit like a monkey with large bat-like ears. Its complete darkness also instills paranormal fear of the unknown.
It just looks
All I
like a
know is
creature
I
that
don't
like
want
had
that
the
thing feeding on my shadow.
the
Number
body keyed out.
29, Biker saves girl. Not all
Biker
heroes
saves
wear capes.
girl.
YouTube channel Invisible Hero highlights this.
We've seen this a
and
million
this video
times.
in particular shows the circumstances might force you to become a hero when you least expect it. After hearing a scream, this biker turned on his camera.
Duende.
He notices a woman fast
Did
approaching
you see it?
him, a man following closely behind. The man is clearly harassing her.
Wait. What's happening? Stop.
Guys, help me.
Stop. Mate, no hands.
I think I like
The
just
biker
recently
confronts
saw
the
this
man, telling him to back
somewhere
off.
else.
He even lies to the man, claiming the woman is his girlfriend.
She's my girlfriend, okay, mate?
No more like
Okay, mate.
creatures.
Chances. Number 28, Haunted Thai House. On a trip to Thailand, YouTuber D-Doc Michael skipped the beaches and instead spent his holiday exploring this intensely haunted house. Upon entering,
Sick.
he hears whispers.
Will they blur out?
He continues his exploration but is scared off by another voice.
어이 씨발 깜짝이야 누구야?
Still, he stays. As his search goes on, he hears another noise.
Another noise.
누구세요? Who are you?
And at last, he sees what's making it.
Guy.
야야 형!
The stranger in the abandoned
Doesn't really look like an
place is
abandoned
ready to
house.
throw
Looks more like
down.
an abandoned mall.
Who are you? Hey!
Or something. He's like, get the fuck out of my house.
Michael runs off, thankfully escaping unharmed. To me, this just goes to show that live humans are often scarier than spirits. Number 27, Freaky Figures. This strange anomaly was
You know that-
discovered on CCTV outside
You know that thing
the
that happens when you
workplace
eat
of
tortilla
Redditor
chips and it cuts
Phantom
like the side of your
881999's
lips?
father
That
at
happened
around
to me.
midnight.
The side of my lip is all cut. It just, we've seen this a million times. It's just a fucking badly rendered or a corrupt video or whatever.
The Redditor thinks it's an artifact, but those in the comments have other ideas.
Like the video is just corrupted. Corrupted.
While it does look incredibly disturbing, I agree that the spottiness is due to video compression or a camera glitch. It is likely two people walking, one in black and one in white. The figure
Even
in
Chills
white
calls
may
that
be
out.
using a cane, but all things considered, I wouldn't rule out the idea of a three-legged demon. Number 26. Table
Our
and
ghost.
chairs. While attempting to give a virtual tour of his home, this YouTuber discovers something unsettling. His home is haunted. Let's take a look.
So blue.
Notice that the table and chairs are all set. Everything appears normal. He passes them again on the tour. Again, normal.
All normal.
After touring the rest of the house, he returns to the dining room. This is where things get spooky.
The arrow is sick.
I don't know about you, but that creepy ending definitely left me feeling very unsettled. Number 25, Goblin on the Loose.
Oh,
is this
hell
a
yeah.
goblin?
This is
An
what I'm talking about. This was in the
extraterrestrial?
thumbnail.
Whatever it is, it's trending
just
in
like
the
a
Brazilian
dude. It
YouTube
looks-
community, shared by YouTube channel
Is that like a
EXTV.
fucking
The video shows a gangly
Harry
creature
Potter
sitting
creature?
dejectedly at the foot of stadium seating.
House elf?
It's hard to tell what this creature is, even more so after it looks up at us. Its
What?
glowing eyes and pointed ears do tell us one thing: it's not human. It moves to get up.
He needs a hamburger.
And when it stands,
Yeah,
you
that
see
is
just
some
how
really
gangly
bad
it
CGI.
is.
I mean,
Its
not
long,
even bad,
thin
I like
limbs
it.
are barely able to lift
But
its large,
clearly-
barrel-like body, but looks can be deceiving. On its feet, it turns out that it's quite
I think he looks
nimble.
cool. Like, I want to see the movie that this is from.
That sound was terrifying. We can assume the cameraman lived
sound
to
was
share this footage,
terrifying.
but we can't assume he didn't pee his pants in the process. The footage looks real enough to be considered authentic. Even the creature's shadow seems to fall in accordance with all other shadows in frame, but this is, in fact, a production. I tracked down the original source,
No
JJPD
way.
Producciones, which specializes in CGI. I'm happy to find that this creepy goblin doesn't exist in reality, at least I hope. Number 24, The Priest. There is a church in Brazil where many have reported hearing screams and seeing dark, shadowy smoke.
That's pretty much
A
why
priest
I
is
wanted to
said have
see
passed
this
away
video,
here.
so.
YouTube team Fatos e Mysterios heads to this haunted church to investigate. Inside, they find an altar.
Olha esse altar. Oco, né? Será que tem algum túnel aqui embaixo, mano?
While near the altar, they hear this strange sound.
Que zoada foi?
They hear this sound.
And later, they spot him.
É sério, cara, tem alguma coisa ali, Gê. Entra aí, na moral. É sério, cara.
Que isso aí, Alan?
Just some dude.
Opa.
He is kneeling at the altar with a candle lit. As the crew comes closer, something startles them.
Porra, é isso, cara?
It was a fucking chewy
Oxe, tu é
sound.
doido, mano. Tu viu isso aí, cara? Tu viu, mano?
What was that? I'm not sure, but it doesn't scare the crew away entirely, and they end up encountering the priest one last
Yeah,
time.
dude, I love Doge Bacon Narwhal.
Como isso aqui é tenebroso, pô. Mano, aquilo ali, mano. Misericórdia. Ali.
What would you do if you saw this figure in a dilapidated, abandoned church?
Tenebroso, pô. Mano, aquilo ali, mano. Misericórdia. Ali. Tu viu, mano?
To me, the figure appears too solid to be an apparition, but that begs the question, what is it doing here in the darkness? Coupled
does
with
beg the
creepy
question.
sounds, its presence is more than disturbing. Number 23, Mount Albert Poltergeist. While staying at a haunted place in Mount Albert, Ontario, YouTuber Mr. Devilish and his friend face their fears. At first, it seems like they have nothing to fear
I mean,
at
if your
all.
YouTube name is Mr. Devilish,
15 minutes now. Nothing's
I find that a
going
little
on.
dubious.
Chandelier. Everything's good.
As you can see, the room is empty.
Nobody else is with us. Nobody.
But then this happens. Watch the kettle to the left.
He's talking and we're like, "How are we gonna sleep here?" And he's getting all. He was getting a little bit worried, like, and I was like, "No, I don't care, like, really." What?
Well, I'm not sure what could explain this. The cameraman's delayed reaction to the kettle moving seems
Whoa.
suspicious. Unless he was distracted, I'm not sure why he wouldn't have seen it right away. But if this is genuine, these guys need to get out, like yesterday. Number 22, antagonizing
out.
the ghost. YouTuber High Strangeness has a phantom coworker that he likes to antagonize. This time he went a little
High
too
Strangeness.
far.
That would be a good subreddit.
Ghost around here is weak. I can't wait, by the way. They got weak powers.
Calling a ghost weak seems to be a great offense, which the YouTuber will soon find out firsthand.
Weak.
It is one? Sick. All right, what?
I'm out.
This ghost isn't weak and is not going to stand for the barbs. In my
Wait,
opinion,
it's a
this guy
subreddit that
had better
replaced
watch his
our
back from
conspiracy
now
for
on.
actual old school conspiracies like UFOs. Yeah, I thought it was gonna be like people getting high and talking
Number
about strange
21,
things.
In the cave.
Dude, I
while
smoked 2
summoning La
joints, then I
Llorona
saw
in
a
cave,
fucking weird
YouTuber
UFO.
Extinct File manifests an evil entity. Watch what happens next.
No quiero ayudarte.
That should be a game show, like just making up subreddits and seeing if they're real or not. I want to do more game shows.
He then hears footsteps in the cave.
Like we did that one with the AI stuff last year. that I quote unquote came up with that I just borrowed from Wubby. Where we had to like guess what the AI
The entity gets closer.
script was. I want to do more stuff like that, but with like different things.
No mames, ¿qué es eso? No, no, no. ¿Qué es eso? ¿Qué es eso? ¿Qué es eso? Familia, no.
As he tries to leave, La Llorona has the last laugh.
No, no, no, ¿escuchaste eso?
I think we've learned our lesson here. La Llorona doesn't want anyone's help. Number 20,
Get out of that
Screaming
tunnel.
Ghost. This terrifying capture is shared by YouTuber Faces of the Forgotten. This is not a video. It's a photograph of the scene of an accident in which an apparition appears above the
backwards.
vehicle, and it looks like it's screaming. The YouTuber shares the
No.
photograph in question.
What? The fuck is happening?
Some believe it's the screaming soul of the accident's victim. In fact, it does very much look like that individual.
That'd be a
Is
sick
this
album cover,
photographic
just that
evidence of a
face.
soul leaving its body?
No. It's like Bob from fucking Twin Peaks when he's like in that ball.
The individual was only 16 years old when he lost his life. While this could have been photoshopped, as some are suggesting in the comments, this story gives me goosebumps, and the image does look pretty convincing to me. What do you think? Number 19, Stigmatized Property. This property
What
has
kind of
so
car
much
was
haunted
that?
activity
Kinda looked like
that
a
it's
fucking
been
weird hearse.
stigmatized.
This was like a Jeep.
YouTube channel Fourth Wall investigates, setting up cameras in the haunted home. In the laundry room, you start to hear noises. After the item flies out of the medicine cabinet, the accordion door opens, and things get even creepier. Watch the door.
Do you see it? There's somebody there.
An apparition
Fuck.
appears vague and foggy from beyond the right-hand door. Is this spirit what's causing the paranormal activity? If the apparition is not the cause, I think there are many spirits at play here. And that might be the case, because this is part 6 in a series filmed at this property by Fourth Wall. If you like this video, subscribe to their channel. All videos have English subtitles.
Fourth Wall is a cool
Number 18,
channel, though.
What
I like that
the?
channel.
Redditor Zealous Ideal _art 8526 is wondering, what the? Watch behind the baby gate.
Some kind of ghost baby.
Something semi-transparent and pale slowly appears. It morphs and changes shape, then it simply vanishes. Although it's quite obscure, it looks like a figure of some kind, but definitely not a human.
It's just someone vaping, I think. Vape cloud.
The video has been slowed down. While I agree that it could be the light from a passing car obscured through a window in the next room, the form it takes is surely creepy. Number 17, Bridgeport Demon. YouTube channel Paranormal Nightmare TV series takes a location tour of Bridgeport Manor, and they soon encounter the manor's mysteries as the tour guide shares that a man passed away of a heart attack in this room. Listen closely.
That fucking sure is sick, dude.
He says, "It's me. It's me."
What was that voice?
It's me.
Lester James. He says, "It's me. It's me."
One of the crew even hears it in the moment.
Who was that?
What'd you hear?
Her male voice.
Later, as they're capturing video in the building, several noises are heard.
Dude, that vibrated the whole building.
Oh, fuck.
Somebody's got to be here.
Although they didn't find
Did you
anyone
guys- did you see that
there,
Bart
they hear
Simpson
more
tattoo that
haunting
guy
proof
had?
later.
It was like it answered you.
If you can see or hear us, hit something and give us a sign of your presence.
Oh, alarm.
They hear one of their paranormal devices go off on the second floor.
Fuck.
Keep your left a little bit rocking.
Who keeps setting our alarm off in the cell?
They receive no answer until the demon talks directly to them through the spirit box.
We heard you walking. Is that you that I'm...
Do you want to play?
Oh, yes, I want to play.
And it seems the demon
Yes,
dies.
I want to play.
Did you just touch me?
Damn, I got into all this shit. Play with ghosts.
I think there is enough evidence here to suggest this place does house some ghosts or demons, but whether or not they just want to play is anyone's guess. Number 16, the cave. According to local legend, a woman's body was found in this cave, and YouTuber Ricky Velasquez is digging deep to
Yes.
find her spirit.
What kind of phone
The front entrance
games
has
do
been
you
covered
have?
up.
Algunas. No sé cómo llamarlo.
But there's a secret passage, and Ricky finds it.
What? Don't go in, Ricky.
Inside, he discovers a person's belongings, including what looks like a bed.
Someone's like cave house.
Down one dark passage, sparkling lights are captured.
Tu ánima, o demonio que habita este lugar, yo te evoco. Pero si hay algo que pueda hacer por ti, me lo puedes hacer saber. ¿Cuál es tu nombre?
At first, I thought it was a paranormal device, but later you see it's the distant city lights. Beyond the ambient traffic noise, you can hear an echoing voice sob from afar. It sounds like it's coming from the belly of the cave.
Es raro. Pero bueno, me gusta este lugar. Tal vez no haya mucha actividad, pero actividad nula. Pero este lugar cargadísimo, 100% recomendado si quieres vivir.
Then, as
Nutty
Ricky
Putty
is
Cave is where
talking,
all the
he
people got
hears the
stuck and
sound.
mysteriously turned into Nutty Putty.
Poder ayudar. Se imaginen, todos tenemos hermanas, todos tenemos.
Like the company was like
madre,
selling
abuela, tías. Que esto es, no es
all the
algo que
putty.
uno- que uno
And
se lo dice a
then
nadie.
there's like this whole thing that blew up.
Here it is again with the volume enhanced. In another moment, he hears a voice again.
What?
Is Ricky in the presence of the woman's spirit? I think so. I feel a certain energy here, even through the screen. Number 15, Extreme Haunting. This highly active haunted house is scaring YouTuber Dark Arts TV more than ever before.
Some sick
The place
curtains.
looks lived in.
Yo, he said it.
But then I kind of feel like someone's been living up here as well. But I don't think there is. I don't think there's anyone. I think
I thought
it's
that was
just,
Jack Osborne for a
it's just
second.
stacked up. But yeah, it's definitely eerie place. 100%.
They speak to the spirits that haunt the home through a spirit box.
Do you know that Jack Osborne just does basically what I do on stream sometimes now with his dad, like on TV? They just watch scary videos together, and Ozzy like laughs and freaks out.
It sounds like it said something about ending a life. Then the spirit gets kind of handsy.
Did you just touch Sam? What?
Mate, it felt like someone touched me again then.
Really?
Mate, it felt like someone touched my neck.
No way.
Mate,
I trust that face.
Then it really freaks them out.
What the was that, bro? Rainbow's going up.
Mate, did you hear that? It was like, this is mine.
Yeah, bro. Did you not feel anything?
It continues to touch them.
Mate, it's like someone. No, not me.
Oh my god.
Look, whoa, the red pod.
Someone just grabbed my hand.
Who keeps trying to hold their hands, although I think it may be a ghost. Whatever it is, seems to be getting more aggressive. Number 14, Demon of the Ghost Church. Would you complete a ritual to summon a demon?
These
YouTube
fucking-
team proving demons would. They head to the ghost church, where a demon is reputed to be, and they find that this place is more than unholy. On the way down there, they encounter a large lake with houses drowning below.
I read up that there was 13 houses that were part of this original village.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
And they're sunken under this.
They circle the church 3 times. As the legend goes, the demon will appear.
Yeah, you have to open the gate in
Third time's the charm.
Drake Valley.
Let's see if he makes his
Drained
presence
out.
known tonight.
Not long after, they hear what sounds like a child's voice.
Did not hear that.
I heard that.
Communicating through a spirit box, they ask what the spirit is.
You a demon? If you're a demon, say the word demon.
It's a technicality. Can't say that. Can't do that.
So I'm a demon?
Using
Oh
a
my
Connect
God,
app,
that's
they see a figure in the graveyard.
Oh.
It's picking up on the grave, I
Okay, the
think.
grave, yeah.
I think. It's not picking up on the other graves, though.
No. It's not.
Do you want to see who's on that grave?
They speak with it again through the spirit
I forget.
box.
Always forget what this is called when the stick figure starts dancing.
What did
It's
I
like
say? I didn't
the
hear that.
dumbest fucking thing ever, though.
No.
After that, they nope right out of there. This last message from the beyond makes me sure that this isn't just a spirit, it's a demon. Number 13, Jinn. What happens when a Jinn is out to
Demon.
get you? YouTuber Hassan Barbar knows a thing or two about that. The Jinn is on his tail in this video. He first hears it banging around in the next room.
Where's Splinter?
الرحمن الرحيم أعوذ بكلمات الله
Call me.
من شر ما خلق بسم الله.
Where is it hiding?
To a
It seems
decision.
so close, and yet it's nowhere in sight. Still, it's right behind him at every turn.
طب وينك؟
Soon, the Jinn's energy grows unstable.
It's just a rocking chair. It's like literally what that does.
And it's nearer than he thinks. Watch the door to his left.
طب في حد؟ طب إذا أنت وين اظهر لي؟ يعني أعطيني أي إشارة.
One of Hassan's hands is holding his camera, the other is at his side, so it's without question that the door was nudged by the Jinn. Back at the rocking chair, the Jinn is heard moaning again.
كيف عرف إنه أنا بدي ألمس الدب؟ كيف عرف إنه أنا بدي ألمسه؟
Yeah, the bear is making that sound.
طب وينك؟
What is he saying? What does he want? I think this game of hide and seek is not a game at all. The Jinn is after Hassan's
we're chilling
soul.
with chills.
Number 12, the Devil's House. Would you have a cup of tea with the devil in his house? YouTube team
Yeah,
Kaza
yes,
Sobernatural head to the Devil's House to investigate, and inside a cupboard they find an animal's foot.
Would you drink tea with the devil? This is fucking music. This is like a fucking Indiana Jones movie.
They hear the cupboard shake.
Oh.
Later, as they're talking, it moves abruptly again.
Where did Deus come?
Nossa, ô viado. Eu tô, cara. As tuas madeiras ali, cara.
Vamos sair. Tá. Sano, vambora. Vambora, Sano.
Ô, vai aqui, ó. Tá cadê isso?
Is the devil at home? I wouldn't stick around to find out. Number 11, Skinwalker. Imagine this in the middle of the forest.
Yeah.
That guy turning.
That's what YouTube team Ghost Theory heard in these haunted woods during a paranormal investigation.
Ghost Theory.
And apparently it knows something.
Come and touch the device if you know anything about the girl that was...
A second question results in more mysterious answers.
If what that girl was not a person.
And then another unfortunate one.
Is that a skinwalker?
Oh, shit.
And finally, they hear it.
Yeah.
I'm out of here.
Isn't that like a
I'd be out of
stethoscope?
there too. I have no idea what
That's-
a skinwalker
what the fuck
sounds
was that guy
like.
carrying?
To me, that did
I guess
not
it was like a
sound
little YouTuber
animal,
camera.
Nor did it sound human. Number 10, Lucifer. YouTube team Memoria Sobernatural INC enters this haunted school, and he encounters the wrath of Lucifer. As he is introducing the place, he quickly realizes he's unwelcome.
E vamos aí com mais Memória Sobrenatural.
I mean, weren't we just drinking tea in the devil's house like 2 seconds ago?
In that same room, something is hiding.
Quanta coisa. Já tiveram aparições aqui, ó. Nesse lugar. Escuta. Existe algo aqui?
Oh my
Something
god.
invisible, and it continues to taunt him.
Cara, é impressionante, pessoal. Opa, olha isso, cara. Dá uma olhada, cara. Olha isso, pessoal. Dá uma olhada.
I don't know. I think the devil will probably not be hanging out in like these little like crack
Whatever is here
houses.
has trapped him in.
This music is amazing.
Olha isso, cara. Impressionante. Cara, assim. Opa.
And it's playing with his mind.
Cara, o lugar aqui é hiper mega pancada. Opa, cara, dá uma olhada nisso, pessoal. Cara, olha isso.
Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Cara, é impressionante.
The refrigerator's
Lucifer
trying to
driving
eat
this
me.
car?
Alright, this channel's sick, dude. Me dropping frames.
If he is, he's invisible.
Yeah, looks like a little bit. I don't know when though. It seems like it's fine now.
Olha isso, cara. A porta abriu desse jeito. Olha isso.
Maybe refresh if it's
The
fucked up,
ghost hunter
hopefully.
gets inside the vehicle and is nearly trapped.
Hopefully.
Cara, olha isso, mano. Olha isso, pessoal.
Things
It
just
doesn't
keep getting
seem
worse.
like I'm dropping any frames.
Pra mim, eu peço. Opa, olha isso.
The fridge is gonna eat us.
Impressionante, minha nossa.
How are these big pieces of furniture moving on their own? He sees something
No
in the
idea.
window of the car.
I should probably turn off the captions. It's not really.
I can't really detect what he's making out here. If anything,
Giving away
I
the
think it's
script.
pareidolia, but that definitely doesn't discount
Unless someone
all
wants
the
the
other
captions
paranormal
on, let me
activity
know.
We've witnessed here. This looks like a legit haunting to me. I don't know how this would have been orchestrated otherwise. Number 9, haunted house. YouTuber Burak Dohan Paranormal is about to enter the house of a man who made a deal with the Burrier Jean. He has yet to enter the house before something disturbs him.
Yeah, exactly. I hate when they're misaligned like that, and it like kind of like ruins what you're watching a tiny bit.
He deciphers the EVP as "we came." A short time later, he hears something again.
We are everywhere.
This time the EVP says, "We're all around." Once inside, things get more bizarre.
Bismillah. Bismillah.
What was that sound? As he continues his search, something raps on the window.
Bak bak duvar sallanıyor.
Whatever is in the house with him becomes
Interesting
more
wall.
animated.
İçeride bir şey var arkadaşlar. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
The last EVP he hears says, "Go here." Go where, I wonder? The ghost hunter doesn't hear it in the moment, so he doesn't follow these orders. I think he might regret it though. Number 8, Greystone Manor. Well, at the haunted Greystone Manor, YouTube team Paranormal of Watertown POW experienced some strong poltergeist activity.
Like a mummy in
They
there?
asked
What
the
is that?
spirit to play a game.
Yeah, I'm recording.
Wanna play some pool?
And later, the REM pod goes off like mad.
I mean, I don't even think the voice is that weird after you've watched this for a while. Like, is it really that crazy?
Can you stop touching that for a minute?
The fuck is
It
happening?
even seems to be listening to them. As they're using other devices, the spirit pushes a ball on the floor.
Oh, that just spiked again.
Paranormal of Watertown.
That ball.
Thank you.
This is just a taste of the activity the team captured at Greystone Manor. It certainly seems like a haunted location to me. I don't know about you.
I mean,
but
it
I'm
is
tuning in for
funny
more.
sometimes, like that.
Number 7.
But so I
Cupboard
talk funny.
opens. YouTubers Lainey and Ben
I talk
regularly
the way
document
I talk is
paranormal activity in
probably
their
funny
uber
the
haunted
same way to some
home.
people.
As they're taking questions from their
Is
subscribers,
that guy looks really
some
familiar?
of the activity happens right behind them.
Says, does it feel like a good or a bad spirit, and what energy does it give off? I think if there's no threat.
Nah, like it's never touched us or hurt us, like, so I don't think there's anything bad about it. I think if anything, it might be like a relative because like it's not harmful to us. So it's not
It
like,
wants a paper
First,
towel.
they notice the paper towel roll.
like, it's never touched us or hurt us, like. So
Hey, it
Lainey
looks like the
seems to
Blink
hear a
meme guy,
move.
but it
She
definitely
looks
isn't.
over
I
her
don't think he's
shoulder, but
British.
doesn't quite catch it in action.
So I don't think there's anything bad about it. I think if anything, it might be like a relative
Then the cupboard door pops open for a second.
to us. So it's not like bad in that.
Watching the camera, Lainey sees the activity behind her this time. I believe Lainey and Ben's home is haunted without question. They have a lot of
Dungeons
evidence
and
to back
Daddies? I don't even
them.
know what that
I
is.
just don't know how they can live with this. Number 6, captured. Russian YouTuber
I get the
Eugene
I
from
get the
Darkinistic captured
announcer
something in his
from Crazy
home.
Taxi
Let's
a lot.
take a look. First, it shows up in the darkened
What does the
window
guy from Crazy
behind
Taxi
him.
say?
У них начались какие-то шорохи, шумы, падения.
Hurry up!
И самое главное, что мне больше
Get in the
понравилось,
taxi! I don't know what the fuck does he say.
мы стояли ошарашенные, и поднимается ни с того ни с сего предмет. Я не помню, какой он там.
Crazy taxi!
Поднимается воздух.
Did you see the figure moving in the window?
Crazy
then, while
butt.
inside, he hears something.
Опа. Это что такое?
Nobody answers. Later, as he's capturing video under a crawl space, another disturbance is heard.
Dark Mystic.
Ой.
There is a Crazy Taxi like, but it's like Blade Runner, Fifth Element kind of. It looks sick. I was just showing someone
Then
that the other
in the
day. It's
shed,
like a
he
free
sees two
game.
glowing eyes.
Так, попробуем запечатлеть. Ой,
I'll have to find it again.
я такие глаза. Я так и не вижу. Посмотрите, глаза какие-то.
The eyes disappear.
Now, Google
Do they
it real
belong
quick.
to
You'll probably
whatever
find it.
Phantom is causing such mayhem in his home, or was
I'd have to
all
look
that
through, like,
racket
Twitter
caused
again,
by
try
a
to find-
cat or other animal?
I don't know
But
what
then
the fuck I do
again,
with it.
what about the figure in the window?
There is a game
I think
like that,
Eugene
though.
should look into this further.
It's
to
like
find
one
out
developer,
what
too.
exactly he's dealing with. Number 5, Goblin in the Forest. YouTuber
Hell
seeker
yeah.
of ghosts
Not
seeks
one, but 2
ghosts
goblin
in this
videos.
paranormal forest, but what he finds is a goblin. He first spots it in the darkness through his camera lens.
It's green for goblin.
You can see its vague outline up close.
Yeah. They're just hiding, exactly.
Here it is
Crazy
again.
taxi.
After he flees from the goblin, he hears it again.
Woodsman.
He runs off a second time, hoping that the angry goblin doesn't follow. I don't blame him, though we didn't get a clear enough look to confirm that it was in fact a goblin.
Oh
The
shit, a Wubby
mysterious
sub.
creature sparks fear in me. I wouldn't stick around either. Number 4, Spirit Touch. While spending the night in a haunted location in Saskatchewan, Canada, Redditor Purgatory Adventures felt the lightest touch. First they see a figure on the Connect.
There it is.
The
there's it.
Connect.
Can you wave to us if that's you?
Hell yeah.
Directly right in front of me. Can you wave if that's you? Whoa, it just picked up its hand.
We gotta find like
Can you
more
wave?
Connect
Can you wave to us?
ghost
They
videos.
ask the figure to put both arms up, and it complies.
Thank you so much. Can you put both arms up in the air? Can you put them both up? Can you put the
Looks
right
like the
and the-
Italian flag.
Oh, just went up. Dude, can you hold them up?
The figure is reluctant to reach for his hand.
Can you reach for my hand? Can you reach for it? Can you grab? Can you reach for it?
This is
But at
so
last he
fucking
reaches
stupid.
out.
For my hand.
Oh, there he is.
Whoa.
There it is.
Whoa, I felt that.
It just touched
I
your
felt
hand.
it. I felt it.
Well, some believe this is a ghost. Others think it's an interaction between people in parallel universes.
Yo, we're touching a ghost.
Felt it. I felt
Oh yeah, it's that interaction with the parallel universe.
I've got to say, I prefer that explanation. Number 3, Ancient
Hell yeah.
Ram Inn. While investigating the Ancient Ram
Excuse me?
Inn, YouTuber After Dark Paranormal captured what they believe is paranormal activity. Watch the creepy doll sitting atop the Ouija board.
Is it our Ouija board you like? Or is it the doll?
Yeah, why is that ghost moving like a
Or is it one of us?
2010 source model? Whoa.
The doll appears to answer dramatically. The sensory device starts flashing at the same time the doll starts to fall. Although this could be paranormal activity, the doll appears to
Could
me to
be.
be sitting precariously on the board. The tumble it takes looks
Could
like it
be.
could have been natural. The team says they tried to replicate it but couldn't. They spent over an hour trying to do so, including kicking and pushing the solid oak barrel. So I'm on the fence with this one. What do you think? Number 2, Abandoned Hogwarts. If you've ever wanted to
What?
visit Hogwarts, here's your chance.
It's like a set.
I made sure, like, I'd seen a few pictures online, but like barely any because I didn't want to see it. This is
YouTuber Abandoned World Explorer explores what he calls an abandoned Hogwarts hidden in the woods. Once inside, they find the
It's
place
just a
incredibly
castle. He's
intact.
calling it Hogwarts.
It's incredible.
Yo, it's the
All the books are
Hogwarts.
still here. Everything is still here, but just been packed away. And maybe explorers have got stuff out again and put it back out. I'm not sure.
Some of the furniture is a bit out of place.
Just a
So all my
typewriter.
furniture's been chucked all like this. up into the tower. I'm gonna come down the tower afterwards.
He finds a marble fireplace with incredible finishing.
I would just like move in there.
Just everything, the way everything's gilded and like, it's like brass finish on a marble leg. And a candlestick kind of light shade they've made, and it does look like a candle.
Up the stairway, he finds a second piano.
Like, it
and
doesn't
some
look like
unfortunate
awful.
graffiti.
There's still like stuff in it.
At the top of the stairs, it used to
Yeah, I'm gonna live in Hogwarts.
and it still is there. This is what I don't like, and I think this is what the locals are getting sick of.
Yeah, that looked kind of sick
Of all
too.
kind of explorers coming and ruining these places.
Although the explorers don't capture any paranormal
There wasn't even, like,
activity,
bad
this abandoned
graffiti.
place does have a special energy.
The way you used to hide things as well, Josh. Like plugs on the floor.
I mean,
Oh, it's beautiful, a lot of the furniture.
not that crazy.
Just a detail, yeah.
To me, it's sad that such a magnificent place would be abandoned. I hope that someone takes the time to
If
preserve
it's just
and
not
restore
abandoned,
it,
the guy's
at
like,
least
"What are
for
you doing in my
history's
house?"
sake. I've got a challenge for you. Since you've made it this far, why not like this video and hit subscribe in the next 5 seconds? Because I upload 4 new scary videos every week. If you're curious about what I look like in real life, then go to my Instagram at DylanIsChillinYT and tap that follow button to find out. Number 1.
Oh, there's one more.
30 East Drive. We've seen 30 East Drive here on Chills before. It's
The Ouija
considered one of the
brothers.
most haunted
Dude, that's a
places
great
on
idea.
Earth.
Okay. Fred or the Black Monk?
This time, it's the Ouija brothers' turn to meet the evil entity that resides here.
You still want to contact us? It's a little no.
That was definitely a knock. You can also hear it in the hallway.
You still want to contact us?
Black Phillip.
It's a little no.
Later, while they're on the stairs, they
Yeah,
hear another
the
loud
Ouija
bump.
brothers would just be like goth emo versions of Mario and Luigi, I think.
What was that? From where? It was in this. It felt like he was underneath.
They hear something again on the
Excuse me?
landing. Later, while they're all sleeping, their Steadicam captures more knocking.
Step right up and talk to ghosts.
Others in the comments say
Come
they've
on, let's
visited
go
30
and
East
summon
Drive
a
and heard
poltergeist.
Similar noises. I'm not on the fence with this one. This place is haunted, and though the activity was subtle on this one, combined with other evidence of Fred the ghost, I believe it. Grab yourself a fuzzy blanket and a hot cup of cocoa. These are the 30
What?
scary videos giving viewers chills.
Do you see what he did there? Step right up. All right. And go check out Chills. Let's watch. I'm just looking through my history real quick. See if I have anything good here. Do some more chills. Why not? Is it chill if I chill here? I was watching all the Dr. Katz recently too on YouTube. They've all been uploaded there.
Did you guys catch the latest SNL?
So fucking funny.
I live in a van down by the river.
No, Farley is seriously hilarious.
Who hosted? Christina Applegate.
Who's that? Christina Applegate? See, I like the original cast. Chevy, Belushi, sure. Gilda.
Oh, yeah.
Radner.
It's been making the rounds again.
Aykroyd is underrated for sure.
I was actually reading an interview with some former
Joe Kappa's stuff just getting pushed by the algorithm very hardly right
they were
now.
just saying that when SNL first came on the scene,
He released a short film I was thinking of putting on recently too.
Exactly. Sure.
Is that what you linked or something else?
They weren't pandering for laughs.
It's different though. It's like actually
pretty revolutionary
I don't
at the
know.
time. I know I found my people when somebody brings up Second City.
He has a show on Adult Swim too. Not surprisingly. What does anyone know the name of the Adult Swim show is that he did? I think that's where a lot of his shorts are from. Yeah, I've seen the Delicate Steve one a million times. I love that one. Delicate Steve. All right. All right. You know who else is getting a Adult Swim deal?
White walls all around. It almost looked like a hospital. It was clean. White tiles, white sink, white walls, and the roof
Is
was
he?
white. Since the
In my
earliest
heart,
of
he
times,
is.
white has been associated with purity and innocence. Then again, asylums are generally white, and they reflect the exact opposite of purity and innocence.
What?
Instead, those white walls hold the mentally insane, those that are not of sound mind and are a danger to themselves and others. The irony of the contrast between the two varying white rooms
This is like an actual thing. This
ludicrous.
isn't an assassin
He looked
rapper.
into the mirror. Deep brown
Fan fiction.
eyes gazed back at him. The freckles surrounding his nose looked as though God himself spread flakes on his face to create him.
Wow.
His brown
Assassin
hair
rapper is
sat
getting
atop
really
his
deep
head,
into his
unkempt.
descriptions.
He
It looked
scratched
like
his
God
head to
himself
cure
spread
a
the
sudden
flakes
itch
of
and
freckles
continued to stare at himself.
on his face.
His reflection stared back, unmoving. He opened the faucet and let the cold stream of water pour into the sink. After a moment, he cupped his hands beneath the water and scooped what he salvaged in his hands onto his face.
Oh,
Some
man.
of the water splashed onto the floor. He didn't seem to notice. He stood there for a moment more, face dripping with water, still staring into the mirror. What he saw disgusted him, and he washed his face once more, almost as if he was trying to wash his very skin off in the hope something more appealing lay beneath the first layer. He opened the medicine cabinet and slowly extracted a small box. He set the box on the sink and opened it. He removed a single shiny razor and placed it beside the
He's gonna
box.
cut his face off?
He returned the box from whence it came and picked up the razor once more.
Is it really just like going to be this kid like killing himself? Assassin rapper has really gone to some crazy places, man. I don't know.
He turned it in his hands thoughtfully, not diverting his gaze from the mirror. Razor in hand, he rolled up the sleeve of his long that both his
Why is he
parents
doing
had since
this?
departed this world.
Is it really about a kid just killing himself and then he gets in the bathtub? Oh my God, what's happening?
Had ripped into the skin. The blood that spewed from the missing cartilage crunch under the pressure of his teeth, but not before his teeth had ripped into the skin. The blood that spewed from the missing appendage had excited him, and he laughed ever so sweetly at the sight of the feline's ear he had spat on the floor.
All right. Assassin Rapper's just making stories about kids eating cats now. I don't know if I can sponsor this anymore. I don't know if I can condone that. He's fucking... I don't know, man. He ate the cat. I want more videos about Kalulu and stuff. Kalulu, stuff like that. Let's get into some slap jam.
What is this? The f is this creature?
Whoa.
How you doing?
Shot.
I'm Callan, and this is Slam
Dead.
Ham. Today we're looking at some super creepy things that have been caught on camera that are starting to freak the internet out. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content. Just like this. Our first clip of the day was uploaded to Instagram by Amundo Alienagina. It shows some footage captured by a passenger inside of a commercial aircraft. As they film out the window, something truly bizarre happens. Watch.
Yeah, it's a side hustle. Oh, shit.
An unidentified object flies into view.
That's my reaction when I see a UFO.
It then zips away at an incredible speed.
Oh, shit.
Before reappearing at breakneck velocity. Here it is again, slowed down.
Here it is.
Initially, some Instagram viewers thought the footage was just CGI, but others couldn't believe just how real it looks, suggesting this might be a genuine encounter. So, as always, I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers, for final judgment. Let me know where you land on this strange sighting in the comments down below.
Where do you land on this one?
This next black and white photograph was shared to Facebook by Disbelief Paranormal, but its true origins are a mystery. The photo was captured circa the 1950s or 60s and shows a young nun standing out the front of a stone gate. Just next to her,
Do you
left,
understand? Yo, that's...
that appears to be reaching
I know that arrow.
the young woman.
Also, Marinette.
Even make
Thank you for that 76 months, dude. I missed that.
To the nun's left arm.
Appreciate that, dude.
Some viewers suspected it might be a case of double exposure given just how clear the fingers and arm of the figure actually are. Unfortunately, that's all that's known about this image, so for now it'll have to remain one of those creepy little photos that will continue to haunt social media for years to come.
Oh yeah.
The Book of Revelation says that when the Euphrates River dries up, it'll mark the beginning of the end of days, a dark prophecy that'll wipe mankind off the face of the earth.
Sick.
In the New Testament, the Euphrates River is mentioned in the book of Revelation 9:14, where it states that 4 angels were
Yeah, someone
bound
just
at the great
attacking
river
her.
Euphrates,
They took the picture at
and
that
they were
exact
to be
moment.
released at the end of times.
Is she okay?
In recent
What
years,
happened to
the
her?
Euphrates
Do we
River,
know?
which flows through Syria and Iraq, has begun to dry up. The area is facing several environmental challenges, such as over-extraction of water resources, pollution, and the building of dams, which have led to a significant reduction in the flow of water. The water levels have gotten so low, archaeologists are discovering ancient structures that have, until recently, been submerged in water for centuries.
Sick.
This footage here was said to have been captured by a local villager who was exploring the dried up riverbed.
New
The clip
apartments.
was uploaded to YouTube by Mustafa King Hutchinson.
I would live down there.
Take a listen to what's been captured.
Come on.
Eerie sounds echo out from deep within the riverbed.
Wow. Yeah, it definitely sounds like it's coming out of there. It's like a haunted house tape someone bought at the dollar store.
Many God-fearing Christians believe these sounds are the Euphrates angels rising up to begin the apocalypse.
Wow.
Revelation 9:14 reads, saying to the 6th angel who had the trumpet, release the 4 angels who are bound at the great river Euphrates.
What about Austin
This verse is part of a
3:16?
vision that the author of the book of Revelation, believed to be John the Apostle, is describing. The vision is often interpreted as a prophecy of the end of times.
Why are their faces
The
looking
4
like that?
angels
Is that
who
some
are
AI
released are often
angel?
understood to represent powerful destructive
Oh my
forces that will be
gosh.
unleashed on the earth.
I
Many
hope I'm
biblical
wrong.
scholars believe that the angels are actually demons, referencing the fact that they're bound and restrained. So given that the Euphrates River is indeed drying up, could we be witnessing the end of days? Are demonic forces about to be unleashed upon the earth, marking the end of it all? Take another
AI,
listen.
please make a angel, but make her face fucked up. Thank you. Wow.
Some bizarre footage captured in North America has sparked fresh debates about the legendary cryptid known as El Chupacabra. The clip, which was uploaded to YouTube by Shadow
It's a fucking
Files,
dog.
shows a strange dog-like animal on the side of the road.
Big dog.
Unusually large ears and a very long, thin tail.
What is this? The f is this creature?
Many are saying it fits the description of El Chupacabra. El Chupacabra is a legendary creature said to inhabit parts of the Americas. It's said to attack
Many
and drink
such
the blood
people
of livestock. The
believe
name
in
El
this.
Chupacabra is Spanish for goat sucker. Reports of sightings and attacks on
What's that
livestock
picture?
began to surface in Puerto Rico in the early 1990s and have since been reported in other parts of the Americas, including Mexico, Chile, and the United States. The physical description of El Chupacabra varies, but it's typically said to be an emaciated dog-like creature with enormous fangs. Some reports describe it as having a pronounced jaw and eyes.
What the
that glow
fuck
in
is
the
that?
dark.
What?
The existence of El Chupacabra is not supported by scientific evidence, and many experts believe that the creature is a modern-day legend or a misinterpretation of other known animals. Some possible explanations for El
The fuck
Chupacabra
is that?
sightings include misidentifications of wild dogs or other animals, or indeed hoaxes. Many
It's like a
sightings
copper
of El
sculpture.
Chupacabra have turned out to be
Yeah.
wild dogs with mange.
Looks like a
skin
Resident
disease
Evil
caused
dog.
by tiny mites that burrow into the skin of animals, often leaving them disfigured and poorly.
Is that a
So what do
lizard
you
on that
think?
rock?
Mange or cryptid?
Did you see that?
Cast your votes in the comments down below.
What is this?
Cast your votes. Disfigured and poorly.
There's just like a lizard chilling on this rock right here. What is going on in this picture? What is this? Why is he there? The hell's he
So what do
doing?
you think? Mange or cryptid? Cast your votes in the comments down below.
What is this? The f is this creature?
What is this creature?
A few months ago, a viewer of ours, Kimberly Firth, sent some footage of a strange shadow that was captured by her home security camera inside the bedroom. Take a look.
I'm so
Now,
confused.
yet more eerie footage is being captured inside of Firth's home, this time while she was sleeping. Take a look.
Is this also a person?
It's a little after 3 AM when you can see what appears to be a hand wave past the bed. It's quite brief, so here it is, slowed down. It even seems to make Firth stir in her sleep. Pairing the two pieces of footage together certainly does make you wonder what's going on here. Could the
No.
home really be haunted by something? We'll have to wait and see if more creepy footage emerges. Before we take a look at some eerie security footage, remember to hit that subscribe button, then tickle that little bell icon there, and turn on all channel notifications. That way you'll be in the loop every time we drop our scary and mysterious videos. Our last clip of the day is some eerie security footage that many claim has captured a real ghost on camera.
Real ghost. Real proof.
The clip, which was uploaded to Twitter by Sitio Paranormal, appears to show a strange misty shape appear out of nowhere. It drifts for a few seconds, then disappears altogether. Whatever this thing is, it
Real
appears to trigger the
ghosts.
security light, which turns on as the mist drifts by. This means that the shape hasn't been placed in digitally after the fact, as it seems to be triggering the motion sensor. So what could it be? Some commenters thought it might be vapor or steam coming from a vent or nearby drain, and perhaps it was dense enough to trigger the motion sensor on the security light. But others aren't so sure, believing this to be a genuine spook caught on camera. They note that it almost looks like it's wearing a cloak of some kind, bringing to mind the classic depiction of a ghost. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of other info to run on with this
Real
sighting,
ghost.
so for now, I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers, to make final judgment.
You decide. You decide. You can get a custom voice clip. Keep you in the poop. Every time you scoop or something like that. Pay him to say that. Something like that. All right. Now what? Now what do I want to watch? There is a new Mr. Ballin or two I haven't seen. It would seem. No. No. Not that. It just went back to the assassin rapper. How about? Could keep watching that Dan Bell video from the other day too. So we nearly get through most of it. Man, I don't really have any other ideas. Could watch some 1C. Or Shalong Outdoor too. I don't know if I feel like getting into that though. Yeah, stock horror music is good. It's funny. I like it. You just do commercials too. Do some old commercials maybe. Scary commercials. Number 13.
There was a stranger who came into our town. He was tall and had eyes that could look right to the bottom of you. We might have welcomed him, except for one thing. His pants. They weren't dull like ours, and this troubled us. Stranger, how is it your pants have colors and flared legs? He just smiled and said, I'm wearing Levi's. Dull has gone out of style. Then in his strange way, he transported us to a world of Levi's slacks and jeans, tweeds, cords, flares with Dacron polyester.
I got pants.
Push jeans, blue jeans, bells, beautiful Levi's magic, coveralls, knickers, and mitts. And we cried for more. No, I must go to other towns, he said, and he left. Left us with our new Levi's. Yes, we'll miss that stranger. But you know, life will never be dull in our town again. By the way, how are things in your town?
All right. Number 12. What?
Beware the jadder man, my dear, when the moon is fat. Sharp of tongue and spindle-limbed he
The cold
is,
miser.
and cunning.
The moon is fat.
With sweetened talk of schnapps and mets and the deliciousness of judders.
Yeah, ripped Wayne Static.
But schnapps, though sweet, has teeth, my love, and sharpened ones at that. Beware the jadder man, my dear, when the moon is fat. Jadder bedia mets och schnapps.
Rubber banding. I'm not dropping any frames or anything. PlayStation commercial? What do you think? Whoa. It's going to be something that you would not expect, obviously. That's kind of weird. That was a drinking commercial. Yeah, that was a weird one. I mean, it says scary commercials. I guess PSAs are commercials. Oh, this fucking one.
Me unscrabbly. Chocka-dooby! Doubly chocka-dooby! Pop swabble! Toy! Yodel yum and choco scrum with multi-pop swabble dies! Oh, grubbly! Me scrubble now! Snuggle! Whee!
Kinder Surprise from Ferrera.
Okay. There we go. There's the PlayStation. That's why I thought the other one was a PlayStation commercial, maybe. Didn't David Lynch like direct one of those? Uh-oh. It's gonna be a meth. It's meth. It's meth. Calling it. Oh. Feel like racism. Yeah, that'll do it too. This one was weird too. See this? This is a Kleenex tissue.
It's going to be
commercial.
a fine night tonight. It's going to be a fine day.
Why is my YouTube all fucked up?
Kleenex tissue desu.
It was racism all along. I mean, racism and meth, they're up there. Make you ugly.
Breakfast! I'm hungry! Take it from Carinkles. That's me. The best breakfast under the big top is post-sugar rice Carinkles. So crinkly, so delicious, so different. Each grain of rice in sugar rice Carinkles is carinkled with honey and sugar. It's so good, I crinkle every time I eat it. Yep, no matter what other rice cereal you've ever tried, you'll love post-sugar rice Carinkles best of all. Honey and sugar make it different and wonderful. A circus of fun to eat.
We
so
all
you trickle on
float
down to the store for post-sugar
in
rice
the cereal
Carinkles,
bowl.
the greatest cereal treat on earth.
Paperbackground.com.
Hey, you ever thought about taking drugs?
Oh, this one's fucking weird.
I don't know.
We've seen this
I
one.
never really thought about it. Think hard. The first hit.
Think hard.
To find me when you need more. The choice is yours. What do you think? No, this just not worth the time.
Oh, his eyes.
Concerned children's advertisers.
I know a place that's peaceful and quiet,
Damn it, it's gonna be
A place
crack
where
again.
animals play. It's called the forest, but every year we start forest fires. A careless match, a cigarette, and poof, fire. So the next time you're in the forest,
Yeah, the rest of them are just weird. Then there's the ice cream one. My YouTube is not having a good time tonight. This one I've seen a million times.
There's good reason for my glistening skin and how I shine and how my pores are so clean and clear.
It's for like a small ice cream parlor too, isn't it? We like found out that it wasn't even like
I eat
they
little
went out of
baby's
business.
ice cream. It keeps me young. It keeps me light on my feet. I spring from activity to activity. I love
Damn,
my
I wonder.
job.
I can't believe that
I
this
love
did not
my
work.
life. When you eat little baby's ice cream, you'll wink and nod and hug and high-five each other with great enthusiasm. This is a special time. Little baby's ice cream. Ice cream is a feeling.
Little baby's ice cream. Here's a David Lynch PlayStation one. Is it just like PlayStation 1? Doblo. It's Bibimbap Man. I guess it's PS2. I guess he's done a bunch. I don't know if they're all safe for work though. What about Bibbin Man? Bibbin Man? What the fuck was that guy's name? Bibbin? Yo, there's a Bible Man?
Now this is what I call dressing for success.
I was just looking up Bibimbap. And this came up.
Waist belt of truth.
That guy's hair is sick. Yo, what the fuck? What is that physique? Some fucking giant tits.
Shoes of peace. Shield of faith. Helmet of salvation.
How you guys remember this? What the fuck?
Complete.
And the sword of the spirit. Cypher, do I look okay to you?
No.
Yeah, you look like a superhero, which is what you are. Why? Oh, no reason. Eunice, I'll take the tunnel bike. Track me.
Is that even real? No. Oh, there's a Bible Man too? Oh, they're the same guy. It's a whole series. Bible Man, this song, dude. Bible Man. All right, guys, we got to finish this song. We're due the end of Friday. We got to get the song out. All right, we got it. They just pump this out. Bible Man was huge. I've never heard of him. Bible Man. Yeah, what are the villains like?
Versus the ambassador of ignorance, an adventure in the Bible.
Yeah.
Hebrews 10 verse 16 says, "This is the covenant I will make with them after those days," says the Lord. "I will
Bible
put my
Man.
laws on their hearts and write them on their minds." So, another Bible Brigade season starts back home?
Proud defending national champs. This year, the prize is a $1,000 scholarship for each person on the winning team. That's a lot of money where these kids come from.
Well, our prayers are always with you, KT.
Thanks, Josh.
Oh, there he is. I just want to see the bad guy.
Running to save the day. Only this time, I'll have a little surprise in store that'll send chills up and down his spine.
He said it.
Huh? And who might this be? Looks like a no-good do-gooder. No, don't go in there. Gosh. No matter, the plan must go on. I suppose I should count my lucky stars. At least it's not Bible Man or one of his perky Bible pals.
Perky Bible pals? It just reminds me of like Paw Patrol. I like the guy though with the suit.
Miles Peterson, a man who had it all.
Oh, dude, it's how he became Bible Man.
Status, success. Still, something was lacking. Miserable, alone, his spirit beaten, Miles Peterson gave up.
Become Bible Man.
Then in his darkest hour, the words of a single book began to change his life.
Bible.
And at last, Miles Peterson felt
Bible.
a burning desire to know God. Inspired by the Word of God and equipped with unyielding faith, Miles pledged to fight evil in the name of God.
That's it? That's his fucking origin story? He had a sick life, but it wasn't enough? Bible Man. Ludacris is in this? Helmet of Salvation. Well, I'm going to church first thing in the morning. Honestly. I can't wait to wake up tomorrow and go to church. I'm a changed man. Bible Man. Just show up and start asking about Bible Man. What did he mean by this? What did he really mean? Bible Man. Oh, are we gonna look up Bibbin Man? Bibbin Bombin. Bibbin. Bibbin Bat. No. That's food. Michelin Tire Man. There it is. I found it.
That's him.
Hello everybody, Shrouded Hand here. I've covered some weird stuff on this channel, but even for me, this might be one of the weirdest. The Michelin Man. He's pretty unthreatening, sort of a friendly marshmallow person. But what if I told you a number of people have reported seeing an entity which they describe as looking exactly like the Michelin Tire Man? I first heard about this phenomenon in a book called Trucker Ghost Stories by Annie Wilder. In it, she relates something that happened to her back in 1985. If you listen to my last Spooky Stories to Fall Asleep to video, you'll have heard this already, but I'll briefly relate the details of the event. Annie Wilder was driving from North Dakota to Minnesota with her sister and two brothers in the car. Because it was a long journey, Annie and her brother took turns driving. Not long after heading off, they drove into a massive blizzard which made driving really treacherous, but instead of stopping, they just kept driving through the night. Later the next morning, after dropping off one of her brothers, Annie was at the wheel driving the last few hours on the I-95. It was about 4 AM. She was sleep deprived and half blinded by the constant whirling, hypnotic snow. At this point, her sister is asleep in the passenger seat next to her and her brother is sleeping on the back seat. Up ahead on the road, she sees the red lights of an articulated lorry, and as she pulls closer, she sees at first what she takes to be a bundle of rags or a loose tarp flopping on the back of the truck. But as she gets closer still, she sees that it's actually the Michelin Man hanging onto the back of the truck, attached by what looked like handcuffs or a metal claw on the end of his arm. She even sees his cartoon face looking
Imagine
back
seeing
and
this.
smiling at
Are you
her.
fucking kidding me?
Even stranger still, she notices that the Michelin Man is moving. He keeps looking ahead, then turning back to look at her, and then he waves his arms in a motion as if to say, "Come on, come on." Now, you might say that a sleep-deprived and highly stressed person driving into a hypnotic snowstorm might simply be hallucinating, but then her sister woke up and said, "Do you see that marshmallow man on the back of the truck?"
Those were her exact words. Do you see that marshmallow man on the back of that truck?
So this wasn't some brief sighting, and they both talked together about what they were seeing. Eventually they drove off the I-95 and lost sight of him, but she's been mystified by the sighting ever since. As far as Michelin Man encounters go, it sounds like Annie Wilder met the friendly modern-day Tire Man, which is lucky for her because the Michelin Man used to be kind of terrifying. Did you know that his real name is Bibendum, short for Nunc est Bibendum, a Latin phrase that translates as "now is the time to drink," which is kind of weird for a car tire mascot. Early attempts to create a Bibendum suit were pretty horrifying, as were the promotional figurines. I mean, look at this one. Why have they made him look like he's drinking blood from a giant vat? I don't know. And did you know that in the early days, the Michelin Man spent most of his time smoking cigars and kicking shit out of people? Look at this one. POV getting kicked in the face by Bibendum wearing leopard print underpants. And how about this? A giant Michelin Man controlling the human population like puppets. Here's one that'll give you nightmares. Michelin Man's just stabbed 3 mummies to death and he's stamping on the neck of another as it pleads for its life. And it's Roman times, which means he must be at least
he's already
1500 years old
dead
today. Now, I'm not saying that the Michelin Man is some kind of ancient, undying, eldritch abomination. That would be against YouTube's terms of service. What I am saying is, meeting the Michelin Man might seem like fun and games until you realise that you could be meeting this thing. And there have been many more sightings. The earliest sighting I know of happened here in the UK and it dates back to 1926. Late one night in 1926, a young boy named Henry Thomas was playing hide and seek with 2 of his friends. This happened in Bolton, Lancashire, and it was way past his bedtime. It was Henry's turn to be the seeker, so his friends ran off to hide. Now, I don't know exactly what sort of place he lived back then, but I know a lot of suburban housing in the north of England was these long terraces of houses with small, high-walled backyards that led out onto a narrow alleyway that ran between the houses. From reading the report, this is the kind of image it conjures up. As he was looking for his friends, he saw that the gate to someone's yard was slightly ajar, and he went in to investigate. Inside the yard, he saw 3 strange humanoids looking into the back window of the house. Their outfits were made of bulky silver-grey tubes which made them look like the Michelin Man, except that they had transparent dome-like helmets connected via tubes to canisters on their backs. As Henry entered the yard, the 3 creatures suddenly spun round so that he could see their faces. Their heads were pale and shaped like light bulbs. They had narrow slits for eyes and mouths. One of the creatures made a weird
Pretty sure that was from
noise,
Fire in the Sky, that alien.
Advanced towards him. Naturally, he was terrified and he ran away, but he later said that although he was frightened, he didn't really feel threatened by the creatures and they seemed to be acting quite friendly. In the 50s, there was a whole spate of sightings in France, which is strange given that Michelin is a French company. In 1950, a girl and her father were walking in a meadow in northern France when a ball of light dropped out of the sky and landed in front of them. When it stopped, they saw that it was a translucent saucer, and inside was a character of about 1.4 meters in height, and it looked like the Michelin Man, but it was wearing some sort of motorcycle helmet from which tubes emerged attached to canisters on its shoulders. The figure stood motionless, staring at the girl, and she was held transfixed to the spot. Then the saucer rose back into the sky and vanished. In 1954, a husband and wife were driving along the road, again in northern France, about 100 miles north of the last sighting. They saw a light ahead of them on the road, and when they got closer they saw that it was coming from a large shell-like object which was made of a white metallic material. Inside they saw a 4-foot humanoid in a rolled suit that looked like the Michelin Man but wearing a large helmet. The couple drove on without stopping. Strangely, the car's headlights went out as they got close to the shell and came on again when they got a distance away from it. The third French encounter happened a year later in Brittany over on the northwest. A college professor was heading home at around midnight when, in the college yard, he saw a dazzling blue light directed towards him like a spotlight. He saw that the light was coming from an enormous saucer-shaped craft floating a few feet above the ground. Walking on the ground
there are more
underneath
tires
the
in this
craft
world
were
than
2
anything.
humanoids of about 1.4 meters tall. Their outfits had rolls like the Michelin Man, but it was a metallic grey colour, and they had large helmets on their heads. On their bellies they carried black boxes with protruding wires. One of the creatures bent down and seemed to be picking up gravel from the floor, and the other peered into a window of an old boiler room. The professor was rooted to the spot, unable to move the whole time that the beam was directed towards him, until the creatures climbed back into their craft via a ladder in the bottom of it, and then they flew off into the sky. Between 1960 and 1979, there was a whole spate of sightings all over the world. One of the most famous encounters is from May of 1960, and it happened in Spain. A teacher was riding his motorcycle along the road when up ahead, on the embankment at the side of the road, a strange figure suddenly emerged. It was about 2 meters tall, completely red.
Yo, this
from
manga
head to
looks
foot,
sick.
and it was walking in a mechanical, robotic fashion. He stopped his bike in amazement and watched this figure. Suddenly, a second figure appeared. It was shorter than the first and dressed in the same red outfit except for one of its boots, which was black. As you can see from the illustrations drawn by the witness, these beings closely resemble the Michelin Man. The strange creatures walked across the road about 150 meters ahead of him, and then they went down a steep embankment out of sight. He drove forward to get a better look, but when he got close enough to see down the embankment, the humanoids had vanished without a trace. Similar figures were sighted 8 years later on the island of Reunion near Madagascar.
In French, in France, we would say Réunion. La Réunion.
The
La
fuck?
Réunion is how we would say it.
A farmer was walking through a forest when, in a clearing, he saw an
It's weird that there's an
oval-shaped
island named
cabin
that.
suspended a few meters off the ground. It was blue with a transparent window in the middle. He gave the following account. In the center of the cabin were two individuals with their backs towards me. The one on the left turned right round and so faced me. He was standing small, about 90 centimeters in height, enveloped from head to feet in a sort of one-piece overall, a bit like the suit worn by the Michelin Man. The one on the right simply turned his head round towards me, but all the same I had time to catch a glimpse of his face, which was partly masked by some sort of helmet. They both turned their backs to me, and there was a flash, as strong as the electric arc of a welding machine. Everything went white around me, a powerful heat was given off, and then, as it were, a sort of blast of wind. And a few seconds later, there was nothing there anymore. I'm not going to go into every single Michelin Man encounter, that would take far too long. I'll put a link to a post on the Biggest Study blog, which gives a good outline of the various cases. You can find more detailed breakdowns of the individual cases elsewhere, but it's a good starting point, and as you read through each story, a pattern emerges. These encounters have a distinctly alien vibe to them. The flying crafts, the helmets and wires coming from the outfits, they give an impression of some kind of alien visitor wearing an atmospheric pressure suit. However, there are other sightings of Michelin Man entities that are more difficult to classify. For example, on r/humanoid encounters, posted by Goofball John McGee, he says,
Humanoid
I
encounters.
was reclining on my couch staring at the ceiling while I was listening to some music. After a little while, I
forgot about
noticed
this
myself
subreddit,
zoning
sick.
out to thoughts and theories and what-if scenarios that would just give me stress. So I snap out of it and look to my side, and there he is, the Michelin Man, about a foot away from my couch, hand held up and head leaning in towards me. He didn't look scary. I wasn't scared. I was just curious. It was as if he was about to grab me, but I saw him, and like some cartoon, he stopped midway, and I saw him walk backwards while still looking at me. He went behind the curtains of the gallery and just sort of disappeared between them. For some really strange reason, I didn't feel like getting up and investigating. I just laid back and resumed my music. Here's another weird one from the same subreddit, posted by Fantastic Will. When I was a young kid, maybe 5 or 6, I had an encounter with something almost like a cloud person.
The ass is capitalized.
Two separate occasions.
What does that mean?
The first time was in my kitchen, and as I turned the corner, it was almost like I caught this entity by surprise. It was in my mum's nightgown by the sink. The only part with definition was the gown. It had arms and I think legs, but it was almost shaped like the Michelin Man, and it was a translucent white that got brighter and denser the more inward you looked. It didn't speak, but kind of waved its arms at me, not necessarily in a friendly manner, but communicatively. The second time was about a year or two later. It was also in my kitchen. I was looking out the window at one the size of a child playing outside in my coat. If we go back to the Biggest Study blog that I mentioned earlier, there are some interesting comments left by other people. One user says, when I was maybe 6 or 7 years old, 1979 or 1980, I woke up to a creature wearing a Michelin Man suit standing in front of me in my living room. I was lying on the floor and it was standing over me, so it's hard to estimate its height. I did see its face though. It was very wrinkly and its head was pointed. I passed out shortly after looking at its face. I used to describe the suit as looking like Robbie the Robot until I saw the Michelin Man on a poster. I'm not sure what this character was doing in New Jersey, but I've always struggled with having seen things that haven't been reported anywhere else. Another person commented, I definitely saw one of these entities back in the early 80s. I'm 100% sure of it. The face was blank, no expression, no eyes, mouth, nose, just blank. The being was average human height, moved slowly, almost hovering perhaps a centimetre or so from the ground.
What about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man?
It was the early hours of the morning, but light. And as it reached
Kind
the
of
corner,
like is very
it turned
similar.
back and beckoned to us, as if asking us to follow it. When I've told people about this, I've always said it looked a bit like the Michelin Man, but only found out that this was a phenomenon after Googling. Another person left this comment. I thought I'd share my experience so it's known that I've had a sighting in Australia. The southwest corner of Western Australia, to be exact. I lived in a tiny town. I was around 10 and was walking with my 11-year-old friend to her house, which was just down the road. It was dark, but there were a few streetlights. As we reached the middle of the road, we stopped and just both stared to our right for around 20 seconds in silence and complete stillness as we watched this entity walk across the road about 50 meters away. My immediate thought was a ghost. Only years later did I make the connection that it looked almost exactly like the Michelin Man. It walked slowly and very purposely, but quite like a human, except that it floated a few centimeters above the ground as it did so. It looked light as a feather, around the size of an average adult, blobby white fat rolls which looked like a suit, but more so the body itself, white and slightly glowing. It stopped in the middle of the road and very slowly turned and looked at us. It only had eyes and a mouth, but more like holes than a human's. It had a look of emptiness. It looked lost, but it also looked a bit shocked. It may have slowly raised its hand as to say hi, but that is the only memory that I'm not exactly sure of. Then it continued on its way. We both looked at each other and screamed. Then I said, on the count of 3, say what you saw. We both said a ghost at the same time. Then we described to each other what it looked like. The only difference was that she said it looked shimmery. I didn't see that. Now, obviously, when you're talking about an encounter with a living Michelin Man, a healthy amount of skepticism is warranted. Even if you don't believe it at all, it's still interesting to ponder what could have caused these sightings. Let's say some percentage of these stories are completely made up, and people do invent outlandish stories for attention. And a certain amount, especially the childhood stories and encounters that happened just after waking up, could just be dreams or some other sort of hallucination. And then there's probably some people who just saw an actual person dressed up as Bibendum or a model of the Michelin mascot and thought they were encountering something paranormal. But there are still a certain amount of encounters that are slightly more difficult to explain. Clear sightings from credible witnesses, or sightings with more than one witness that both saw the same thing. There's also strange details that occur in multiple reports. For example, have you noticed how many Bibendum encounters have mentioned the creature waving at them? It's an innocuous detail, but one that seems to crop up again and again. I'll leave you with this footage. This was seen by multiple people in August of 2015, floating high above Los Angeles. It's long been touted as the only known footage of a Bibendum entity. Either that or it's a stormtrooper balloon that a YouTuber named Node kicked in the nuts so hard that it flew up into the sky, but I'll let you make your own mind up about that. Anyway, that's pretty much all I've got to say on the matter. The Michelin Man is now a cryptid, it's official. I'll leave some links in the description so you can explore this phenomenon in more detail. There's loads more cases to look at, but I didn't want to make this video too long by going through every single one. So thank you for watching, and a big thanks to everyone who is supporting the channel. As always, it means a huge amount to me that people are supporting the channel. Let me know what you think in the comments. Until next time.
So that's what I was trying to look up, I guess. Bibendum Man. The Bibendum Man. All right, it's getting kind of late, so I think I'm going to wrap it up. But I'll probably be around tomorrow in the afternoon. Maybe do some games or something. But thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate it. I'll see you soon. I do want to play some more Zomboid and finish up those campaigns. So, all right, everybody, we'll see you soon. Also, going to be updating the full stream channel very soon. So keep an eye out for that. If I can get that to work. For some reason, the lower thirds aren't working. Oh, well. Just because I'm feeling that right now. Okay. You just capture that. But yeah, thanks again for joining me. Sorry about those slight technical difficulties real quick. Let's take you over to the let's go over to the lake. Nice, peaceful lake. Bring up chat over there. Scope the television out. There we go.
I'll pocket and it's going off.
Look at that guy.
Oh, the ball's going off, the ball's going off.
The ball's going off.
En 2015 yo estaba en la Torre A.
How you doing? I'm Callan and this is Slapped Ham. Today we're looking at some mysterious clips that can't quite be explained. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content.
Do you think you guys can explain any of these clips?
In
Is that
June
just a baby?
2022, some eerie baby
Chilling
cam footage
baby
began to
cam
go viral
footage.
on
All right,
TikTok.
at least we know we can skip that. Take a look at these scary babies.
In the late 15th century, the area saw despair as the population of
fuck.
the then thriving village of Knowlton was
It's a
struck down by the
steampunk
plague.
connoisseur.
Those who managed to survive fled the area and the village soon fell into ruin. Despite this, the church remained
Baby.
in use right up until the 18th century when its roof eventually collapsed. Today, those who visit the building are treated to an eerie glimpse into its past, one that's seen more than its fair share of
It's kind of a
death and
dump though,
decay.
right?
To this day, there are several spirits that supposedly haunt the church and its surrounding
Shit
areas.
doesn't even have a roof.
One, a phantom horse and its rider are said to gallop
Where's
across
the
the,
roof
site
at?
in the dead of night, passing straight through
KGB.
the church as if it wasn't even there.
Thank you for that
A woman
18,
and her
dude. Coming in
children
with a
who are
big
visiting
18.
the church during the day are said to have seen a tall figure dressed in black seemingly appear from nowhere. The figure walked right across their path.
You remember that game, Reign of Kings?
Site.
That's what that reminds me of.
Paranormal groups investigating the
That
site
game was
have
fun.
supposedly heard
Too bad it got,
disembodied
like,
voices and even seen
abandoned,
strange swirling
taken
white
over by
mists.
hackers.
In the Hunting Unknowns video, we see one of the investigators attempting to make contact with any resident spirits.
Hello, if there's any spirits with us, can you come and touch this device in my hand, please?
He holds out the device, and a few seconds later, the meter begins to register activity.
I wonder what happens if you try to play Reign of Kings
I got
now.
that on camera, it just went orange. Swear to God,
Can you
mate.
do that again, please, if that was you, so I can see it? Wow.
Wow.
Wow.
You flash it to red, please.
What's that thing? Our electrometer?
Bravely, the investigators continue exploring the old ruins. The pair then decide to place several motion-sensing balls around the premises, hoping that they'll be able to detect something that their eyes can't
Really?
see.
Rumbleverse was like kind of cool, I thought. I never played it, but that was like
So you
the
stand
epic
where you
one,
are,
right?
And I'll stand here. We can both just ask some questions, yeah?
And it isn't long before they begin to light up.
Guys, my EMF's in my pocket, and it's going off. Oh, the ball's going off, the ball's going off! The ball's going off!
What's good? Yes, thank you for communicating.
Yeah, I remember watching a few people play
It's
it.
going off, there's no way
I was
you
like,
can
wow,
say,
that actually looks
it's
kind of cool.
It's the floor, we're on concrete, mate.
That went off.
Yeah. Can you touch this device on the windowsill, please? By the window.
Yeah, it
Who
was
are we
like a different
communicating with?
BR.
Oh, it's gone off again, man. Wow.
I think it's just
The investigator then
battle
asks
royals
if
are not in
supposed
a good place right
entity is a
now if you're not
child.
Fortnite,
Sure
basically.
enough, the light begins to flash once more.
There you go, there's two ways you can communicate with us. If you're a boy, if you're a child, Can you do both of them at the same time, please? Imagine that.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
That'd be good.
Should we do an EVP?
Thank you for showing us, eh?
Oh,
Dead ghost child gender reveal. If you're a child,
I can't believe that.
Make it light up.
Possibly the best evidence is caught later in the video, however, when one of the investigators manages to capture something quite extraordinary on his camera. Take a look.
They've gone too far with the baby gender reveals now.
What the we just caught? What?
I wonder if there is something like that out there.
Look.
Where like a couple that was like really into the paranormal, like did their baby reveal and it was like spooky in some way. Like they used like some EMF reader to like fucking
one who seems to run past the pair
announce
and
it.
then disappear right into a wall.
Look, it comes right close to it.
Yeah, look at her legs.
And behind that.
Where's the thermal imaging thing? You put it away.
Is it then possible that this is the ghost of a child that's somehow associated with the building, perhaps even a plague victim? Chalk this sighting up as one that can be added to the list of ever-growing paranormal entities that are thought to haunt Knowlton Church.
Look, it's like a kid. Runs off. Over there, behind that.
Yeah, the forest fires.
Close to it.
Yeah, look at her legs.
There's been like multiple times that that's
Where's
happened.
the thermal imaging thing? You put it away.
This footage, supposedly captured in Chile, was first uploaded to Instagram
Spirit
by user
box and the
Roger
ultrasound,
Sign. It was
dude,
then
you know
shared
that's
to Reddit
happened.
by user Flimsy Union 1524. The clip shows 4 orb-shaped lights that appear to be
Chile.
hovering over a building.
Es mierda esa wea. Qué chucha.
They remain stationary for a few seconds. The camera holder then seems to indicate the direction from which they first appeared.
That's sick looking. Is that a
However, when you
sunset or
return
a
to the camera's
sunrise?
focus
Looks
to
like a
the lights, they
sunrise.
suddenly begin to ascend into the sky, flying upwards in unison before almost disappearing from view.
There they go. Hey, what's up, Ace?
As usual, the Reddit community put on their detective hats and quickly
Oh,
went
well,
to work
thank
trying
God
to
for Reddit.
identify the objects. Some suggested airplanes, others helicopters, or even drones. However,
We
no one seemed to
believe
be
that
able
it
to
is a
definitively
helicopter
prove
or
just
a
what they
drone.
actually were. So for now, at least, it seems this
Dogecoin.
video will have to remain a genuine UFO sighting. This next video, uploaded
Whoa.
to YouTube by Ricknow TV, is chilling, to say the least.
Is it
In the
a
description,
car?
the YouTuber says that he began to feel as
The
though he was
nuns.
being
What is
followed
this
by an evil
camera?
presence, and
Looks
that
like it's
for
like
about a
from the
month
90s.
prior to capturing this footage, he'd been seeing an increasing number of nuns walking down the street. However, it seemed that
That is a
whenever he
problem in
asked
some
someone if they
places.
too could see them, no one else could.
We've been noticing an
Finally,
increasing
one day,
amount
he
of
decided
nuns
to
in
take out his
town.
camera.
In
This
fact, they've
is the
begun
footage he
replacing
captured.
citizens
Good.
of the town with nuns. The Catholic Church is invaded. Honestly, that would be a sick little story. I just gave that one out for free. Right?
The
The
video appears to have been
archdiocese
filmed
begins
out the back of a
replacing
moving
all
car.
the people in a
On
town
the
with
left-hand
nuns.
side of the road, there are several darkly clad figures
And no one
that certainly
notices
look
until
like
it's too late.
nuns.
That would be a sick movie.
As the footage continues, more and more of them.
What would you
can be
call
seen.
that movie? All nuns? All nunned out? None today?
To add another level of creepiness to this clip, there also appears to be
None
a
of your
strange
business.
transparent figure captured in one of the buildings as he drives
All for
by.
none and none for all. Yeah, real nun hours. Who up? Why are there so many nuns there, though?
It can be
This
hard to
guy's
see
just
at
driving
first,
around
so here
filming
it
the
is,
same
slowed
5
down.
nuns over and over again. It looks like a statue. nun.
So it seems that this footage does indeed prove that this YouTuber was seeing the nuns. But why does he believe no one else could see them? And why were there so many of them walking in one line? And what about that other creepy figure filmed in the building? Love to hear where you land on all this in the comment section down below.
Down below. Seriously, that's why that other... What was that movie that came out a couple years ago? It was kind of in the... what do you call it? The Conjuring universe, the Nun.
In September of 2017,
like wasn't the Nun briefly in one of the other movies, and they gave her her own movie?
Destroyed buildings and left rescue workers to frantically search through the rubble for survivors.
Like, when is a nun ever scary unless you're a fucking child?
School, soldiers and Marines use specialist
in a Catholic school,
including heat sensors and sensitive microphones, to search for life. Then
like you have no
Mexican
power
Navy
over me.
confirmed with the local media that they had found a girl who was still alive. Frida Sofia, as the young girl came to be known, had survived the earthquake by taking shelter underneath a granite table. She'd been
what was that movie called? Straight up, it was just called The Nun.
Able to receive water and oxygen from the rescuers. For 2 days, journalists gathered at the scene as social media users shared messages of support online. Television channels broadcast continuous updates describing the rescuers' efforts as
the
they
nun
inched
opened
closer
her
to
mouth,
the cavity in which
and
the
it got
poor girl
way
was
too
trapped.
big, and she had
The
sharp
whole
teeth
nation
in
was
one
captivated
frame.
by her story of survival, as it seemed to provide hope in a time
That's it.
so full of despair. The only problem was Frida Sofia, the young girl trapped beneath the rubble of her own school, didn't
She got them
actually
big
exist.
teeth.
Suspicion began to surface when no one came forward claiming
You liked
to be
it?
the
It was
parents
good,
of the
alright.
girl. Not long
I've never-
after this,
I just
the school
think that
itself said
the
they didn't have
idea
a
of the
student
nun
registered under that name. And when the
killing
Navy
people is
Assistant
just funny to me.
Secretary Enrico Sarmiento abruptly announced
But
that
I
the
don't
school's children
not
had
enjoy
all been
those
accounted
movies. Like,
for,
I've watched
hope
The
quickly
Conjuring and
turned to
stuff.
anger. It seems
What's the
that
other one that
initial
guy
reports
directed
made by
before that
rescue
with,
workers were either false or misleading. And after the media reported the story as
Oh my
fact,
God,
the
why-
whole
why
nation of
can I never
Mexico
remember the name
began
of that?
rooting for poor little Frida Sofia. The
With
media
the ghost
later
hunters that
attributed
come
the
in,
incident to
it's a serious
possible
movie,
collective
but
psychosis, a shared delusion among many people. Eerily, the incident mirrored one that occurred 32 years prior after the 1985 earthquake in Mexico
Insidious,
City.
thank you. Like, I liked
Frida
Insidious
Sofia,
a lot when they
authorities
came
were
out.
supposedly
Like, I
attempting
can't
to
even
rescue a
pretend
young
that.
child buried in the debris. However, on
I
that
didn't
occasion, it was
enjoy
Louis
all that
Ramon
stuff in some
Monquito,
capacity.
an 8-year-old boy supposedly trapped in a building in the center of the city. Efforts to find the boy were even aided by rescuers from other countries, including the US. However, just like
I like
Frida
the doll
Sofia,
one, too.
Monquito too turned out to not
Pollyanna
exist.
or whatever her name was.
How is it then that on both occasions such similar stories managed to get so out of control? Were they all just hoaxes or misunderstandings? Or is it actually possible that the rescuers really did see or hear something beneath the rubble? Let me know your thoughts on this mysterious story in the comments down below.
Yeah, some of those movies you have to kind of
We take a look at a
suspend
creepy
your
photo that was
disbelief.
sent to us by one of our viewers. Remember to hit that subscribe button, then tickle that little bell icon there and turn on
Just
all
like
channel
enjoy it for what it is a little bit.
notifications. That
I
way
didn't
you'll
see
be in the loop every
Barbarian
time
yet.
we drop our scary
I heard it was pretty good though.
videos. Ever captured a photo that when you look at it reveals
I heard this new M.
someone or
Night movie that just
something
came out is really good
that
too.
chills?
Kind of want to see that.
It seems
Knock
that this
at the
was the
Cabin
case
or
with
whatever
this
it is.
photo sent to us by Tonya Southworth. In it, we see her friend Mandy posing for a pic as some sort of eerie figure looms overhead. The figure is pale and ghost-like and seems to be staring right into the camera.
It looks like Hard Rock Nick.
According to the poster, her friend showed her the photo after returning to work from lunch. She had gone home during the break, and when she returned,
I get my
she had
balls
a strange
licked.
look on her face.
Swallowed,
The poster's friend had
eaten.
supposedly taken the photo because
You guys
she
remember
felt a
Hollywood Nick?
coldness behind her.
Hard Rock Nick,
This wasn't
rather.
the first hint at something paranormal haunting her home either. Prior to capturing this image, she had been experiencing some weird things. These included items being moved around her apartment and even having her hair pulled. So what do you think this mysterious figure could be? Is
He's
it a
the bald
resident
guy with
poltergeist
giant
perhaps?
sideburns.
Or is there another way to explain the photo? Let me know
Danny
your thoughts on this one in the comments
Gonzalez
down
and
below.
Drew Gooden made like a video about him like 5 years ago.
Now, if you can't get enough of the old slapped ham, then don't worry, we've got you covered. Check
We
out
got
that
you
creepy
covered.
video on the top there. Otherwise, we have an enormous paranormal
Phone face beauty filter acting up. Probably. Dude, I hate even like giving that guy any attention, but he's so stupidly stupid and fun to laugh at. Let's do another ham. Look at a dog going to the bathroom, man. Whoa!
How you doing? I'm Callan and this is Slap
Spooky
Ham.
cat.
Today we're looking at some freaky clips that you need to see to believe. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content. Just like this.
Yeah, I own my own hotel. They put me up here in the penthouse. I got a great view.
This clip, which was
Of the
uploaded
Hard
to TikTok
Rock.
by Terra S Nocturnals, shows something that so far no one's been able to quite explain. The camera holder says that she's at work and that something super strange has been captured on their security cameras.
Your friend's face just
Followed
gave you
by
away.
another colleague, they show us an elevator area at the workplace.
Imagínense que hay un estacionamiento.
They explain that
Damn,
this
get
is
fucking
where the
closer to your
strange
face.
sighting took place.
Chequen esto, porfa. Y ahorita les anexo la evidencia.
Now take a look at what the camera's caught.
Does that say Satan down there? Satano? Satano?
An eerie figure walks by the elevators.
Yeah, that's definitely looks like a ghost rat.
Whatever it is, it has a severe hunch and limps with a strange gait. No one at the workplace has been able to identify this figure, and the sighting remains a complete mystery.
This is one of those cases of like your imagination filling in the gaps, I think.
Camila Larez is a prominent Brazilian social media influencer with millions of loyal fans
All right.
across the world. Her regular content tends to be
Whoa.
vlogs and challenges on
Things
YouTube.
are behind her head.
However, she recently posted a dance to TikTok and Instagram, and people are getting freaked out by what's being captured. Take a look.
This is pretty freaky. What?
At first, it's incredibly hard to spot, but after the camera falls over, if we slow it down, you can see what looks like a transparent person in the
Oh
background.
my god.
They have an ethereal quality about them and don't appear as defined or detailed as you'd expect someone to be over that distance. When the clip hit social media,
was
it
that
quickly
song?
went
It was just like,
viral.
bop,
Thousands
bop,
of
bop.
comments poured in trying to
Bop,
make
bop,
sense of
bop.
the eerie figure. Naturally, a lot of people immediately said it was a ghost, while others thought it could be a hoax, saying that a cut in the footage might have happened when the camera falls over, allowing them to stage the figure in the background. Given that Larez is an influencer, it's possible
doctor?
this could be a stunt for views. But what do you think? Is this a ghost caught on
I
camera?
think you're in
or
on
just
it,
a plain
Slapjam.
old hoax? Let me know down below.
You're just another spoke in the wheel.
At the northernmost tip of the Blue Ridge mountain range in Maryland, USA, there's tales of an old wizard that once
The
lived in a
Wizard
rural
of
area
South
known as South
Mountain.
Mountain.
It sounds like a shitty, like,
fevers, dog bites, and even
not
sealing up
off-
gunshot wounds with
Off-brand
magic.
Disney movie.
Born in 1798, Michael
The
Ziddle
Wizard
Jr.,
of
or the
South
Wizard of
Mountain.
South Mountain, as he later became known, was one of 7 children born to a
I know
German
a spell
father
or
and
two.
American mother. The remote Boonesboro area of Maryland was at the time already steeped in the occult.
You
and
should have seen
traditions
me
of
back
magic
in
and
high
ritual.
school.
Supernatural phenomena were said to be a common occurrence in the area. Local villagers shared tales of floating balls of light illuminating the forests at night, and the infamous Great Black Dog, an enormous cryptid with a
yeah,
large
that guy.
red mouth filled with razor-sharp fangs. Given the region's appetite for the paranormal, it's no surprise that Michael Ziddle Jr. quickly became known as a healer and conjurer of
Skeleton
magic.
hands? What's going on in this picture?
19th century author and innkeeper Madeline Vinton Dahlgren says that she was able to translate from German one of Ziddle's black handwritten spell books. The initial spells in the book were said to describe ways in which locals could induce a thief to return stolen items.
Back
The
like
following incantation
in
is
the
for
binge
someone who lost
drinking
their
college
horse to
days
a
or whatever,
thief.
if you want to call it
Take
that.
the pitchfork and stick it where the horse stood.
When I played beer
Call
pong,
the
people
horse
would
by
call me the
name and
wizard because of
say,
the way I threw the
trample
ball.
thee,
It'd
I
be
stick
like,
thee,
looked like I was
bite
like casting
thee.
a spell.
Thou shalt
Yes.
come back, and thou shalt turn the thief's
So I was Jeff
hand
the Wizard
quickly,
for a little while
even
in
as the
some
wind or the
circles
fish that
to
swim in the
this day.
water or the birds that fly in the woods.
To
or
this
else
day,
thou
they
shalt
still
lie
call me the
under
wizard in
sod.
some
Go
parts.
quickly and be swift. Demand for Ziddle's abilities grew to an unmanageable level. Villagers from far and away
I
were
just made
queuing
that
up
up.
to be healed or cured from various afflictions. According to historians, Ziddle never asked for money or compensation for work. However, when demand became overwhelming, he decided to pen a book and sell it in an effort to help more people. The book was called A Friend in Need, or Secret Science. After the book
That's a good
hit
idea.
shelves, it said that Ziddle's abilities disappeared. Many believe it's because he tried to commercialize his gift that the magic dried up. Following the alleged loss of his abilities, Ziddle fell into depression and great poverty. He died in 1877.
Is there like footage to go
Decades
along with this?
later, in 1975, one of Ziddle's books were found among a pile of dust and debris. Miss
just
Pauline
like a
Ralston,
legend.
who lived under the old inn once owned by Madeline
The
Vincent
legend of the
Dahlgren, discovered
Wizard
the
of
old
South
tome of
Mountain.
Magic. Then, several years later, the original German manuscript was also discovered. Both volumes are now kept safely in the Boonesborough Museum of History. So what do you think of the Wizard of South Mountain? Have you ever heard of the story? Perhaps
Nope.
you've lost your horse and are in need of some bygone incantations. Let me know where you land on all this in the comments down below.
You guys ever hear of that wizard?
The following photo seems to show something that no one can quite
Are they
explain.
gonna- Is he gonna say this is a like goblin? It's just like his grandma in the background. I swear to God, if that's what it is.
TikTok user Alinda says that they discovered this photo of their
No.
younger brother opening presents on what we can presume is his birthday. However, the family was disturbed by the presence of a person
Yeah, we don't know
in
who
the
that is.
background. No one in the family can recognize the lady and have no idea why she would be in the photo, let alone at a family gathering. The aunts of the family told the OP's mother that she should burn the photograph immediately.
It's a fucking picture of a kid burning.
The photo is an old printout from film, so we can assume no Photoshop trickery is happening here, and the lady doesn't look like the result of double exposure either.
She just
Given that
really hated
family
the picture
can't
of her. She was
identify
like,
the woman,
no.
Nor can they fathom why she'd
That's
even be
not
in their
me.
house. One has to wonder what's really being captured here.
And everyone was like, oh, it's a ghost. And it got really out of hand. And now Slapped Ham is reporting on it.
This next clip, uploaded to TikTok by Inversions S. Meccano, seems to show something strange happening to a dog, and many viewers are calling it paranormal. Watch. Watching that again, it looks like something grabs the dog by the leg.
It just looks like the dog is like going to the bathroom.
Some have
He,
said
like,
a
slipped.
ghost snatched at the poor pooch, but is this really what's going on here? Some commenters suggested perhaps the dog stood on something
No.
sharp, like a prickle.
Yeah, he's trying to
Others
get away
said
from
it
the
almost
fucking
looks like the
circle.
dog is stretching out a cramp. So what do you
Stop,
think?
you're
Prickle,
suffocating
cramp,
him.
or ghost? Let your votes rip in the comments down below. Before we take a look at some eerie home security footage, remember to hit that subscribe button, then tickle that little bell icon there and turn on all channel notifications. That way you'll be in the loop every time we drop our scary and creepy content.
I want him to say we'll keep you in the loop
Sticking
every
with
time we
strange things
drop
happening to
some
animals,
scary
our
poop.
last clip of the day shows something truly
He has
odd.
to say that at some
The
point.
clip was uploaded to TikTok by Les Mikus. Take a look.
It just looks like he's like in distress. Scary cat, scared.
The footage comes from the OP's home security camera placed inside their bedroom. As you can see, the cat gets lifted up into the air, as if by some unseen presence.
Where'd he go?
The description, which is in Spanish, says that the OP believes their cat protects them from ghosts. Cats have long been associated with supernatural and paranormal phenomena. For centuries, cats have been seen as mysterious creatures that can detect unseen energies, such as ghosts and spirits. From ancient Egypt to the present day, cats have been credited with extraordinary
cat's got an
powers of
earring.
intuition and protection from evil forces. Many cultures around the world view cats as protectors against supernatural events, including witches, ghosts, and other spooky creatures. Some people believe that cats can even predict when a ghost or spirit is in the area. In some cases, people report their cats staring at something that isn't there.
Dude, I got cats like staring at walls and shit like that. Like seriously, like there's nothing else that could possibly be there. They're just like staring at the wall inches away. Like they're not looking at anything. They're just like fucking brain dead. I don't know how else to describe what's happening sometimes.
So what do you think?
I don't think that they're seeing anything in like another dimension.
Is there a more simple explanation to this footage? Let me know down below.
Now, if you want more mysterious video clips like the ones you've just watched, then check out these links right there.
Like the ones you just watched.
Also, a reminder, we've got an awesome range of hoodies and tees. If you want to check it all out, hit up that merch shelf just below the player there. Otherwise, there's links in the description box below. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time.
And that's it for me. All right. What else do we want to watch tonight? What else? Oh, there's a new Oddheader video I haven't seen. I like Oddheader.
Sometimes you see something in a video game that makes you, huh? How did this get here? This is why today we're looking at the 7 most mysterious unsolved objects in video games, Part 2. Brought to you by Ninja Must Die, a new side-scroller and mobile RPG that integrates action combat in ways never before in a platform runner. An Xbox Series X. Auto Online was released in 2013 as the online component to Grand Theft Auto 5, and re-released in 2022 for PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and S. Chris was playing on the Cayo Perico map, which was released as part of the Cayo Perico heist update, when he found what appeared to be a small sack doll face sitting on a random rock. Chris used the Codewalker development tool and was able to confirm that this is the only place in the game that this object appears, and also appears to be called Josky in the files. Josky? Fortunately, I was able to find Josky in the Urban Dictionary, which says a Josky is an itch between
like
your nutsack and inner thigh. And now I just have more questions. Hold on. I got an itch. Demon Souls. 2020's Demon Souls was a PlayStation 5 launch title and remake of the original 2009 game by From Software. The developer of the remake, Blue Point Games, stayed mostly true to the original Demon Souls, though they upgraded a few features and added some new items to the game, including what seems to be an item that players searched everywhere for in the original game despite the fact it's actually gold. The Ring of the Chieftain began as a troll in 2014 by Player P, who said in a stream that you could buy the item from the character Yurt if you kept him alive during the entire game. The joke being that Yurt actually runs amok, killing many important NPCs in the game if he's kept alive after the player frees him. So the best option is really just to kill him as soon as possible. The hoax later gained steam when Peeve shared a joke mock-up of the Ring of the Chieftain on Twitter, with many believing it was real, tricking them into ruining their game in pursuit of an item that will never actually be found. Or will it? As apparently it's been found in the data of the new Blue Point remake of the game. The Chieftain Ring can apparently be found in the files, as confirmed here by hacker Lance McDonald, with a 3D render recently being found thanks to a new PlayStation 5 jailbreak. As of now, we only have the assets related to the Chieftain's Ring in the files, but we have no idea if that means if it was removed from the game or if it's still in the game hiding somewhere waiting to be found. I'd like to believe it's an unsolved Easter egg, though I'm also hopeful we don't find out it was a throwaway joke we weren't supposed to see before we've wasted hundreds of hours searching every corner of the game looking for it. Until then, it looks like Yurt's going to be killing a lot more NPCs. The Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners. Thanks to Untidy Hexagon for submitting this mystery on the Oddheader Reddit. 2020's The Walking Dead, Saints and Sinners is regarded as one of the most immersive VR titles available now. A survival horror game based on the popular zombie TV series, where players have free range to explore the ruins of New Orleans, scavenge for resources, and kill zombies, aka walkers, to survive. Which is why it was even more unsettling when Untidy Hexagon encounters something that didn't appear was ever meant to be found while playing the game on their PlayStation VR. When Untidy found a bizarre, unkillable thing that kept following them around and repeatedly attacking them, which wasn't a walker but
What the f?
Like less than 100
Whatever
hours.
it is, it continued to attack and chase Untidy, with none of Untidy's blows landing or having any sort of way to inflict damage on its health. That is, if it's at all possible for an Enigma to have health or take any sort of damage. What a nightmare. I can only imagine the dread Untidy must have felt with this thing following them, because just watching this footage alone is giving me the creeps. That's weird. Did just jump backwards. The strange enemy continued stalking Untidy until it finally killed him. And that wasn't even the last time they would see it. As Untidy reported, they had the same experience again on the same map, but the second time the object was smaller and moved even faster. As much as I'm a fan of VR and was really looking forward to playing Walking Dead Saints and Sinners, I'm not even touching this one until I get confirmation they patched that little Roomba out of the game. World of Warcraft. Thanks to Ani Roo for submitting this long-standing World of Warcraft mystery to me on the Oddheader Twitter. In the Isle, the Watchers area of the game, can be found 9 owl statues on the island that have confused the community since they were first introduced in patch 703 in July of 2016. Interacting with each of the statues will either grant the player one of 4 buffs while emitting a different colored aura, or give a message saying you cannot do that yet. Players who've dedicated years to researching this mystery believe that interacting with the statues in a certain order will unlock the next step to the puzzle. The only problem is there's over 360,000 different sequences in which you can interact with all of the statues, which kind of seems like a lot. And there's not really a way to do that quickly, so countless other seemingly related clues to the mystery have been found since. But the rabbit hole of seemingly endless theories is so long it could really be an entire video in itself. Then in 2018, players received a clue when a voice line for the character Might Ev was added to Heroes of the Storm, a different game also made by World of Warcraft's developer Blizzard Entertainment.
Why yes, I do know the secret behind the owl statues on the Isle of the Watchers. All wardens do. We just won't share it with you.
Which honestly doesn't tell us jack shit about the owl statues, and could just be a push to get more players to try and solve the mystery. As World of Warcraft's associate game director seemed disappointed when he said in an October 2016 tweet that players still haven't found all the secrets in 7.0 when 7.1 was due out soon. Wait a second, do you expect this to be solved in less than 6 months? Try more like 6 years and counting. Not even close, considering we haven't even solved the first step of potentially larger mystery. At this point, I'm not sure if it's going to get solved ever. Disney's 102 Dalmatians, puppies to the rescue. Thanks to Dusty for submitting this discovery to me through the Oddheader Twitter. Follow me on there for more mystery updates. 2000's Puppies to the Rescue is a tie-in to the live-action Disney movie 102 Dalmatians, which came out the same year. The game is a pretty simple, kid-friendly platformer that follows 2 Dalmatian puppies, one of them voiced by Frankie Muniz in one of his first acting gigs, as they stop Cruella de Vil from capturing pets and freezing them into hyper-realistic toy figurines. Freezing dogs into toys, however, isn't the only strange thing in this game. As in the 3rd level, if you were to run up to this phone booth and answer it, at complete random you'd hear this. That doesn't sound like an alien from The Simpsons. Dusty's been asking around the internet for months to figure out what this could mean and hasn't found anything. Though some could argue you're hearing this spooky gibberish because we're playing as a dog. The human characters speak normal English throughout the rest of the game. Of all the odd heads watching over the globe, does anyone have any idea what the f this dude is saying? Wolfenstein. The New Order. Thanks to N8 for submitting this mystery on oddheader.com. Wolfenstein: The New Order is the 7th installment in the long-running first-person shooter franchise, where players fight against the Third Reich in an alternate timeline where they weren't defeated in World War II. N8 was playing the intro segment in the game when protagonist William Blazkowicz awakens in the middle of an air raid with his comrade Fergus, where he somehow manages to survive 2 head-on plane collisions. At one point in the sequence, Blazkowicz and Fergus prepare to jump from their aircraft to another, and Fergus asks you to hold the cockpit door open to prepare for the jump. However, when N8 was playing, he decided not to open the cockpit door as he was still exploring, and Fergus continued to command him to open the door. N8 went over to Fergus where he kept asking what he was doing, when suddenly a crowbar appeared next to Fergus and swung at the screen, and even had something to say. It's a little hard to discern, but it appears to be a developer or someone other than Fergus calling the player a dick. And Ig rebooted the mission and decided not to listen to anything Fergus had to say again. And sure enough, the magic floating talking crowbar again called him a dick. Why this happens is not exactly clear, but my best theory would be that it's likely a removed or unfinished Easter egg where possibly Fergus would have swung at you for your refusal to cooperate, and the developers possibly either forgot or removed the animations for Fergus in the unusual voice recording. Either that or it's intentional, and probably the strangest way a developer ever decided to let somebody know how they really felt about their inability to follow directions. Hell Knight. aka Evil Knight. Thanks to Vidyabum for submitting this mystery on OnHeader.com. Evil Knight is a 1998 arcade game by Konami that features cops battling waves of zombies in an old mansion, not unlike Sega's more popular House of the Dead series. Aside from being one of the rarest arcade games to find due to low sales and failing hardware, Evil Knight is also notorious for its corny voice acting.
And we control this enormous adverse tide of entropy.
But we've got to look for Liv.
Not only that, but it's also remembered among its die-hard base for a mystery surrounding the supposed perfect ending in the game. As in the game, there's several good, normal, and bad endings, as well as a sticker on the arcade cabinet that says use your skills to achieve the perfect ending. Too bad after 24 years, no one has ever figured out what the perfect ending is or how to actually unlock it. Although one mysterious key in the game may just be, well, the key. In the game, there's a seemingly unused key that no one's sure what the purpose is. While there are several padlocks and locked doors throughout the game, they're opened by being blasted instead of using a key. In addition, there's also an unused red book in the player's inventory that also seems to serve no purpose, as well as 2 unused music tracks on the game's soundtrack that some theorize might be part of the secret ending. Either the unused book and key could unlock the unfound perfect ending, or maybe they're just leftover assets from an ending that was cut by the developer. But considering an unfound perfect ending could mean more never before heard dialogue for us to make fun of. We could be sitting on a gold mine of bad voice acting that's been waiting to be laughed at for over 20 years. We gotta find that ending quick.
I feel What is this guy doing? Oh no!
What is this guy doing?
Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag is the 6th major installment in Ubisoft's popular action-adventure series. Released in 2013, the historical parts of the game take place during the golden age of piracy, in which protagonist Edward Kenway meets several real-life pirates including Blackbeard, Mary Read, and Anne Bonny. More fearsome than any of these pirates is a mysterious object that haunts the final cutscene of the game. In the scene, Anne Bonny sings a traditional song, The Parting Glass, to all the characters who remain before they go their separate ways. It's a very sentimental moment among the friends where all the characters are emotional. Though they should probably be a little more concerned about this fucking chair that straight up flies past in the background. Why this chair decided to up its ass out of this otherwise powerful scene certainly leaves a lot of questions. Was a ghostly entity present at the scene without a reservation, needing an extra seat for a table nearby? Or was this chair never supposed to be in the scene at all as a result of some sort of poor development error behind the scenes that completely ruined the seriousness of the scene? I'll let you be the judge of that one. Moirai. Thanks to Swanzilla for spinning this mystery on my Discord server. Moirai was one of the most disturbing and experimental games ever made, which was made available on PC until its designer pulled it offline in 2017 due to attacks on its database. The game opened with the player on a farm in a small town, when a lumberjack runs up to them saying he and his brother heard moans coming from the cave, and his brother went to investigate and disappeared. He asked the player character to go find out what happened, and on the way down, a second lumberjack hands you a knife saying, who knows if you might need it. I don't like where this is going. Going down the middle of the 3 paths revealed a farmer covered in blood. I like this game. At which point you can ask him questions about the blood, why he has a knife, and the moans. Except the twist is that their answers are actually supplied by the last player who played the game, which made for some pretty wild answers. And once you heard the answers, you had the choice to either kill or spare the farmer. And then afterwards see the source of the moans. A dying woman who begs you to mercy kill her before the game gives you the option to do so. After leaving the woman, you're now the farmer covered in blood who has to answer the questions. And because the internet is full of trolls, got about as interesting and strange as the internet tends to get. However, the mysteries of Moirai don't end with whatever drives someone to write something like this. As if you went down one of the other paths before encountering the farmer, you could find a hole that's described as having an unreachable shiny object inside. Unfortunately, it remains unsolved what the shiny unreachable object is. And unfortunately, that's probably how it will always remain, considering the game's been offline since 2017. Some players suspect it could have been a key to the barn outside the cave that remained blocked throughout the game. But all things considered, maybe it's a good thing.
Yeah, Justin Wang actually talked about this one in that video.
Hitman 2. Thanks to Marcus for submitting this mystery on the Oddheader Discord. Hitman 2 is the 7th main installment in the popular stealth series released in 2018. At one point in the game, Agent 47 is sent to the Whittleton Creek suburb to eliminate a former Cold War spy master who resides in the neighborhood. Along the way, the player can come across random resident Helen West, whose passion is to make muffins for the neighborhood. Though it can be revealed through certain actions, she also has a passion for poisoning. And it can be revealed she actually killed her neighbor Frank Schmidt. Strangely, although Helen's motive for killing Schmidt Schmidt is never clear. Players manage to find something else residing in Schmidt's house
Hitman's coming up a lot lately,
revealed in the game. As in the basement of his house, you can find a strange vault with a laser security system that doesn't seem to do anything when disarmed. However, the map shows there is a room behind it that players had no idea how to access for some time, until they finally figured out at complete random that you had to open the garage door, ring the doorbell 3 times, and then come back to the vault and the room would suddenly be open. Well, that was obvious. Inside the room, they found a giant humanoid bird statue, and by the look of things, no one's been in here for a while. Near the statue is an axe that the player can take with them and use on enemies, but doesn't seem to be anything particularly special, other than some locked boxes that the player can't interact with. There's nothing else in this room, nor is there any explanation why this bird gargoyle is guarding this unnecessarily highly secured room. It's still unclear what the meaning of this creepy bird statue is and if in any way relates to why Helen decided to kill Frank. Unfortunately, the answer probably solely resides inside of Schmidt's brain, which seems to mean we're Schmidt out of luck, as according to Helen's recipe, Schmidt's brains appears to be her new favorite ingredient. And thanks again to Ninja Must Die for sponsoring this video. The game features a unique art style with gorgeous ninjutsu moves with lots of really cool weapons and characters, such as Kuro, who dreams of becoming a great ninja, Raiden, who wants to lift the curse of her clan.
I had to go check them out. There's a link to that. Speaking of Assassin Rappers Creed, let's check out what's going on with Assassin Rapper. See what he's up to. Nothing new. Nothing new. I think we watched this one. We'll watch it again though. The insane influencer.
Darren was looking forward to his live stream. He was driving home from an interview with a publishing company about a publishing deal he had just signed. He was really looking forward to write his first book and was so thankful he was given the chance to be able to write one. He knew that his fans were very loyal to him, so he was glad he had something to share with them. He viewed his fans as his friends. When he got home, he got everything ready for the live stream and started talking about how his meeting went and how he's looking forward so much to get his first book published. He said, "Hey everyone, thanks so much for your support. And I have something really important and special to share with you. I am just back from a meeting tonight with this awesome publishing company, and I will be publishing my first book very soon." Suddenly, Darren heard a noise outside. He said to himself and his viewers, "What was that?" Then he went over to his window and looked out. He could see 3 police cars outside across his street. He took another look, then went back and told his fans what was happening. He thought maybe his neighbors had a fight, but he hoped whatever it was, everyone would be okay. He continued the stream until a few minutes later his door burst open. A man held a gun straight to his head, and there was a shot. The shot hit the man in the leg, and the police arrested him. It turned out to be a jealous fan who envied the success of Darren, who would have loved his success being an influencer. Darren made a video the next day and named it The Insane Influencer. Thanks for watching The Assassin Rapper, and if you want to stay up to date on new content, then please subscribe and be sure to hit.
There's nothing else new though. I think we already saw that earlier this week. Oh, here we go.
It was a dark and rainy night last summer.
Wait, hold on. Here we go.
I'm from the Philippines. This happened when I was 10 years old. Our class usually ends around 4 in the afternoon, but I return home usually either 4:30 or 5 p.m. When I got home, I got a glass of water, changed my clothes, and went outside to play with my friends. We usually play hide and seek,
with my friends.
but as soon as we get tired, we just lay on the grass and talk about what animal we hate the most. One of my friends said, "I hate lizards." The other two responded, "I hate cockroaches."
Did you guys ever just get together with your friends and talk about what
Then
animals
one
you
of
hate
my
the
friends
most?
turned to me and asked what animal I hate the most. I replied, "Frogs." He said, "Why?"
Well, why do you have a frog shirt then?
I replied, "I just hate frogs." He said, "Okay." Then one of my friends started imitating the frogs, and we just laughed at him. Then one of my friend's mom called to get him home to eat dinner, since it was already late at night. So the four of us said goodbye to each other. Our house is not that far from where we were
Fuck
playing.
those frogs.
It probably took
Wait,
200
no.
steps to get to our house. So when I got home, I heard a croak sound near my bedroom window, and I knew there was a frog, but I just ignored it. I went in the house and went to the bathroom to take a bath. After that, I ate my dinner as well.
Looks like a hot
I asked
dog.
my dad, "Where's Mom?" My dad replied, "She'll be late." I said, "Okay." Then my dad and I continued with our dinner. Then after eating, I brushed
the
my
frogs
teeth
didn't
and I
get her.
went to my room to sleep.
Giant
Again,
dad.
I heard a croak sound near my window, and again, I just ignored it.
Massive
Just to let you know,
father.
the windows in my room are not covered with curtains, so I can clearly see the outside of our house.
Damn.
I
It's a
glanced at the
giant
clock
fucking
and it was
window.
already 1 a.m., and I thought, "Oh, Mama's already home." My only source of light was from the moon. I turned myself to face the window, and then my heart stopped, and I couldn't even move. I saw a human frog at my window staring at me.
Big frog,
But I
man.
just pretended I didn't see it. I just watched that human frog with my single eye open, and that human frog was just standing there. After a minute, it started jumping, and I didn't know what to do. He jumped for 5 minutes like it was
He's, like, pretty
waving at me.
acrobatic,
After that, it
honestly.
stopped jumping and then walked away. And I fell
He's got the
asleep around
dexterity
2
of a
a.m.
much smaller
because
frog.
I was bothered by that human frog that I had seen with my own eyes. In the morning, I went to the place where I saw that human frog jumping, and surprisingly, there was a very
How did
deep
it?
hole.
What? Just made a giant hole.
I got accepted to a college out of the country, so I had a long flight that day. When I finally got there, the college administration gave me the keys to my apartment.
I got accepted to a new college, so I had a really long flight that day. Just bounced. I got accepted. I'm bouncing. See ya. Fucking out of here. All right. Let's watch something else. Let's watch something else. Yeah, we got accepted to college, so I'm out of here. It's been funny the past few weeks seeing every commentary YouTuber I follow put out a MILF Manor video. I think I've seen 8 fucking videos about MILF Manor now. I love MILF Manor. All I think about, no, not really. It's actually disgusting. You know what I'm talking about. This guy knows. Yeah, let's watch some Dr. Bob. We haven't watched Dr. Bob in a while. What's up, Hal and Terry? Which MILF are you rooting for?
It's a quiet morning in Lego City until the robbery begins.
Well, they got Sarah J.
Clients
on
of
there,
Lego
so-
City's First National Lego Bank barely notice at first as men in dark suits with plastic black masks covering their faces slink into the room from every conceivable entrance and exit. When these same 10 sinister Lego strangers all pull out
Yeah, Joe
guns,
Kappa's
everyone
awesome.
pays close attention. "This is a robbery," their leader
Hasn't he been
says
on
while
Adult
firing
Swim
his
for a
gun
while?
into the air. We don't want any heroes. If you try to disrupt our operation, we'll blow you into bricks. The patrons hit the ground, cowering for dear life, as 5 of the masked robbers approached the tellers with open bags, and the other 5 worked crowd control, pointing their weapons at the cowering civilians. These men are hardened Lego criminals. If something goes south, they won't hesitate to start blasting. Empty your vaults, lady, the leader says to one of the tellers. We ain't messing around. We'll ice everyone in here. But the teller doesn't follow his orders. Instead, she reaches under her desk and presses a tiny red button hidden from sight. Suddenly, the room erupts in red flashes and alarms as the bank security system activates. Robbers and hostages alike feel themselves beginning to panic. But the leader, he stays cool and still. Less than 10 seconds pass before the alarm stops. You can hear a pin drop in the room. Locks deactivate and shutters roll back up. The teller is confused and horrified. What happened? Little does she know, in a van parked outside, an 11th member of the Lego robbery team is working on a sophisticated computer setup. He's hacked into the bank security system, and he's been able to both shut down the alarm system and intercept the message that goes out to the local police precinct. The plan is unfolding perfectly. Nice try, the leader says, and shoots the Lego teller dead.
Oh my God!
Everyone in the room, including the other Lego robbers, gasp. Nobody is prepared for things to get this ugly this quickly. Anyone feel like helping me out here? The leader says. Or am I going to need to start wasting more tellers? The surviving tellers read the message loud and clear. They open up the vaults and begin wheeling out stacks of Lego cash, which the robbers begin stuffing into containers and duffel bags. In total, they steal over 2 million Lego dollars. Each member of the team is going to get a hefty payout. With the mission completed, there's no sense in hanging around. They need to hop into their Lego getaway cars and be out of there before the Lego cops show up. But by the time they're leaving the bank, it's already too late. Lego cop cars are tearing down the street towards their parked getaway vehicles. It doesn't make sense. Their operation was perfectly planned, military in its precision. The whole thing had been over in less than 3 minutes. How are the cops on them already? But none of them have time to think. The cop cars screech to a halt, and armed officers start climbing out, training their guns on the gobsmacked team of Lego robbers standing in front of the bank.
Freeze! Put down the weapons in the bags, or we'll be forced to take action.
A Lego cop screams over a Lego megaphone. The only reply they get is gunfire. The leader levels his Lego gun and starts blasting, taking out 2 cops and forcing the rest to scramble for cover behind their vehicles.
Ruthless.
Taking advantage of the moment of opportunity, the robbers scatter like cockroaches under a newly lifted rock. Most make it to their cars, but in the confusion, the Lego police are able to return fire. One of the robbers, the tallest but slowest of the hardened criminal team, goes down in a hail of bullets. Another one of the robbers, who'd been his friend, screams in rage and turns his gun on the police, firing like a madman, not even caring if he hits his target. A conveniently placed police sniper in the building across from them wings him with an expert shoulder shot that drops him to the ground, alive but too injured to escape. He's nothing but dead weight now. The remaining 8 robbers pile into 3 Lego getaway vehicles, 2 classic cars manned by getaway drivers, and the van where the team's elite Lego hacker had been doing his high-tech work. Now, their job is a lot more simple.
You guys
get out of here without getting caught or killed. Immediately, the chase spills out onto the streets. They'd planned for this possibility. After completing the job, they'd each head to 3 different pre-designated safe zones, so if one was followed, they wouldn't implicate the others. The plan is complicated by seemingly having every single one of the city's cops on their tail now. Contact between the 3 vehicles immediately breaks down. The leader of the robbers is in the fastest of the getaway cars, with 3 others, the driver, the rookie, and the old-timer. Behind them, scores of Lego police cars surge through the streets. Armed officers hang out of the passenger doors, opening fire on their escape vehicle, hoping to hit them or at least pop the tires. "You want to play rough, huh?" the leader says to his panicking fellow criminals. "We'll show them how to play rough." The leader and the old-timer grab a pair of Lego submachine guns that are lying across the floor of the car. They lock and load before leaning out of the car windows to return fire.
They've never reloaded
if they're
these
going
things.
to go down today, it's going to be in a blaze of glory, not bruised and humiliated in a holding cell. "You'll never take us alive, coppers!" the old-timer barks as he and the leader open fire on their pursuers. It's a parabolic hellstorm, skittering bullets across the hoods of the police cars behind them. The windshields of even Lego police cars are reinforced to take this kind of punishment, but not for long. Soon enough, the surge of cars is buckling under the weight of fire from the leader and the old-timer. Cars are crashing into each other and piling up as the criminals take off. What should have been a simple robbery is quickly spiraling into a nightmare for all involved. The death toll is already in the double digits, and the chase goes on, with frequent gunfire exchanged between the Lego robbers and their Lego boys in blue pursuers. Above all this, above the chase, above the gunfire, above the robbery, two almost godlike giants stare down on the whole chaotic display. These godlike giants are, in fact, a pair of young boys, aged 8 and 9. Less than an hour ago, these boys were just bored kids who'd run out of games to play on their Xbox. They had decided to go a little retro and switch up the Minecraft for a classic box of Lego. One of the two young boys remarked, "I think my dad has a big red box of Lego in his office. He probably won't mind if we use it." Of course, what the boy didn't know was that his father wasn't, contrary to his own belief, an accountant who worked in the city. He was actually a mid-level researcher working with the SCP Foundation, and quite the workaholic at that. He had a tendency to bring his work home with him, metaphorically, and in the case of some safe-class SCPs, when given the proper clearances, literally. One such SCP was SCP-387, the Living Lego, a toy that genuinely has a mind of its own. While completely inert and seemingly normal inside their red box, when removed and even partially constructed, the Lego comes to life and begins playing out its roles, from planes to tanks to hospitals to war zones. And these Lego creations are extremely committed to their parts. After finding the box, the young boys did what all children do when they happen upon a box full of Lego.
I thought it was Tim
they
and
started
Eric
building,
at first when they showed
and thanks
their
to their
silhouettes.
vast juvenile imaginations,
Lego,
it didn't
Tim
take
and
long
Eric.
for them to construct an impressive Lego city in the living room. But a standard city full of Lego running smoothly is no fun. The boys needed to introduce a little extra excitement to the proceedings, like, say, a team of bank robbers. The one thing the two young boys don't expect is for the bank robbers, when introduced to the city, to start independently planning and executing a heist on the city's biggest bank. Still, there are worse ways to kill a rainy Sunday. Back on the ground of the Lego City, the other getaway vehicles are running into trouble. The other car had initially managed to pull ahead from the police, but while trying to cross a bridge, it runs into an unexpected roadblock. Literally, the Lego police have built a roadblock on the other side of the bridge, and now it's too late to reverse.
Open fire!
An enraged Lego police captain yells to his assembled squadron behind the barricades, and they raise the guns, and do so. Lego bullets pepper the getaway car. They can't drive through the barricade. All they can do is make a sharp left turn and hope to avoid the onslaught. Instead, they smash through the Lego barricade and tumble off the bridge.
Damn.
The car sails into the freezing Lego River, where the sudden cold paralyzes the robbers and the getaway
Lego
driver
River.
inside. They go into shock and drown moments later. Across the Lego City, the van containing the hacker, the getaway driver, and another robber had somehow blended in with the traffic and has managed to escape the relentless police chase. Everyone inside the van breathes a sigh of relief, knowing they've already done better than most of their fellow criminals tonight. If they manage to make it through, there'll be much to celebrate. For them, the next stage of the mission is clear. They need to make their way to a warehouse in the industrial district, their designated drop-off area, where they could hide their stolen money and disappear like leaves in the wind. They've already been through the hard parts, the planning, the robbery itself, the shootout, and car chase with the police. They're out of the woods now. Or so they thought. When they arrive at the warehouse and drive inside, parking their van, they immediately realize that something is off. But by now, it's too late to do anything about it. They suddenly hear footsteps and the screech of tires as heavy police tactical vehicles squeal into the warehouse all around them, boxing them in. Lego SWAT team operatives climb out of each vehicle and train their weapons on the trapped van. One of them yells, "We have you surrounded! There's no way out! Drop your weapons and surrender if you want to walk out of here alive!" And so, with no other options, this is exactly what they do. When they exit the vehicle with their hands behind their heads, the Lego SWAT team tackles them and claps cuffs around their wrists. They'll likely be spending the rest of their lives in jail for this fiasco, but at least they get to live. Across the city, only 4 members of the robbery team remain alive and free. The leader, the old-timer, the rookie, and the remaining getaway driver, all of whom narrowly managed to escape the extensive police detail following them. It had been a mix of skill and blind luck. The leader knows that one thing about this whole situation has nothing to do with luck. With all the planning they'd been doing and the disabling of the bank's security system, how had the police been on them so fast? There's only one logical answer. They'd been set up.
Of course.
One member of the team was secretly working with the Lego City police, and they'd sold the rest of them down the river. The leader doesn't know who specifically ruined this entire operation like that, but
We've
he
been
intends
Lego
to find
betrayed.
out. And when he does, he's going to make them pay dearly for their betrayal. But for now, he stays quiet. He doesn't want to show all his cards before they made their way to the safe house, if it was even safe anymore. Still, they'll deal with that problem when they get to it. After a tense 10 minutes of silent driving, they reach the planned rendezvous point, another warehouse in the city docks, built against the section of blue carpet that the young boys who made this world intended to represent the ocean.
Fuck my Lego
Here, they'd
wife.
wait for a speedboat chartered by their employers to pick them up and their ill-gotten gains, if they survive that long. The getaway driver parks the car out of view in the
You're
abandoned
going to Lego
oceanside
jail for
warehouse,
life,
and the
you
criminals
son of a
inside
bitch.
pile out, breathing carefully and stretching their little Lego legs. There's tension in the air, and of course, it's the leader who breaks the silence. "Someone here hasn't been entirely honest with us," he says, taking out his Lego handgun. "There's no way the cops could get on us that quickly if they hadn't been given some kind of tip." Another grim silence falls over the room. The old-timer, the rookie, and the getaway
He's
driver
gonna kill
share a
all of them to
suspicious
get the money.
glance. Who among them could be the imposter?
was
The
me
daring
all
escape they'd
along.
managed to perform no longer gives them comfort.
It was me,
The millions
Austin.
of dollars in the trunk of their little Lego car may still be forfeit if one of the people in this warehouse is a police informant. The silence is
I
once
didn't even
again
hear him
broken
say
by the
sus.
leader, who raises his weapon and shoots the getaway driver dead. The rookie
Yeah,
and the
the
old-timer
game.
are
Yeah,
horrified
these
by the
Lego games
seemingly
are
callous
insane.
and random display of violence. "What's wrong with you?" the old-timer barks. The rookie chimes in with, "What made you think he was the mole?" The leader just laughs, his weapon still raised, its barrel
I'm
drifting
the
back and
mole,
forth
you
between the
dumb
old-timer and the
shit.
rookie. His indifference to violence frightens them. He seems unpredictable and dangerous. "No reason," the leader says. "He'd already done his job. We don't need a getaway driver anymore. And getting rid of him narrows down my options. Which one of you squealed on us?" The rookie pulls out his own gun and aims it at the leader. The old-timer follows suit, not wanting to be left out. They now have a full-on Mexican standoff on their hands. Only the leader seems unfazed. The rookie says, "If what you say about there being a squealer is true, how'd you know it'd be one of us, not someone from the other teams?" The leader shrugs. "I can't know for sure, but I'm not going to take any chances." He levels the gun at the rookie and prepares to fire, when suddenly a nearby window shatters. It's the police. Their little internal dispute would have to wait if they wanted to keep a single Lego cent of the money they'd stolen. Heavily armed Lego police officers
Lego
bust open the door
cent,
with a battering
you
ram,
son of a
while
bitch.
others climb through the windows. It's another classic ambush. The leader and the old-timer turn their guns towards the invading Lego cops and start firing wildly, shooting some and scaring away others as they run towards the car. They can't escape here without the money. If they don't bring the money, then all this chaos was for nothing. The leader runs across the warehouse, narrowly dodging the hail of Lego bullets firing all around him, and skids to a stop behind the getaway car. Even with gunshots ringing out from every direction, the leader keeps his cool and
You
reaches into
Lego
the car.
son of a
He
bitch.
manages to find the largest duffel bag and slings it over his shoulder. Even if he doesn't get all of the money, he can run away
You
with most
son
of
of
it
a
when
Lego
that chartered
bitch.
speedboat arrives. Nobody involved in this even notices when the roof lifts entirely off of the warehouse. The two huge young boys stare in from above, curious about where the story is heading down below. They're here just in time to see the tense shootout continue as the desperate leader pops out from his cover and returns fire against the advancing line of police. The old-timer tries his best to hold his own, holding a gun in each hand and firing wildly, but his recklessness soon catches up with him. Outnumbered, the cops with Lego shotguns and assault rifles unload on him, leaving him every bit as dead as
What
the
was up with
getaway
that
driver.
gun?
Ducking away to avoid the same fate, the leader notices something. The rookie is nowhere to be seen. Not dead, just gone. He knew it. Of course the rookie had been the mole all along. He should never have trusted the little creep. It had been a perfect plan, and he'd ruined everything. Over the din of gunfire, the leader hears something else. A boat motor. It's the chartered speedboat, his ticket out of this nightmare of bullets and broken promises. He might win after all. He turns and sees the speedboat entering the submerged part of the warehouse, just out of view of the police strike force. It would be a risky move, but he knows he can make it. He doesn't have any choice. Throwing caution to the wind, the leader turns and runs towards the boat, dodging every bullet that the police fire at him. He's doing it. He's doing it. He jumps into the boat, and the boat takes off, speeding away from the warehouse. He laughs in crazed relief, still lugging the duffel bag full of money off his aching shoulder. He's out.
He did it.
He's home free. Until a giant hand from above descends and grabs his Lego boat. He's lifted up and thrown back into the red box he was originally taken from. while the two young boys start taking apart the rest of the Lego city and tidying it back into the box too. "My dad'll be home soon," one of the young boys says. "We better clean up before he's back." Check out the Dr. Bob Patreon and become a junior researcher today. Now go and watch another entry from the files of Dr. Bob, like SCP-705, Militaristic Play-Doh.
Militaristic Play-Doh.
It's a quiet morning in Lego. Two massive
Militaristic Play-Doh, if you will. All right, let's watch.
Uncle S is the worst. Always has been. Every time the two of them go over to his house, he just sits in his room all day on his computer. He doesn't talk to them, just grunts occasionally, and never cooks them any food. The siblings have learned at this point to tell their mom to pack them lunch. Worst of all, though, Uncle S is just a little strange. He has all these posters up all over his house, some of them with underdressed ladies on them. The brother's little sister always covers his eyes to stop him from looking. But there are other posters too, weirder ones, with these symbols on them and quotes written underneath. Neither of the kids can really read enough to know what the quotes mean, but their mom always gets very tense whenever they ask about them. She says they are something to do with politics, whatever that means. You know someone's weird when even their mom agrees. Uncle S is just weird. But there is a big upside to being at his house. The two of them can just sit downstairs in the lounge playing video games. He's got a big TV and a bunch of different game consoles, most of which are older than the two of them.
Oh, dandy.
This week, he's even got a new box next to the TV. It's full of old wires, controllers, and games. And when they say old, they mean old. It all smells of dust. The brother reaches inside and pulls out a big gray box. The top half of it is lighter gray, and the bottom darker. There's some red writing along the front of it. He carefully spells it out in his head before saying the words out loud. He doesn't want his little sister to know that he struggles with long words. Nintendo Entertainment System. His little sister huffs and sits on the sofa. She doesn't want to play that stupid thing. It looks old, and the dust is making her sneeze. This whole house is dirty and gross. The TV and games consoles are the only nice thing in here. Why would she want to play with the gross one? The brother ignores her and tries to plug it into the TV. Wait, where's the HDMI on the back of this thing?
You can't do that.
He gives up pretty quickly. On the sofa, his sister switches on the TV and grabs the Xbox controller. The familiar Cuphead music fills the room. They turn it down quickly. Can't be annoying Uncle S, who's sitting upstairs on his computer. Why does she always want to play Cuphead? It annoys her brother so much. They can't even beat the first level. It's way too hard. She chooses two-player, and Cuphead and Mugman both appear in the field, sunflower men parachuting down around them. You're up! The announcer yells on the screen.
You're up!
His sister starts running along as Cuphead, but bumps into the end of the screen. They need to both play together for this to work, but the brother isn't interested today. He reaches into the Nintendo box and rummages around, finding something that fits perfectly into his hand. Something with a trigger. No way. He pulls the strange toy gun out of the box and holds it in the air triumphantly. It's gray, matching the NES console, with an orange trigger and the word Nintendo written on the side in that same red writing. A cord dangles out of the bottom of it. Immediately, he spins around and points it at his sister and shoots. Nothing happens. No noise, no lights. She just sits there and scowls at him. Fine. He gets up off the floor and grabs the second Xbox controller. They run past the sunflower men and shoot the toadstool, but die at the first purple flower. Great. The boy is sick of this game. He doesn't want to keep playing it every week. He wants to play with the gun. Imagine what games he could play with that. He picks it back up. Cuphead and Mugman respawn, and the music starts over again.
Really cool.
Very carefully, he peers down the barrel and takes aim at Cuphead. He squeezes the trigger. Bam! A puff of smoke, and Cuphead turns into a red ghost, pink heart beating. Wait, how did that happen? His sister didn't run into anything. She yells at him. That wasn't fair. The brother is very confused. He looks back down at the gun. It wasn't even plugged in, and it wasn't an Xbox gun. So, how come it worked? He points it at Mugman and shoots. Bam! Another puff of smoke. and Mugman's ghost floats off the screen. The menu pops up, and the brother hits retry. The level starts again. The music kicks off, and the announcer yells, but Cuphead and Mugman aren't there. His sister wiggles the stick a few times. Nothing. The characters don't appear. "What are you doing? Keep playing," she yells at him. But the brother can't see any characters left on the screen. Why is she pretending to see them still? Footsteps creak the floorboards above their heads. Uh-oh, now they've done it. Uncle S appears on the stairs, scowling at them both. Immediately, each sibling points at the other one and blames them. Uncle S doesn't say a word. Instead, he glares at them as he walks over and snatches away their controllers. He turns and goes back upstairs. No more video games. No fair. The two of them slump on the couch, arms crossed, not saying anything. The NES Zapper sits between them. Looks like they'll just have to watch TV instead. It's the brother's turn to choose something. He goes on Netflix and puts on Avatar: The Last Airbender, her least favorite show. The opening credits roll, telling them all about the Fire Nation's attack. His sister snatches the gun up from the seat and points it at the screen, aiming at all the characters that pop up. Her brother ignores her. She's just being silly again. The episode starts. Aang is in a city in the Earth Nation, walking around a market surrounded by... His sister squeals. He looks at the TV, confused. Nothing has really happened. The characters are just standing around at the market talking. But his sister stares at the screen wide-eyed, almost a little scared looking. What's she doing? She points at the screen in amazement and says that Aang is dead. She pointed the gun at him and shot, and now he's dead. Yeah, right. Aang is perfectly fine. He's standing right there talking to Katara. The brother snatches the gun back and fires it at the screen. Bam! A gunshot rings out through the town square, and Aang crumples to the ground. Katara screams and runs over to him. She tries desperately to wake him up, but there's no use. He just lies there dead in the square. No blood, of course. This is a children's show, after all. Katara starts sobbing desperately and looks imploringly at the screen. The brother's mouth hangs open. Seriously? That's how the show ends? He thought there were a bunch of episodes left. How are they supposed to defeat the Fire Nation now? Who'd be the next Avatar? He looks over at his sister. Her mouth is hanging open still as well. Very hesitantly, he raises the barrel again and takes aim at one of the market stalls. He pulls the trigger. Bam! A watermelon explodes into red mush. The characters all jump back and run for cover. Sokka peers out from behind one of the carts, staring straight at them before ducking away again. This show is weird. I don't want to watch it anymore, the brother says, throwing the gun back down on the sofa and pressing back on Netflix. He's going to pretend like that didn't happen. His sister snatches the remote out of his hand and goes across to HBO Max. She puts on Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote. That's a safe option. They've seen every episode of that. No surprise endings, no characters dying, and most importantly, they both like it. The episode opens the same as it always does. Roadrunner is out running around the canyon. Wile E. Coyote has a new plan. He's going to paint what looks like a tunnel into the side of the cliff and make Roadrunner run straight into it. Foolproof. But suddenly, his little sister has snatched the gun up off the sofa and is firing it here, there, and everywhere at the screen. But that look of horror is gone. She's laughing. No fair. He can't see what she's enjoying so much. It's just a normal episode. So he snatches the gun back from her and points it at Roadrunner. He squeezes the trigger. Bam! But Roadrunner just sidesteps the bullet and gives his trademark meep meep. He fires again. Bam, bam, bam! But every bullet seems to miss Roadrunner entirely, who dashes off into the sunset as out from the bush creeps a very injured Wile E. Coyote, bullet wounds all over his body. He scowls at the brother and trudges off down the road, walking straight into the fake tunnel he painted. After a moment, the brother breaks out in laughter too. This gun is amazing. What should they watch next? Who have they always wanted to shoot? What if they shoot a hole in the dome around Sandy the Squirrel's house? Or killed a shredder? Could Sonic outrun a bullet? Or what about all those silly children's shows his sister watches? Could he finally get those characters to stop singing all the time? He's laughing so loud, in fact, that he doesn't hear the footsteps coming down the stairs. He doesn't realize Uncle S is there until the shadow falls over him. Having fun? The brother tries to explain as best he can, but the gun is already out of his hands. The TV is off, and the remote disappears into Uncle S's pocket. In a grump, the two children sit there bickering quietly until their mom comes to get them an hour later. That evening, Uncle S is doing the same thing he always does. He lies on the couch, feet kicked up, instant ramen in his hands.
My mic for
the news is on, running a lame story about the president visiting some kindergarten in the run-up to the next round of primaries. What a joke. Uncle S lies there seething, thinking to himself, as if that guy cares about any of those kids. If he did, he'd be clamping down much harder on the borders to stop foreigners from coming and ruining their futures. How are these true-blooded Americans going to have any chance in life when their own country is being overrun? He switches over the channel. There's some cartoon playing. He hates cartoons even more. He holds the NES Zapper aloft. He's been carrying it around all afternoon for some reason.
Kill them all.
Imagine if it was a real gun. Without thinking, he points the zapper at the TV and pulls the trigger. Bam! A gunshot makes him jump out of his skin. Was that outside? He looks back at the TV. The cartoon character is ducking down at the bottom of the frame, a bullet hole in the wall behind him. Oh, thank God. He was just in the show. Not a real gunshot. The character wags a finger at the screen. Careful now, the character says.
Should kill
if you
Mr.
keep doing
Poopy
that, the
Butthole.
SCP Foundation is going to come and get you. SCP Foundation? That sounds dumb. This is why he doesn't watch cartoons. Animation is for kids. He flicks back over to the news. The president is still surrounded by children. Imagine if he could just point this gun at the president, right between his smug little eyes. Gently squeeze the trigger and bam! The shot makes him jump so violently that he spills boiling ramen all over his chest. He howls and leaps to his feet, trying to shake all the noodles off. Great, that was his last t-shirt. He's been wearing it for 4 days now. Didn't even need to wash it yet. What was that noise anyway? He glances up at the screen, and his jaw drops. The President of the United States is lying dead at the front of the kindergarten classroom. Blood trickles out from under his body. Secret Service agents swarm around him, shielding him from view and yelling at the cameraman to shut that thing off. The news cuts back to a distressed anchor.
I thought they were
She's
gonna
trying to
kill
talk,
Sonic.
but is so overwhelmed by what she's just witnessed that the words aren't really coming. A breaking news headline crawls across the bottom of the screen. Breaking, the President of the United States assassinated. No way. Uncle S drops the gun and stands there panting. He didn't do that,
Mr.
did he?
S.
No. No, of course he didn't. That was a coincidence, all it was, just a coincidence. If it was real, then he would point the gun at the anchor right now, pull the trigger, and bam! Her head rocks back.
Oh my God.
Blood sprays the back wall of the newsroom. The feed cuts out, and an ad break starts. It's some stupid infomercial.
Yeah, it's kind of
only
basically
the actors
Death
in
Note
it
with
keep
a
glancing
NES
nervously at the
zapper.
camera and slightly hunch behind tables and objects when they get the chance. Uncle S just keeps standing there staring at the screen all the way through the night. 2 weeks later, Uncle S is running out of food. He ran out of ramen a couple of days ago, beans yesterday, and today he's having the last scraps of moldy bread. He hasn't left the house in all that time. He can't anymore. He's the most wanted man in the United States. Every night, the news is the same. His mugshot was plastered on the screen appealing to friends, families, witnesses,
kind of look
anyone
like
to come
an
forward and identify this
80s
man.
Stephen King.
Somehow, nobody has yet. His sister tried to call a handful of times, but he didn't pick up. Before long, he just disconnected his phone line entirely. The silence is better, helps him focus on his work. He's drawn up a list. In fact, he'd started to draw it up before he'd ever discovered the gun. On it are the names of every politician, business owner, media puppet, fake news spreading Illuminati shill he can think of. He just sits there hopping between TV channels, gun at the ready. He's got his laptop down here too, and he just spends most of the day searching through YouTube for different videos of people he's been wanting to kill. He'd be lying if he said there weren't a few annoying YouTubers that had made the list too. You know the ones he's talking about. The world is starting to fall apart out
who's
there.
that purple hair
With the president gone, along with half of Congress and most major propaganda peddlers, it's all starting to unravel, just like he'd always wanted. The military is being drafted in to suppress riots across the country, but doing little to contain it all. Random shootings keep breaking
Society
out,
crumbles
leading to more and more
because of
chaos. It will be painful for a while. Uncle S
NES
knows that.
zapper.
But in time, they'll learn their lesson. He just wonders how long he'll have. He can't keep getting away with this forever. Something's gonna give soon. It's got to. They have his mugshot, they have his name, and yet, no one is surrounding his house. He knows that because he set up webcams all around the perimeter of the house. He has the live feed open on his laptop. If anyone comes within 20 feet of the property, they're getting a neat little hole in the front of their head and getting the back of it blown into 100 red, pink, and white chunks to give his weeds a bit of iron. In fact, he knows they'll be on their way soon. He knows that because some rat from his blog will have told them.
Blow him up,
He's been
I guess.
documenting everything on here. Masking his IP address first, Uncle S has been recording and boasting about each and every kill anonymously as green text. At first, he kept it coy, writing in riddles and rhymes about the public figures he was murdering, but now he is up to such a high tempo that they're just a bullet point list of names. Of course, his posts have all been flooded with trolls acting like he hadn't done anything at all, pretending like the president is still alive along with everyone else, photoshopping screenshots to make it look like they were getting new photos of these people. Great trolling. They almost had him doubting his own eyes at times. But every night, the news channels didn't lie. Another 232 public figures dead, shot through the head by an unknown gunman. But tonight, they'll be coming for him. The SCP Foundation. They'll be on their way. The characters on the TV have told him all he needs to know about them. He can't hide here forever. He almost wants them to come, really. He very explicitly made a threat tonight. A threat about a deadly surprise under the stadium at the Super Bowl. They're not going to ignore that. Any moment now. He's ready for the shootout. He has his webcam set up to cover every inch of his surrounding yards. Any SWAT team or SCP agent that gets close will get gunned down immediately. Their only option would be to hit him with a drone strike, and what a way to go that would be. No one would ever forget him. He'd be a martyr for the cause. They'd build statues in his honor. What? He licks his lips and stares at the feed. Nothing.
Lip
for almost 45 minutes. Nothing. There, a shadow crosses the corner of the frame. Then another. A gun points into the shot. They're here. A team of them by the looks of things. You can see their shadows lining up along the sidewalk out by the front of his house. He'll wait. He's gonna wait for them to all line up nicely in the shot, then open fire. He's been practicing so much that his aim's gotten pretty good. Clean shot to the head, one by one. Now. Bam, bam, bam, bam, bam.
They're spoofing him.
The gunshots ring out one after the other as he fires at the laptop screen. He catches each of the SCP agents cleanly through the head, one after the other. A couple break for cover, but there's no hope.
Wouldn't they
Bam,
know?
bam, bam. He picks each of them off. He makes sure to shoot the last man in the leg and sits quietly for a moment, watching him crawl across the lawn. Uncle S raises the barrel and points it at the man's head. He squeezes the trigger. Crash! The front door flies open, and Foundation field agents flood his house. But how can that be possible? He just killed all of them outside the front door. He watched them die. How are they still here? He looks incredulously out of the front door into the yard. No blood, no bodies, no evidence of what had just happened.
They got him.
The SCP agents swarm around him, guns raised and barking orders. He snaps back to reality and panics, throwing his arms in the air and letting the toy gun drop limply to the floor.
It was all fake.
I did it. I killed the President of the United States. It was me. He starts crying as they handcuff him and press his face into the carpet. The agents question him, confused. What is he talking about? The president is alive and well. He's in the middle of his next election campaign, doing better than ever in the polls. I killed them. I killed them all. It was me. Again, the agents are perplexed. As the uniformed men drag him outside and throw him into the back of the van, he can't help but wonder why everything seems so peaceful out here. Where has his apocalypse gone? The doors slam shut. In this moment, I am very much hoping that no one viewing this video is in possession of SCP-674 or an equivalent weapon currently unknown to the Foundation. You see, while SCP-674, otherwise known as the Exposition Gun, poses no threat to me in the real world, it could have a nasty effect on your perception of reality. The Exposition Gun appears to be an entirely normal Nintendo Entertainment System zapper. As far as the Foundation can tell, it matches up perfectly with other models released in North America from around 1985. You can take the zapper apart, examine each plastic and electronic component individually, reassemble it, and you will fail to see anything out of the ordinary for this video game peripheral. And yet, if you were to hold this gun up to your screen right now, pointed at me, and fire, you would hear a gunshot ring out and watch me collapse in my chair, dead. For the rest of the duration of the video, you would watch me sit here in silence. Videos would continue to upload to this channel, but each of them would probably just show my corpse as it slowly rots away in this chair. To anyone else, however, it would be business as usual as I uncover more horrifying, unnerving, fascinating, and bizarre tales from the SCP Foundation. The Exposition Gun only works on its user, forever altering the reality they perceive through whichever digital screen they fire at. If they shoot the president, as Mr. S did, then in the continuity of any news program they watch, the president will forever be dead. The same applies to fictional shows as well. If the main character dies off, A sidekick steps in to take their place, and the story changes accordingly. It is to be noted that each show or movie follows its own internal logic, however. The children were unable to shoot Roadrunner because he always gets away. But in classic cartoon fashion, all of their missed bullets ended up hitting a very forlorn Wile E. Coyote. In this context, however, the gun was proved not to be fatal, as in the universe of that show, explosions, electrocutions, falls from cliffs, and drownings can never kill the coyote. So of course, a gunshot would be no different. What is most interesting, however, is the gun's apparent awareness of the SCP Foundation. Users who fire the gun into the camera frequently will find characters soon breaking the fourth wall and warning them to stop it soon, for fear of being caught by the Foundation. Perhaps most chilling and still unexplained to this day was Mr. S's ultimate demise.
Yeah, I wonder what would happen with Goku.
Between rounds of questioning, he was locked in a cell with a lone security camera watching him. Mr. S was observed conversing with the camera frequently, apparently hearing replies, though none could be heard in any of the recordings. Over time, these debates grew more and more aggressive until, all of a sudden, he was shot down in his cell. Researchers and agents rushed in, but were too late. 3 .38 caliber bullets were lodged in his chest, with no evidence of a shooter in sight. The man died on the scene, and researchers have since been wary about experimenting too much with the exposition gun. If you want to support this important mission while also getting influence over the anomalies we cover and an exclusive look behind the scenes, check out the Dr. Bob Patreon and become a junior researcher today. Now go and watch another entry from the files of Dr. Bob, like SCP-923, Rogue Satellite, a useful tool for another unique anomalous weapon. And make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss a single anomaly as we delve further and further into the SCP Foundation's classified archives. And
shoot the Legos. Shoot all those Legos. We're going to watch one more video, and then I'm going to do the bounty I have for Stallcraft. So,
like Harold.
Uh-oh. Let's do it. It's time.
Harold. When it got hot in the valley, Thomas and Alfred drove their cows up to a cool green pasture in the mountains to graze. Usually they stayed there with the cows for 2 months. Then they brought them down to the valley again. The work was easy enough, but oh, it was boring. All day the 2 men tended their cows. At night they went back to the tiny hut where they lived. They ate supper and worked in the garden and went to sleep. It was always the same. Then Thomas had an idea that changed everything. "Let's make a doll the size of a man," he said. "It'd be fun to make, and we could put it in the garden to scare away the birds." "It should look like Harold," Alfred said. Harold was a farmer they both hated. They made the doll out of old sacks stuffed with straw. They gave it a pointy nose like Harold's and tiny eyes like his. Then they added dark hair and a twisted frown. Of course, they also gave it Harold's name. Each morning on their way to the pasture, they tied Harold to a pole in the garden to scare away the birds. Each night they brought him inside so that he wouldn't get ruined if it rained. When they were feeling playful, they would talk to him. One of them might say, "How are the vegetables growing today, Harold?" Then the other, making believe he was Harold, would answer in a crazy voice, "Very slowly." They would both laugh, but not Harold. Whenever something went wrong, they took it out on Harold. They would curse at him, even kick him or punch him. Sometimes one of them would take the food they were eating, which they both were sick of, and smear it on the doll's face. "How do you like that stew, Harold?" he would ask. "Well, you better eat it, or else." Then the 2 men would howl with laughter. One night, after Thomas had wiped Harold's face with food, Harold grunted. "Did you hear that?" Alfred asked. "It was Harold," Thomas said. "I was watching him when it happened. I can't believe it." "How could he grunt?" Alfred asked. "He's just a sack of straw. It's not possible." Let's throw him in the fire, said Thomas, and that'll be that. Let's not do anything stupid, said Alfred. We don't know what's going on. When we move the cows down, we'll leave him behind. For now, let's just keep an eye on him. So they left Harold sitting in a corner of the hut. They didn't talk to him or take him outside any more. Now and then the doll grunted, but that was all. After a few days, they decided there was nothing to be afraid of. Maybe a mouse or some insects had gotten inside Harold and were making those sounds. So Thomas and Alfred went back to their old ways. Each morning they put Harold out in the garden, and each night they brought him back into the hut. When they felt playful, they joked with him. When they felt mean, they treated him as badly as ever. Then one night, Alfred noticed something that frightened him. Harold is growing, he said. I was thinking the same thing, Thomas said. Maybe it's just our imagination, Alfred replied. We've been up here on this mountain too long. The next morning, while they were eating, Harold stood up and walked out of the hut. He climbed up on the roof and trotted back and forth like a horse on its hind legs. All day and all night long, he trotted like that. In the morning, Harold climbed down and stood in a far corner of the pasture. The men had no idea what he would do next. They were afraid. They decided to take the cows down into the valley that same day. When they left, Harold was nowhere in sight. They felt as if they had escaped a great danger and began joking and singing. But when they had gone only a mile or two, they realized they had forgotten to bring the milking stools. Neither one wanted to go back for them, but the stools would cost a lot to replace. There really is nothing to be afraid of, they told one another. After all, what could a doll do? They drew straws to see which one would go back. It was Thomas. I'll catch up with you, he said, and Alfred walked on toward the valley. When Alfred came to a rise in the path, he looked back for Thomas. He did not see him anywhere, but he did see Harold. The doll was on the roof of the hut again. As Alfred watched, Harold kneeled and stretched out a bloody skin to dry in the sun.
What? That's crazy. Insane. Completely insane. You know, real quick, I'm gonna put on how about from the Steam Next Fest I want to check out that look cool. Maybe I'll check out a couple of the weird ones, and then maybe we'll watch some videos and stuff. I don't know. And we'll start off with that. Something like that. But yeah, maybe we'll watch a couple videos real quick. Then maybe play a couple games, see what's going on. There's a bunch of cool stuff on Steam right now, just like free demos that I've been meaning to check out. But maybe let's watch some Slapped Ham for a bit or something like that. Maybe some other unusual videos. Did you guys hear a UFO got shot down today? I'm sure we'll see a lot of amazing videos about that in the near future. I'm pretty sure, at least. All right. Well, let's do some Slapped Ham for now, I guess. Let's get that all set up. How about, there we go. Some unsettling videos catching the unthinkable.
What the f? Is that a fucking UFO?
Is that a UFO?
How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slapped Ham.
Yeah, Mr. Hallenberg.
Today
What's
we're
going
looking
on?
at some super
Thank you for
creepy
that
things
27
that have been
months.
caught
Good to
on
see you.
camera that are starting to freak the internet out. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content. Just like this.
Sounds like he like pitched his voice up a little bit. There's something weird about that.
In a rundown back alley in Asuncion,
Right?
the capital
Like
of
a different
Paraguay,
microphone, maybe?
is a building known as the House of Horror. The now abandoned home is said to be so haunted that even squatters, drug dealers, and criminals avoid the area entirely. In October 2018,
Yeah, it sounds like he's using a
family of
different
5
microphone.
were
Maybe he's
found
like not
brutally murdered inside the now
out of his
infamous
house or
home.
something.
Darma Rojas Roda, her 2
Yeah,
children,
something is
her
definitely
mother,
different about his
Alva
audio.
Roja, and her father, Julio Rojas Deval, were all discovered dead in what's been described as a cruel and violent act. The crime scene showed signs that it was hastily cleaned in an effort to remove evidence. 21-year-old Bruno Javier Maribel Ramirez, Alva Roda's son, was found guilty of the murder and sentenced to 30 years in prison.
So
plus 10 years
where's the
parole.
ghost?
A year later, local news
Oh, here we
network
go.
C9N Paraguay visited the infamous House of Horrors to recount the crime live
La
on
Casona
TV.
de Horror.
However, as reporters moved through the house, their microphones picked up something rather chilling. Take a listen.
Porque parte de otro de los cuerpos justamente también se,
Is that just like
se
a whole
presumía
ass
que
toilet?
se encontró en el fondo, hacia donde nos estamos dirigiendo en estos momentos, ya en el fondo de la casa también.
It can be hard to hear at first, but as the journalist moves out into the courtyard, some screams are heard in the background. Here's the sound isolated and amplified.
Porque parte de otro de los cuerpos
Quadruple creaming? What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck is happening?
Viewers who heard the shocking clip said it sounds like a man yelling, followed by the screams of a woman and children.
Sounds like something.
Porque parte de otro de los cuerpos justamente también
Do you guys want the captions on or off? I feel like they don't help sometimes.
The incident went viral in Paraguay, and many speculated it's the residual screams of the family who were murdered there, a horrific EVP that's been etched into the very fabric of the home.
otro de los cuerpos justamente también se encontró en el fondo, hacia donde nos estamos dirigiendo en estos momentos, ya en el fondo de la casa también.
Yeah, sounds normal.
A recent trend on TikTok has emerged that purports to show real
It
ghosts
really doesn't sound
caught
that
on
crazy.
camera. The hugely popular
people
AI
running
manga
around.
filter has proliferated through the platform, with users claiming that it can detect
What the
ghosts in their home. The filter's original purpose was to mangify any photo, turning people, animals, and homes into cute
Was that a lady
Japanese-style
that came out of her
cartoon
bed?
characters. However,
Pop-up
users are
nun?
saying it has a much creepier utility. In this
Yeah, the
first set
beds
of
in this
clips
house have
uploaded by
pop-up
Night Brother
nuns.
72,
That
the user
honestly
shows a
sounds like it would be a
collection of
great
stills
like
taken in a
late night
400-year-old
TV
home
product.
in North Wales. The first view show the filter as it was originally intended.
The fuck? Isn't that just like a Photoshop
Turns
filter?
the old home into a cartoon-style drawing.
Right? I feel like that's not
However,
that
when it
crazy.
gets to one of the single bedrooms in the roof of the old home, something eerie happens.
Something hilarious happens. A little nun woman is added to the bed. Are you kidding me? How's that scary? That's hilarious.
A young girl in period attire appears in the bed.
She is not in the bed. She is like
Despite the bed clearly being empty, the app
vertical
somehow
to the
person sitting there.
She's not laying in the bed, I don't think.
Then, in the laundry, another figure emerges.
Oh my god.
If this
Disjointed
were a
elbow
one-side, you may
waifu?
be able to brush it off as a glitchy filter. However, users across the platform have been reporting figures in all sorts of eerie locations. This next one was captured by Frankie Rose, 2419. They say they work in an old nursing home that dates back to the 1800s when it was once a nunnery.
Oh my God.
Take a look at what the filter digs up.
Amazing.
Over and over again, strange figures appear where there's no one standing.
This is actually amazing.
The spooky thing about this
What the
one
fuck was
is
that?
all the figures appear to be wearing some kind of nun's outfit. Given the history of the property, you certainly have to wonder why this filter is bringing this up.
Computer
And finally,
generate
in this
tame.
last set of photos, user Edraman claims that they were captured in a psych ward of an old hospital. The first photo shows nothing. But watch what the final photo detects.
Now, Callan, I can get into.
A small
Computer
child is
generate
crouched in the
new
corner
tame.
despite no one being in the photo. So is this AI manga filter really detecting the spirits of the dead, or are we just seeing the results
There's two!
of the glitchy app? Given the setting of each of these
Amazing.
examples and the strange figures the filter produces, it certainly does make you wonder whether
That looks like
something
a
little more
penguin
mysterious is
waifu
going
with like
on
a
here.
flipper for an arm. That's like a little Cyclops girl.
What the f is that?
This next striking sighting has left some Reddit users
Straight up just a
wondering whether
light.
aliens are monitoring Earth. Reddit
like the
user
moon going by.
SolidBoy1 says that a friend of his sent the footage to him. It was early in the morning when they noticed some bright lights out their bedroom window, so they started filming.
Helicopter?
What the f?
That looks like a helicopter. It had a red light. Did you see the
Bro.
top?
An unidentified
There's like a blinking
flying
red light on
object
top.
can be seen hovering in the sky.
Pretty sure.
Oh my gosh. What is that?
Like you see it for a second here.
It appears
There's
to
a
have a very
blinking
bright
red light on top
spotlight
of
on the
it.
front that shines brightly
Yeah.
into the lens of the camera.
What the f?
Right there,
The
too.
incident took place in Cedar Park, Texas. It was a little after 5 a.m. when the bright lights were spotted.
What the hell? No, right there.
The girl who captured the video says she started filming because she wanted to show her boyfriend, who was working a night shift, what was happening. She says
It also
that
looks
she
like a
always
big
thought she'd
X,
rush out to get a
those
better
trees.
view
It makes
if
it
she
look
ever
like-
saw anything strange.
Dude,
But in that
honestly,
moment,
right there, that looks like the X-Files intro. Like a, it's just like a frame from it.
she
Like the
claimed
X
she
comes
was
out.
overwhelmed with anxiety and could barely sleep afterwards. The video was then shared in a group family chat. The young girl's auntie, who claims to be a psychic, said that UFOs will become more and more apparent in the coming years and that they're going to reveal themselves soon.
Oh my
So
God.
what was spotted in the skies over Cedar Park, Texas then? Love to hear your thoughts on this one in the comments down below.
What the hell? No, right there.
I bet if you opened the window, you would probably like hear a helicopter, right?
Here's a quick little one that's been going viral over on Twitter. It was uploaded
Yes, Jesus.
by Sitio Paranormal. Take a look.
Yeah, they're just happens to be related to a psychic.
It's not
If
known
Jesus just,
exactly
like, starts
when or
moving,
where
that'd
this
be
was
fucking
filmed,
crazy.
but the camera holder's clearly spooked by a dark figure hiding among some tombstones in a cemetery.
You know what I hope we start seeing in our lifetime, actually? Graveyards with animatronics. So you're going into the graveyard and there's just like someone's grave is like an old Chuck E. Cheese just like dancing. It's going to happen.
Looks like a grave face with dark, sunken eyes. Despite the clip going
It's
viral,
just a
viewers
fucking,
are
like,
divided
tree
on what
moving
it
back there or
shows.
something.
Some say it's probably just a homeless person wondering why they're being filmed, but others aren't so sure, claiming that the grave featureless face is far too spooky to be dismissed as just a person lurking among the gravestones.
RGB graves. I'm sure it actually exists in some form.
This next one comes from the TikTok account Escape Paranormal. A security guard was working the night shift when he noticed something strange on one of the monitors. He wasn't certain of what he saw, so he decided to play back the footage. That's when he couldn't quite believe what he was seeing.
Or just like holograms. I think that would be kind of cool though. Whoa. I'm sure that's in some like show or something.
Appears. It almost looks like she's just a head floating through the yard.
I mean, it's just a camera glitch though. Like she's keyed out somehow. The clothes she's wearing, right?
To find there was no one around. These sort of security camera sightings can often be explained away as poor compression rates, overlapped images, or even strange lighting. However, the fact that the guard rushed to the scene only to find nothing has left many viewers
This fucking be
real. What do you
real.
think this is? Did the lady just walk away without the guard knowing? Let me know where you land on this one in the comments down below. Before we take a look at some chilling footage that's been captured in a park at night time, remember to hit that subscribe button, then tickle that little bell icon there and turn on all channel notifications. That way you'll be in the loop every time we drop our scary and eerie videos. Our last clip of the day was uploaded to TikTok by Soy Julio Lopez.
Kid just crossing the street.
A man by the name of Snyder Flores is filming his daughter walking
Shadow
through a park
Man?
at night time. It's hard to hear what he's saying, but he follows her with the camera as she's walking along a pathway. See if you can spot anything strange.
Enojada. Y enojada. Oh my.
It can be hard to see at first, but if we slow it down, just behind the bush, you can see a pair of feet, or perhaps a shadow.
Perhaps a shadow. This is really the entire last part of the video.
Oh my.
Oh my god. Isn't that a video game? Shadow Man? He's got another one. Did you see that? The ghost of the car came out. Shit's true. I thought people liked that game. Do you see it?
How you doing?
That's
I'm
the whole
Callan, and
fucking
this is
video.
Slam Ham. Today we're looking at some super creepy things that have been caught on camera that are starting to freak the internet out.
Real people's
so hit that
graves?
subscribe
What the
button
fuck?
and get ready for more creepy content. Just like this.
Our first clip of the day was captured by
I've seen this one a million times.
back in November 2022.
I think we've seen this on this channel before.
2022, a floating object moves past the moon. It's a disc shape and brings to mind the classic depiction of an alien flying saucer.
Oh my god.
The footage was allegedly captured by professional equipment somewhere in China.
Video real. Yeah, that is a new
quickly
one.
went viral on Reddit
I love
with hundreds
that.
of comments pouring in trying to make sense of the wild footage.
Just superimpose video
Many
real in the
skeptics thought
bottom
it was
corner.
Too good to be true, noting that it felt a little overdramatic.
Video
Some
real.
Other comments agreed, but said it would be really hard to pull off all the details with CGI alone without it
It
looking
looks like a
more
chocolate
fake.
chip cookie.
Another interesting point is that there are hundreds, if not thousands, of cameras trained on the moon at any one time. So why isn't there more sources confirming the sighting? With all this being said, I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers, for final judgment. What do
If
you
it was
think
real,
this
wouldn't it be
is?
like fucking
Share your theories
gigantic?
with one another in the comments down below.
I don't think it's anything.
Here's some eerie footage that was uploaded to YouTube by JRR Channel several years ago. A young boy in Norway was out walking in his local park one morning when suddenly he
JRR
spotted
Channel.
this happening at the swings.
Yes, my father, JRR Token. wanted me to start this channel.
One of the tire swings appears to be moving all on its own.
JRR channel.
Its momentum stays eerily steady for over a minute.
This will never, a swing moving will never actually be a ghost. I don't know how many
the camera work
times.
is enough to make you vomit with
That should be like
nausea.
rule number
so here
one.
It is stabilized a little.
Like literally just doing what it's supposed to do. Come on.
The initial reactions to the footage were that the boy pushed the swing and ran back, then started filming, which is entirely possible, but it doesn't quite explain how the tire keeps its momentum up. Some viewers came to the conclusion that we're seeing a ghost,
unexplainable.
perhaps the spirit of a child that died in the area that just wants to play one last time.
The ghost of a child who swung too high and he went over the bar and he was never seen again. If you go all the way around, you get warped to another dimension.
Here's some more eerie home security footage. Its origins are unknown, but it's been spreading through social media quickly this past few weeks. This version was uploaded to Twitter by Cydio Paranormal.
He got shot down. Damn, the ghost of the car.
Two misty shapes drift through the yard.
I don't know.
They look like two floating figures wearing robes or tattered rags. Interestingly, whatever they are, they appear to manipulate the camera's motion detection. When they disappear, the light turns off and the camera switches to night vision. This suggests that something was in the yard, something big enough to trigger the motion sensor.
Damn.
Unfortunately, no one seems to know where or when this was captured, so it's difficult to
I
dig
think that one
deeper
kind of looks
into
like the
history
Grinch.
of the property. The property, no one
Right?
seems to know
Like for a few seconds, do you see the Grinch kind of in there?
the motion sensor. Unfortunately, no one
Like right there. He kind of looks like the Grinch.
seems to know where or when this was captured, so it's difficult to dig deeper into the history of the property. So for now, all we can do is watch and wonder as to what these two eerie shapes
Yeah,
really
the Jim
are.
Carrey lean. Shoulder lean.
In September 2019, some striking footage emerged that left viewers wondering whether aliens are refueling their ships here on
Fucking
Earth.
crazy lightning.
The clip
Haunted
originally aired
lightning.
on Spanish national television when local news broadcaster Agencia 6
What
played
does
a
it
clip of
mean?
a thunderstorm that hit the city of Alicante. After it aired, University of Alicante student David Gutierrez Roca was certain the footage showed something a little more mysterious than a heavy electrical storm.
Is it gonna be
Roca
this
wrote
thing?
to the media station asking for the footage, and this is what he discovered. It can be hard to spot at first, but if we slow it down, you can see several glowing
It just looks like a
lights emerge from the
reflection.
storm.
That looks like a reflection. That does not look like
Here
a
it is again
ghost or
with a
whatever.
high contrast filter. Here you can see that there's definitely something hovering among the clouds. The footage has
A
left some
giant
UFO
bug.
enthusiasts wondering whether alien craft can refuel their ships during electrical storms.
Who
This
gives a
comes
shit?
off the back of a sighting in Wisconsin in July the previous year. This photo here shows an enormous oval shape that only
What the
appeared
fuck
with
does
a
that have to
flash
do
of
with that?
lightning during a heavy thunderstorm.
They came all the way here
ufologists
and then
speculated that
lightning
they're not
thwarted them. I
refueling,
really
but
doubt
rather
that.
using the storms as camouflage so they can better observe Earth while remaining undetected. Of course, these are all just theories and nothing official has been concluded. There are some versions of the footage that claim NASA is investigating the sighting, but no statement has ever been made.
Can't believe that. No one's ever made a fucking statement.
This next one isn't paranormal, but rather a wild coincidence that hasn't just happened once, but multiple times. In late January 2023, Reddit user PrimaryMap785 posted a rather extraordinary
Dude, it's like
happenstance that
just
left
like I'm
fellow
reading
Redditors
Reddit.
gasp. The OP works as an electrician and was dragging cables in an old apartment. While pulling up some cable work behind a weathered plasterboard wall, he dredged up an aged newspaper. The extraordinary thing is, it was dated the same day, the 18th of January, exactly 101 years earlier.
What?
Naturally, the curious coincidence spawned all kinds of fun and wacky theories in
I'm
the
sorry, is
comments
that an
section.
advertisement for an
Everything
elephant?
from time travel to curses and split dimensions were even suggested. The weird thing is, several people noted that it had
Grundy?
happened before in the US. On December 7th, 2017, Michigan local Mike Quinn was having his Manistee apartment rewired by two electricians from Shoreline Electric. The two workers, Rich and Scott, discovered in a crawl space of the old apartment a dried and yellow newspaper. The remarkable thing is, it was dated the 7th of December, 1942, exactly 75 years later, which also happened to be the 75th
Big attacks
anniversary
are
of the
made
Pearl
by
Harbor
big
bombings of World
planes.
War II. Being a military enthusiast, Quinn noted the time of discovery and realised it was only an hour after the bombings happened, exactly 75 years earlier. The two wild coincidences caused the Reddit community to reflect on the concept of synchronicity. Synchronicity is the idea that events can be connected in a meaningful way even if they don't seem to be directly related by cause and effect. It's often described as a sense that things just fall into place in a way that seems more than just luck or chance. The concept was first introduced by psychologist Carl Jung in the late 1920s. He suggests that these coincidental events reflect a deeper underlying order in the universe and can be interpreted as signs or messages from the unconscious mind. In Jung's view, synchronicities provide insight into an individual's psychological state and can help to guide personal growth and development. So is there some deeper meaning happening here? Can these separate instances hold elucidations that we don't yet understand? Or is it all just pure coincidence? We'll leave that up to you to decide.
It's a letter from the past.
Before we take a look at some freaky home security footage, remember to hit that subscribe button there and tickle that little bell icon. That way you'll be in the loop every time we drop our scary and creepy videos. Our last clip of the day is some eerie home security footage coming out of South America. It was uploaded to TikTok by Edward Ramirez. At first, everything seems perfectly normal
We can't
as
get
a
more
woman
specific
heads
than that.
downstairs of her apartment. But watch what happens next.
Oh my god. Who is it? Also, block spiders. Holy shit, dude. Thank you for those 5 gift subs, man.
A transparent figure in a white dress appears from the top right-hand corner of the screen.
That's really cool, yeah. Thanks, man.
She lingers, then disappears. Shortly after, a chair slides across the floor.
Yeah, it's just another vape cloud.
The White Lady is a common figure in South American folklore and is often depicted as a ghostly or supernatural being, often seen as an apparition in white clothing, roaming around graveyards, ruins, and other lonely places. The stories and the appearances of the White Lady vary depending on the country
woman
and
in the
culture,
tree.
but she is usually considered a harbinger of bad news or death. The exact origin of the White Lady legend in South America is uncertain, as it's likely have been passed down through oral tradition for many generations. Some historians believe that the tales have been influenced by Spanish and Portuguese colonialism, as the stories have been introduced to the region by European settlers. The White Lady is also a common motif in folklore across many cultures and has been present in European
Look out
legends
for that White
for
Lady.
centuries. So is this the infamous White Lady that's said to have
For
plagued
some
the
reason,
region
she's
for
in all the
centuries?
legends.
Take another look and decide for yourself.
Do you know what's really scary? There's a little guy right here. You see that? Let's move that circle. I don't have a circle yet set up. There's a little guy right there. You see that? Yeah, it's like a little herald. The fuck?
Well, that's the end of today's episode. Thank you so much for watching. If you can't get enough of our content, then check out these 2 links
You
right
can't
there.
get enough of that content. All right, let's watch something else real quick. Let's watch Honestly, though, Slapcam does just put out so much content. There's always a video. I think we're all caught up now, though. Pretty sure. Did we see this alien one, actually?
Look at that.
I'm not sure if we have seen this one.
22, an enormous unidentified object was seen hovering near the sun.
What?
The object looks as though it's draining plasma directly from the surface of the sun. Whatever it is, it remains in place for several hours, then just speeds off into space, leaving no trace at all. Interestingly, 10 years prior, in March 2012, a similar
Just
object
draining
was
the
spotted
sun?
near the sun.
Yeah, it just looks like a solar flare. Like, isn't the sun always doing that?
It too appears to be drinking plasma from the sun. It then
Yeah, it looks like the
speeds
thing
away
from
into the darkness
Stranger
of
Things.
space.
Damn.
Some have estimated the size of the object to be several times larger than planet Earth.
That's a good one.
Naturally, as the two pieces of footage went viral, many have speculated it might be an enormous alien mothership refueling.
Just a little Earth.
Counter-arguments wondered how an object that big could possibly move through our solar system without being openly detected. Some commenters said that an alien race might be billions of years ahead of the human race in terms of technology, and it's quite possible that we can't even fathom their appearance. So perhaps they move freely
They
around
may
the
be
universe
building
and we're just
CGI
unable to
ships
detect
beyond
them.
our wildest imaginations.
However, NASA's official statement called the event a prominence. A prominence is a large bright feature that extends outward from the surface of the sun. It's made up of hot plasma, which is a mixture of charged particles, and is held in place by the sun's magnetic field. They can sometimes erupt and release their plasma into the solar atmosphere, a phenomenon known as a coronal mass ejection, or a CME. CMEs can have significant impacts on Earth, including disruptions to satellite and radio communications, and can sometimes even lead to auroras at high latitudes.
Is that a
So what do you
face?
think? Are we just witnessing a so-called prominence, or just witnessing at high latitudes?
Right here. Eye, nose, mouth. Who is that? You see that? It's like a monkey's face. Monkey eye, nose, mouth.
So what do you think? Are we just witnessing a so-called prominence, or is there more to this bizarre sighting? Let me know your theories on this one in the comments down below.
Yeah, we should just send him a video of all the scary things in his video he hasn't found.
Jim Sullivan was a singer-songwriter
Orangutan.
who's best known for his 1969 album UFO, which features his most famous song, Genie's Getting Married.
Topical.
However, despite his talent and success as a musician, Sullivan mysteriously disappeared in March of 1975. On March 4th, 1975, Sullivan left his home in Venice, California to drive to Nashville, Tennessee to further his music career. He had recently signed a contract with a record label and was planning on recording a new album. However, he never made it to Nashville. On March 7th, Sullivan's car was found abandoned in the desert near Santa Rosa, New Mexico. The car was in good condition and there was no signs of a struggle or foul play. Sullivan's wallet with all of his identification was found in the car, but there was no sign of Sullivan himself. Despite extensive search efforts, Sullivan was never found and his disappearance remains a mystery to this day. Some theories suggest he may have become disoriented and wandered off into the desert, where he eventually died of exposure. Others believe he may have been the victim of foul play, but the most intriguing theory suggests he may have been abducted by aliens. Sullivan's album, titled UFO, features lyrics that seem to predict his own disappearance and repeatedly refers to aliens and UFOs. Close friends who knew Sullivan best noted that it was strange his guitar was left in the abandoned car. They said that if Jim was to go anywhere, it would be with his guitar by his side. Despite exhaustive searches, no evidence of Sullivan was ever found. It's as though he wandered into the desert and simply vanished.
Familiar. I don't know.
In mid-2022, Reddit user Corian was in Kandersteg, Switzerland when they spotted something mysterious floating through the sky. Take a look.
It's a guy.
Yeah. Holy look.
Yeah, it looks like Frank Zappa kind of.
I'm trying to figure out what it is. Yeah, I have no clue.
At first glance, it almost looks like a person floating through the air.
Look at that. I'm trying to figure out what it is. Yeah, I have no clue.
Over a series of short clips,
Yeah,
the
little
OP
John
and his friends
Belushi, too.
speculate on what the object might actually be.
No. What? What?
What?
What the f? No. It's not getting any closer though.
The group monitored the figure for over an hour, but were at a loss to explain the strange object.
Okay. So, what the? I see that. I see it. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
But right now we're trying
It's hard to see right now.
Oh yeah.
He's just up there like, please help
the
me.
OP managed to take.
Looks like it could be anything.
When the clips hit Reddit, speculation ran rife. Everything from aliens to a floating superhuman and even a man wearing a jetpack was suggested. More grounded theories said it might just be a mylar balloon or some
It
kind
might be
of
the same video,
windsock
Max.
captured in the
I wasn't sure if
breeze.
you watched this.
So I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers. What do you think this mysterious object could actually be? Leave
What
your
is it?
theories rip in the comments down below.
It might be Jim Sullivan. I'm Jim Sullivan. I've been up here for 30 years. Help me.
On September
can't
21st,
get down.
2006,
I
NASA
had
released
that
a
fizzy
still
lift and
image that
drink.
was captured in space that no one's been able to fully explain. A strange white object can be seen floating through space.
We have watched
Almost
this.
looks like a jellyfish in the ocean.
We're already halfway through it. We're already.
The photo was taken by astronaut
Committed.
Daniel Burbank at around 11 a.m. on board the space shuttle Atlantis. NASA's official statement said it could possibly be some sort of small debris, but
Just a little
ultimately
guy.
they couldn't say for sure, leaving the object unidentified. So what do you think this could be? A strange white veil just floating through space certainly piques one's interest, but I'd love to hear what you think it could be in the comments down below.
You ever seen that episode of The X-Files with that thing in outer space? And it
This
goes
next
from
one's
the
been
astronauts to the
duplicated,
other
its titles
astronauts.
altered and details
I
changed
don't know why I couldn't
numerous
say that
times over
sentence.
the years,
Oh,
so it's
I remember
hard to
this.
pinpoint where and when exactly it was captured. But what it's captured is certainly eyebrow-raising.
There it goes.
Take a look.
It looks like a boot. Some
An
weird
odd-shaped
sounds, too.
object appears to be spinning in
Yeah, the
midair.
face is pushing through. Yeah.
It's
yeah,
a
that was
rusty brown
crazy.
color, and it almost looks to have a flashing light in
It was
the
like
middle
some
of it.
Alex Mack fucking effects.
Unfortunately, the footage is shaky, and that's because the object appears to be extremely far away. We can see this when the camera holder eventually zooms out. The object is a mere speck in the distance.
So what the fuck really is it? It looks like that boot that Mario gets into.
Reddit user SingKid managed to stabilize the footage for us to get a better look at. Here you can see minute details that were previously impossible to see.
It's a Kakuna.
This version claims to have been shot in Spain over 5 years ago. But there's also a version of the exact same footage that claims it was taken in Denver, Colorado. With the titles and
Okay, so no
location
one knows
changing,
anything.
it does cast a little bit of doubt over the authenticity of the footage. But nevertheless, it's certainly a striking piece of video, one that does make you wonder whether aliens could indeed be surveying our planet.
I've never wondered that at any point.
This next bizarre sighting comes from a webcam overlooking the coastline of Encinitas, California. Take a look.
Where's that? Okay.
The footage was captured in May 2020 at around 10:30 p.m.
What are we looking at?
In the water, you can see a flashing light.
Come on.
It moves several meters and appears to fly out of the water.
It's like someone signaling for help. It's like a signal flare. Help us!
Before disappearing entirely.
Yeah, I think I saw something. Dan, you're the lighthouse keeper. You have to tell people when that happens.
On a side note, you can also see some nice bioluminescence in the waves in the foreground. So what's to be made of this unidentified flashing object? Strangely, the webcam was taken down the following day and this piece of footage was scrubbed from the archive.
I guess someone was like
there have been
dying out
several
there.
notable UFO sightings off the coast of California. One well-known example is a series of UFO sightings that occurred in 2004 and 5, known as the Nimitz Incident, in which several US Navy pilots reported encountering unidentified flying objects while on training exercises off the coast of California.
The TIE fighter.
Then in 2019, the US Department of Defense released a number of videos that showed encounters between military aircraft and unidentified objects.
It's a balloon. Topical.
The videos, which were recorded by pilots using advanced sensors and cameras, show objects moving at high speeds and performing seemingly impossible maneuvers. Here you can see an object flying at high speed before it descends into the ocean.
Especially if it was a balloon, like you could see the wind like pushing it around, I guess.
Yeah, we have a 30 knot sustained wind, topside, gust of 40.
What was splashed? Splashed. Mark bearing and range.
The Department of Defense stated that the videos were released in the interest of transparency and to clear up any misconceptions about the sightings. So why is there so much UFO activity just off the coast of California? Several commenters explained that they believe there are secret alien bases hiding in our oceans across the globe. This isn't a new theory, however, as many UFO enthusiasts have speculated that aliens may have been living in our oceans for years. Back in 2014, a series of bizarre lights was spotted off the coast of Malibu in California. Shortly after the sighting, ABC 7 News interviewed paranormal expert Jimmy Church, who claims he's found a reason for the strange lights in the sky. Using Google Earth satellite imagery, Church discovered a strange oval-shaped object in the waters off the coast of Point Dume in Malibu. He believes this could be some kind of alien base secretly hiding some 6 miles off the coast of California.
I've seen this so many times. I don't think there's aliens down there.
So do you believe in aliens? And if so, do you think they're already here hiding in secret underwater bases deep beneath the sea? Love to hear your take on this in the comments down below.
Yeah, I don't know about that. We'd just be able to go check it out.
Before we take a look at a famous alleged alien abduction case that took place in Mississippi, remember to hit that subscribe button, then tickle that little bell icon there and turn on all channel notifications. That way you'll be in the loop every time we drop our scary and mysterious videos.
Scary and mysterious.
In 1973, in Pascagoula, Mississippi, something truly strange happened that's never been fully explained.
Yeah.
According to the two men involved, Kelvin Parker and Charles Hickson, they were fishing on the Pascagoula River when they were approached by a UFO. The UFO was described as a football-shaped object with blue and white lights.
Looks like Herman
Munster.
Munster.
About 3 feet above the ground. As the UFO approached, Parker and Hickson claimed they were paralyzed and unable to move. They then reported that they were abducted by 3 humanoid creatures with lobster-like claws and slits for mouths. The creatures allegedly took the men aboard the UFO, where they were subjected to a series of physical examinations and medical procedures. The men claimed that they were released by the creatures after about an hour and that they returned home in a state of shock. They reported their encounter to the local authorities, who launched an investigation into the alleged abduction. The Pascagoula abduction gained widespread attention in the media and remains one of the most well-known UFO abduction cases in history. However, the incident has also been the subject of much skepticism and debate. Many people have questioned the credibility of the men's claims, and some have suggested that the incident may have been a hoax or a hallucination. The bizarre thing is, when the 2 men were detained for questioning at the local police station, the investigating officers placed the men in a room on their own and listened in on their conversation. The officers thought they would hear the men talking about how it was all just a big joke. Instead, the men appeared frightened and kept discussing the alleged alien abduction amongst themselves. They asked each other what had happened and tried to piece the whole thing together. Despite the controversy surrounding the case, the Pascagoula abduction continues to be a fascinating topic for many people, and it serves as a reminder that the universe is full of mysteries and unexplained phenomena.
If you love mysterious videos like this one, then check out our other content. There's an episode there. Otherwise, there's a massive paranormal playlist right there that'll keep you entertained. Now remember to follow us on all our other socials as well. There's links in the description box below.
All right. I think there is a new assassin rapper. Hold on. What else do we have here? Nothing too crazy. Did you guys hear about this game that was coming out? Actually, this is kind of an interesting story. The day after this new survival game that was supposed to come out, like in a few weeks, it was like the most wish listed game on Steam.
On January 27th, 2021, the initial trailer was released for a zombie survival game called
This is Kira TV.
The Day Before. It was hype, people loved it, and who can blame them? Zombies have been at the forefront of entertainment media for years now. Despite that, we haven't seen too many success stories in the gaming space. There is definitely a lot of mileage left for zombie games. The trailer quickly drew reactions from gaming content creators, and it wasn't long before questions started to be asked regarding not only the quality of what was on display, but the validity of the entire project.
This is a good video about it. You'll see.
Who were
You'll be
these
informed
developers?
after this.
What had they done before that would lead us to believe they were capable of such a beautiful and ambitious game?
Like, I want to play this game,
was
though.
a small
That's like one of my favorite kind of things
to fund it all. It would be an understatement to say that these questions led to a rabbit hole.
Fell apart
it was
so
too
badly.
big and too deep to be considered such. Instead, we're 2 years later and we're still questioning everything. This is The Day Before, the most wished for game on Steam that might not even exist. There are 2 questions you're going to need to remember throughout this video. One, is the day before a scam? And if it is, what exactly is it they're gaining by doing this? So after the initial hype of the trailer, which ended with an ominous coming soon screen and a link to wishlist the game on Steam, things went quiet for a few months.
I don't remember any of this
until
happening
March
though,
of
personally.
2021, where
I just saw it on
Mytona,
Steam
which
and I
is
was
the
like, wow,
company
this
who
looks cool.
owns the development team Fantastic, sent out
Yeah, when
emails
it's
to the
not
media,
aliens,
myself
people do
included.
lose interest
They informed us
pretty
of a
quickly.
special live stream to be broadcasted on the IGN official YouTube channel, which we should definitely tune in for and check out if we were interested in The Day Before. Getting your game on the IGN platform like this is a huge deal, and of course it would draw the attention of other news outlets, creators, and game enthusiasts alike. So people marked it on their calendar, March 31st at 9 PST. All we knew is that they were saying it's showtime and we would be among the first to see, and I quote, something exciting.
Showtime.
But unfortunately, showtime it wasn't. The live stream was delayed 24 hours prior on March 30th and instead set to go live on April 6th at the same time. Fast forward a week, fans tuned in, they were excited to see the Day Before logo with some nice chill background music, and surely it's going to start soon, right? Well, no. The music continued to play, but nothing else happened. If you fired up Twitter to check the official Fantastic developer account, you would soon discover they were having some quote, technical problems with the day before event. But worry not, you could enjoy the lakeside campfire radio while you waited. And waiting is exactly what you were doing for 9 hours, which is how long the stream ran like this. Bear in mind, this was expected to play a gameplay trailer. The level of technical ability required to load up a stream and then play an MP4 file for people to watch is something a child could accomplish. But this company, in partnership with IGN, a company that has run some of the biggest gaming announcements of the last decade, somehow couldn't handle this prospect. And so after 9 hours, the stream went down, and the Twitter account posted another update, stating the event was now postponed, and they'll set a new date soon. Now obviously this raised huge questions. Why did they delay it in the first place?
Man,
why did they set it if it wasn't ready? Was the gameplay trailer even there to be played?
PvP
and why did they leave the stream up for 9 hours if they
huge.
knew they couldn't get it
Think
to
about
work?
like Tarkov
The
and
only
stuff.
question
It's
we
like
can
all
really
those
answer
people
is
would
that
like
of
this game, it seems like.
They seem to lack it. If a company can't get a trailer to go live, despite delaying it for a week already, how are they going to be able to deliver this massively ambitious game?
Videos.
The level of confidence in the day before was already low, but now the bar was set so low that even the most charitable person couldn't limbo it.
And yeah, you don't even need a finished game for that genre, in that genre to succeed.
With hype. You're only ever one good gameplay trailer away from
like
everyone
the key,
forgetting what had happened in the first place. Which is why on April 9th, millions of people still watched eagerly. 13 minutes of gameplay was on display. Surely enough to prove to the doubters that this game really
this
existed.
looks like something I would play
After
for
all,
hours,
you could see
though, dude.
driving
I love
vehicles
this.
around gorgeous landscapes, shooting zombies with awful efficiency, looting resources like food and ammo, entering and securing houses, and the tease of an intense player versus player interaction. After all, the most dangerous part of any zombie experience is always that of other survivors. But what any discerning video game enthusiast knows is that trailers are best taken with a 1 kilogram bag of salt in these modern times. Usually this statement refers to cinematic or teaser trailers, but it also applies to gameplay too. It is incredibly possible to massage the product to look infinitely better than the reality of the current state. For instance, you can build vertical slices of a game that have no underlying mechanics actually built on a wide scale, simply spending time
It just looks like
to
the
put together a
Division,
sort
though.
of demo,
Like, it looks so
a
hollow,
showcase of a
too.
small feature set in a very small
Is that
area.
the Golden Gate Bridge,
You could spend
maybe? The fuck?
hundreds of hours building this out, which oftentimes is hours wasted in development, since building for trailers is usually not
Or is
the
that, like,
same
Brooklyn?
as
I
building
think it
for a
was Brooklyn.
playable experience. Usually
it really
games
does
look
look like The
awful
Division.
for a very long time until they're actually near to being done. So when you have a trailer that's years out for a game that looks amazing, chances are that's not actually representing what the game is right now. It's essentially just makeup. It's marketing material. It's making it look pretty to sell the idea of what they think the game's going to be. You can see this all across the industry. When a game's announced, it looks great, and then maybe a few years later it still looks good, but it's not usually as good as what you saw back then. The reason you can make it look graphically way better is due to the lack of a grander scale. The game might actually suffer from performance issues if this was a fully built game, but in a small vertical slice you can probably make it perform pretty well. Now that isn't to say this is what the day before was doing, but as we go further down the rabbit hole, the question remains and the possibility grows. Remember at the start of the video, I asked you to keep 2 questions in mind. Is the day before a scam? And if it is, what do they gain? Now to answer the first question, you would need to know what it is they're gaining in the first place.
Look at that dog.
After all, the game isn't crowdfunded,
Do you think that
they're not
there's
accepting pre-orders,
oh my God.
and they're
Do you
gaining
think that
zero
that is
money
their
from the
dog?
public. So how could it be malicious?
I don't know
Or
why I
how
could say
could they
that.
be manufacturing this if they had no reason to do so?
Reddit Doge dog
Prepare to stream
points.
something amazing after the event.
CGI dog.
What does that mean? Is something coming today, guys?
Hey dog.
You've just seen some new videos from the day before.
I
And
don't
you
know, I
know
kinda
the
love these
release date.
guys.
We're looking forward to delivering the day before for
They're
you.
kind of
And now
adorable.
we have something more.
Our second inner team at Fantastic has been working on something super fun over the year.
we're happy to show you our new game, Prop Night.
Join Prop Night open beta right after the event.
The most wishlisted
I had no
game
idea
on
that
Steam,
this was
a game that was
anything
being
to do with
covered
these
by
guys.
thousands of YouTubers and Twitch streamers with a combined audience in the millions or tens of millions, was using email invites
Damn, what'd they do to her
to hook
ass?
people into a live trailer launch, teasing the potential to play and livestream something amazing after said trailer. Everyone thought this was going to be a surprise drop of the day before, with an alpha or something like that for people to play, to show off that they had a product. That something amazing, though, was Prop Night, an unrelated game that this tiny indie development studio had apparently been working on in conjunction with the day before. And the marketing,
never played this,
of course,
but
had
it does
worked.
not look good.
The game peaked with thousands of players and over 100,000 Twitch live viewers on launch day, before of course inevitably falling to obscurity over the coming months of 2022. This was a fantastic attention grab using the clout that they'd garnered for the day before, one that would have paid off like almost nothing else
Shroud.
if the product they promoted was of sufficient quality. And that's not to say Prop Night isn't good, but it's not a fantastic game. This is not something that people were crying out for. This is not the most wishlisted game on Steam.
It was
If
like
it had been,
Krampus
this
on
would have been
the-
propelled into a realm of success that is hardly possible from organic methods. Instead, what they got was initial interest and then a surge of complaints about the bait and switch tactic that they'd used. Essentially what they'd done here is traded the long-term trust and the public perception of their company, which was already at a low due to the fact nobody had
Is
seen the game,
jellyfish a nerve?
for a short-term boost on Prop Night. And maybe in a stroke of genius to kind of soften the blow a little bit of this announcement, they did say when the launch date would be, June 21st, 2022. Roughly 8 months until people got the real thing, the game that they were here for. Now, as of the next 6 months, nothing really happened. There was a 60-second NVIDIA RTX clip,
Nice.
and then the website also went down with
That's always a
zero
good sign.
explanations. But that's not a huge
definitely a
deal,
good sign.
right? Of course, not in isolation, and certainly could be entirely innocent, but in context, it was yet another arrow in the quiver of doubt, and another question mark as to not only the legitimacy, but the competence of this team that nobody truly knew anything about. Now at this stage, as fans usually do as they're waiting for something, if you're too quiet, they get quite upset, and people are asking questions. You've been talking about Prop Night, you've been updating Prop Night. Where's some more news on the day before, the game we actually care about? The developers replied on May 3rd, 2022, with an announcement to an announcement, something that isn't uncommon in the games industry, but it's pretty annoying. The day before news will be this week, ! Which does sound hype, and people were like, okay, good, there's going to be news. But unfortunately that news was they were delaying the launch, something that a lot of people expected, because they weren't really showing the game, which made no sense a month before launch. That's presumably when you'd be doing the most marketing. As for the reason for the delay,
Soon.
well, that was the fans' fault. You see,
Soon.
they were truly DJ Khaled here, just suffering from success. Due to the incredible popularity of the game, they wanted to delay it so they could make it better, which isn't the worst thing in the world. But at the same time, when people are questioning whether your product exists, this is probably not the best look. This came in the form of an update from Unreal Engine 4 to Unreal Engine 5, which had just released the month prior in April of 2022. This created a huge buzz of excitement in the industry because Unreal Engine 5 looks amazing. Everything you can do with it is amazing, and if your game's going to be on Unreal Engine 5, everyone is pretty excited for it. Unfortunately, this meant that the day before was going into 2023, March 1st specifically. Now there of course exists the saying,
Soon.
a delayed game is eventually good, but a rushed game is bad forever. Famously from Nintendo video game designer
Yeah, they're just out
Shigeru
at sea
Miyamoto.
somewhere.
However, no one
Bags
had
of
proof
money.
this game even existed, let alone would be eventually good. And you had to ask the question, were they just using the day before to drum up eyeballs of media and directing them to alternate, easier to create games? Due to questions like this being asked, people started to do some background checking on the team. Specifically, what games had they made previously? This was again more information to doubt that this was ever going to exist. Every game that this developer had made had been abandoned eventually.
What?
And by eventually, I don't mean years down the line when it was clear
Hold
the
your
game was
breath.
fundamentally poor and wouldn't amount to what they expected. I mean abandoned almost immediately. The Wild 8 being an example of this. It
feel
was
like I
a,
remember that
quote,
game.
intense survival action adventure set in the frozen wilderness of Alaska with online co-op capability. A game that had mostly positive reviews on release, but remained broken and lacking in care post-launch. It doesn't end there. They released 2 other games, a 30-minute long single-player narrative game that was made for mobile phones, but on Steam, and a first-person multiplayer horror game, which also launched in early access, flopped immediately, and abandoned just 3 months later. Which means 3 times
The mysterious
people had bought
pyramid
games
in the
from this
heart of
studio,
Siberia.
and all 3 times they were sold an unfinished product that was not updated to a sufficient standard. According to the timeline of when they released and subsequently abandoned their latest game, Dead Dozen, and when they talked about starting development of the day before, the 2 lined up almost exactly, which is not a good look for a developer in isolation, but in context again, even worse. Yet more snow packed onto the snowball rolling down the hill of public perception. What really took the cake though was their website update, which included a section called Be a Volunteer.
Say what you do in life, you do it willingly or unwillingly. If you do it willingly, it becomes a heaven. If you do it unwillingly, it becomes a hell. Fantastic culture is based on the idea of volunteering. Being a volunteer means that you willingly take part in working for a common cause.
The idea of volunteering comes from our own experience and aspiration, or in other words, to become a person who says yes to life. Volunteering means that in every action you take, you bring a certain pleasantness.
Now let me just say that Fantastic appear to be using the most incredible PR speak imaginable here to turn what is an insane concept into one of utter confusion.
Look at those trees.
Firstly, they say that Fantastic's culture is based on volunteering and that every single member of the company is a volunteer, meaning they're not holding anyone at gunpoint or forcing them to work, which I'm not sure is something you should need to clarify. So why do they? Well, because the idea of using unpaid volunteers is generally frowned upon, especially when it comes to doing the kind of work that Fantastic is looking for. They state that they employ full-time volunteers who are, by definition, just full-time salaried workers, and then they ask for part-time volunteers who work for, quote, cool rewards, participation certificates, and free codes, which, in lieu of payment for services rendered, are by definition not free, are they? The work they list for these free volunteers is things like translating, community moderating, and, quote, offer their unique skills to improve our projects or create new special features, which is incredibly vague, presumably on purpose to alleviate criticism. Now, just to clarify, Fantastic did come out in defense of all this, writing to Kotaku that the unpaid labor they were soliciting didn't actually write game code, but instead did things that also take time and usually garner salaries, such as localization, which alleviates the question of how is this game going to be good if they're using unpaid random people to code it, but begs the question why they think it's okay as a company claiming to be delivering the future of survival games in a massive multi-million-dollar AAA fashion while not paying for industry standard jobs. Now fast forward to 2023, YouTuber Big Fry posted a video discussing yet another incredibly suspicious aspect of Fantastic's marketing surrounding the day before. The studio released on January 4th, 2023 a video titled Life at Fantastic. As a YouTuber myself, I'm keenly aware of what is product placement and what is organic.
This looks like
this entire video
a recruiting video for a
watched
cult.
like a dedicated and poorly obfuscated advertisement. The product on display is front and center throughout the 5-minute runtime. It's called the Continent app. They mention the Continent app multiple times in name throughout the video, which is incredibly inorganic and jarring. They also talk about their external volunteers again, and this is unclear whether they're talking about the paid or unpaid ones. The curious part of this though comes when you search the Continent app that they were pushing. Would you have guessed that this app is developed and owned by none other than Fantastic themselves? If you did guess that, congratulations. But you know what? In true Fantastic fashion, this gets even worse. They teased this Life at Fantastic video on their social media claiming it will include new details about the game people are waiting for the day before. They were trying to direct their massive army of fans to come and view it. The video released only a few hours after an Nvidia exclusive showcase, which of course also directed eyeballs to Fantastic's social media. Does this seem familiar at all? But wait, there's more. It seemed like yet another bait and switch, in almost the identical fashion as previously with Prop Night. Hey, you, interested fans of this game, come look at this cool day before information. Oh, what's that? Another product you don't care about but we happen to have created in the last few years? That's crazy. I wonder how that got there. And to make it even stranger, this video went live with a normal video description, but less than an hour afterwards, they updated it to include a continent app link which says, quote, download continent, and then a pinned comment with the same text and link. Something that advertisers will usually stipulate you do for YouTube videos so the maximum amount of people see it, and are more likely to go and click on the product. And of course, to make it as sketchy as possible, when people called them on it, they removed the pinned comment, changed the continent app link to fantastic.com, turned off likes and dislikes to hide the massive dislike ratio, and then turned off the comments so people couldn't talk about it. If that isn't shamelessly being caught red-handed for something a child could see through, I don't know what is, and I don't know why they thought this would work, or that people wouldn't notice. So now that brings us to modern day. We have those two questions still. Is the day before a scam? And if so, what are they gaining? Well, so far, they've used their massive media presence and the captivated audience in order to launch an unrelated game and to try and sell an unrelated app. There's also the distinct possibility they've been using that public attention to parlay private funding, though that of course has no evidence and is just a theory.
Seems like a pretty big scam.
Though everybody knows if you have the most wishlisted game on the biggest gaming platform in the world, it's probably going to be easier to get some funding to walk into a boardroom and say, look at what we have, than if you don't have anything. Having said all that, we're going to find out real soon, because it's only a few months until the game launches, right? Well, on January 24th, 2023, people discovered that searching Steam's most wishlisted game was impossible. It wasn't there anymore. The game had vanished. It had been removed from Steam. Immediately, of course, the rumour mill churned into action, and people were speculating Steam had decided the game had long enough to prove itself real and removed it. Or maybe somebody had unearthed some evidence, sent it to Steam, and they'd removed the game as it didn't exist. Fantastic's moderator, Wolf, took to the Steam discussion board to clarify the situation. He stated, quote, "We are currently experiencing a minor technical difficulty with our game's visibility on the Steam store page. This is a known bug that has affected multiple titles in the past." He goes on to state that this is due to Steam maintenance and that it would be restored once maintenance concludes. This, however, was both incorrect and a lie. The game was not experiencing technical difficulty, it was experiencing incompetence, as it always had been. Fantastic released a statement which clarified on the reality of the situation. Steam blocked their game page at the request of a private individual. They state, and please hold your laughter, that the game, when they announced it in January 2021, had not actually been trademarked. The name the day before was not theirs, which means it was available for anyone else to do so. They also claim that they were only aware of the situation on January 19th, 2023. Both of these statements are, according to public filing records, also both incorrect. An individual by the name of Sunjay Lee filed a trademark months after the day before was announced, on May 21st, 2021. Fantastic then filed their trademark on January 27th, 2022, over a half a year later, and 1 year after they announced the game. As of November 2022, Sunjay Lee's trademark was approved without contention. That same month, Fantastic received a notice stating their trademark would not be processed, obviously due to the fact it was already taken. Now, of course, this is very confusing, and this news also came with information they were cancelling the launch of their much anticipated game trailer that was due to release within the next week or so, because they totally can't launch that trailer while a trademark issue is going on. Not only that,
it's like lost
but
the trademark
they were also
for the game.
delaying the game, this time from March of 2023 to November of 2023. So let's examine this for a minute. What makes this situation absolutely ridiculous? Every facet of this has a massive question mark next to it. Firstly, why did you work on a game for 2 years, without filing a trademark for it, something that's incredibly easy to do, especially when you announced it to the public and critically when the game got massive fanfare and attention. Surely you must have known this was something you had to do. Second, why when you discovered somebody else had filed the trademark months prior, did you not try to deal with the issue? And third, why would a trademark dispute prevent you from releasing a trailer and of course add on an 8-month-long delay? Something of course doesn't add up here. Overall, the game the day before was announced in January of 2021, along with the words coming soon. It now won't release until almost 2024, and that's if it even comes out at that time. Now I'm sure we can all understand that software development is hard and nailing deadlines when months out is incredibly difficult. Realistically, companies 10 times fantastic size, with 10 times as much experience launching products, still get this wrong frequent enough for it to be observable. But getting so many things wrong in such a short period of time and overshooting your launch window by 2 years without a single human being being capable of vouching for the product you allegedly have, it's all just beyond belief. The mistakes that they've made over this 2-year period are so incredibly silly that I cannot believe somebody capable of doing that could make a game on the scale that they've been talking about. Now remember, we also talked about the moderator who posted about the original reason for Steam delisting the game. Well, when all this came out, he posted on Discord saying, quote, "Those who wonder if the game is real, I'm wondering the same right now. Nobody saw the gameplay." He is of course somebody who is unpaid and just moderating the game because he loves the community or he loves these types of games. But obviously, if even the moderators, the people who are answering questions for the community, the people you put in charge of speaking to the community and representing you in that way in your Discord server are saying things like this, then that's a really bad look. As an update, while this video was in editing, Fantastic dropped the gameplay trailer that they had delayed due to the trademark dispute. The trailer was their answer to proving the doubters wrong, but yet again, it raised more questions than it answered. People did a side-by-side comparison of the graphics from that initial trailer in 2021 to this new 2023 trailer, and it's night and day a downgrade, including the playable character, which looks incredibly low-textured. The game world is mostly empty, and the 10 minutes of gameplay showed a half-dozen zombies, no multiplayer elements, and very little actual features or functions. When dissected, people discovered that there are sections of the trailer that are a direct one-to-one copy of a Call of Duty trailer from some years ago. When putting them side by side, it's way too close to be considered tasteful inspiration, which does play into the fact that other elements of the day before are carbon copies of more successful products, such as the actual main game logo being identical in not only style but minor details to The Last of Us, and the main promotional images being identical to The Division. At this point, there are way too many examples of them copying other successful games that it cannot be a coincidence.
Yeah, it's just like
and while many games use others as clear inspiration, very rarely is it so blatant in delivery as the day before. As for those two questions again, is the day before a scam? I don't think anyone can concretely point to a single piece of evidence in the story and say, yes, this is absolutely 100% a scam. It's just incredibly suspect. We can, however, say that judging from the competence of the development studio, not the actual people writing code, of course, but the management that are making these decisions, they are absolutely incompetent. So much so that I would be incredibly comfortable stating that this game, if it ever launches, will be a complete mess. I'm talking missing content that was promised, bugs, networking issues, frame rate issues, bad communication, long waits for fixes, and of course, based on their track record, it will be liable to be abandoned at the drop of a hat if it doesn't perform as expected. In terms of the question of what they've gained that could substantiate the ability for it to have been an elaborate scheme, well, we know they've benefited from the eyeballs on the product by getting their name out there, by getting eyeballs on Prop Night, a game they actually released, which presumably is monetized, and by giving them the marketing opportunity to put their app in front of more people than it would otherwise have seen. And of course, the story isn't over here. We still have another 10 whole months and potential delays to come afterwards, in which time they could promote or leverage that audience in additional ways. At least whatever happens though, the indicators to not pre-order or purchase this game are as clear as day. Never has there been anything that has been as easy as this one. If there ever comes a time that a little green button appears on the day before Steam page with a dollar value next to it, you have never had more warning that it is suspect, and you should definitely wait for reviews from real people who you trust. That is of course if they ever get back on Steam. Perhaps they're going to even change the name and try to leave behind their awful reputation. Or maybe this is all part of a plan, that they purposefully engineered the entire situation to give themselves more excuses to delay, or even to sunset the project. Time will tell, but for now, the day before remains an absolute mystery. Will it ever release? And is the most popular game on Steam even real?
Yeah, definitely not. I'm gonna go with that is not a real game. All right. I think there's actually some new Assassin rappers too. Hell yeah. The boat. The boat's like
Barry
still going.
sensed that his girlfriend was cheating on him, so he took it upon himself to follow her and catch her in the act. He was right about her cheating,
so loud.
but what really made him mad was that she was cheating on him with his best friend Sam. He first saw her through his binoculars, lying down on the beach with Sam. They were looking so happy together, it made him sick. Then he followed her another night, where they both had a romantic meal in an Indian restaurant. He looked at them for just 2 minutes before he went away to avoid him going over and beating Sam all around the restaurant. The night after he followed them to the cinema, Barry sat in the back row the whole night watching them. It made him so mad that he had an idea. It was a crazy idea. Barry knew, but he had made up his mind and he was sticking to it. Barry invited Sam out on his new boat for a boat trip a few nights later. The water was really smooth and they were talking for a few minutes, until Barry knew it was time to do it. He pushed Sam over the boat into the water and threw a rock that had a rope attached to it that he made sure was around Barry's foot. Sam screamed as he went underwater. Barry felt relieved as he had his revenge. Suddenly he screamed as he realized that the rope somehow got around his foot also. He tried his best to escape, but the rock and the rope pulled him under the water, and within minutes, both friends drowned. Thanks for watching The Assassin Rapper, and if you want to
pretty sure that was just karma, man. Just how it goes. That's how it goes. All right, what else should we watch? How about
Here in the Philippines, supernatural are very common, and we have many scary urban legends and myths, as well as scary monsters. I'm going to share my dad's experiences that nobody ever imagined he would experience. My parents are both teachers, and when I was 7, we transferred to the small island in the Visayas. My dad was a drunkard, but he's very good at his job as a teacher. Before, people didn't have any bathrooms, so we would just poop at this mangrove forest that was at the center of the island.
What?
We lived near the forest, so we would just take a poop there. I was 10 years old when this happened. One night, my mom asked my dad to help her with carrying stuff to the boat around 3 a.m. since she was pregnant and she had to be early at the seminar.
Meet
My
me at the
dad agreed,
mangrove.
even though he was drinking that night. You might think why we need a boat. You see, it takes 1 hour to get to the mainland where the seminar takes place, and before the lights were cut off every 12 a.m., so we would wait until dusk to get the energy power back. After my dad dropped my mom at the pier, My dad suddenly had to go to the bathroom, but since we didn't have any bathrooms,
Oh my
he just
God.
pooped at my flower garden near the mangroves. When he was about to poop, he saw something from afar. He described
When he was about to
it as
poop.
a snake-like, but it was bigger and it was half pig. My dad continued to poop since he thought he was just hallucinating
What
and it was
the
just a
fuck?
pig. But he couldn't get the feeling out that something was wrong. He looked back and saw that there was nothing there, and when he pulled up his little flashlight, the light in the lighter, he was shocked that he hurriedly went inside the house, not even pulling his pants up, and hurriedly got the samurai he had. He gathered up the courage and he went back. The thing was not there anymore. He couldn't sleep, so he stayed up and told his friends about what he saw. He explained that he had seen something like an animal, but half was human.
The samurai.
And this time, the other half was that of a snake. When he turned the flashlight on, he saw very bloody red eyes.
Whoa.
And that face was that of a human, but deformed. And he saw it near to him, only 6 meters away. His friends just laughed and told him that maybe it was just imagination, but he insisted it was not. Then suddenly, one of my neighbors came up to us and asked if we had a pig. A very big black pig, and explained that he saw the pig around 1 a.m. near our backyard where my dad had pooped. I watched my dad shocked. We realized that the thing was not just after hanging out there. It was after my mom that she was pregnant around that time. I don't know if you'll find this believable, but I saw with my own eyes.
Yeah.
My dad was truly terrified around the time he encountered that thing.
Truly a true story. Completely real. All right. My BRB screen broke. What the fuck? How about I haven't watched Xiaolong Outdoor in a while. What if he's got any? I'm kind of looking for like his highlights. Here we go.
我去你，他私有。
So loud. Yo, Fo Daddy. What's up, man? Thanks for that 20 months, man. Up to his old tricks.
Oh, 这儿，啊不是这儿。
Replay.
我他妈真奇怪了都。我操
There's someone in there? What was it? Hell yeah. Boop, boop. What's even happening? Rewind time.
这是一个办公室。
There is an office.
这啥玩意儿？
This guy is called Outdoor Shalong.
这啥字儿？
What?
去你妈！啥字儿？哎呦，啥个样啊？啥字儿？
What? The heart beating. Moving chair. Number 8.
谁？别他妈喊！我操！你妈！那边动！
Yeah, imagine like walking by here and hearing him. Be like, yo, that place is haunted. The tortured cries of the damned. He has like the best special effects though. Yeah, what's up, Dapik? What's going on? The countdown is so funny.
从那样开始，我感觉这一圈都像在躲着咱俩似的。你敢不敢信啊？谁？妈的！
哎！
你敢不敢信啊？谁？妈的！妈的！刚才就这个玩意儿了，从这个位置转到这个位置了。我操！哎，我龙啊！我
It's up late to bed. Chairs were facing each other. What channel is this? It's called Outdoor Shalong. Oh, someone walked by? Oh no.
去你妈的！ 我怀疑那个应该是他妈
It doesn't even look that abandoned.
第几？他应该是在那个地方干的活。啥事儿？哎！我操你！哎！
Uh-oh.
我操你！哎！我去你妈的！海上没有电。咋的？有人动了！别让人动了呢！我操我！啊！我操
！What？
这柴上面有电。咋的？有人动了！别让人动了呢！我操我！啊！我操！
That guy's just getting electrocuted. I don't know. I think it just looks old. I don't think it's necessarily abandoned, is it?
那是那桶里不？桶动了！哎哎！妈！桶里有东西！你妈！有水了！我操！在这桶里！拿东西！给我拿东西！给我来！妈是没有你的东西！
Get it.
操！ 这桶里，师傅冒烟了，没，给我拿个香锅了。
Give me a spool.
操！
There's just a guy laying in it. It's moving. Hey, I. That's a famous Shalong line. Just shot a fucking box at him. That's pretty funny. Just sort out the packages for them. What the fuck? Table attacking them. Locked himself in a fucking closet.
我一看着眼儿，我操！我操！
Is there just like a lady standing there? He like ended up in someone's house somehow.
我一看着眼儿，我操！
Seemed to be looking at someone. Yeah, it is like Scooby-Doo ish. You're right. Never even thought about that. Just running around getting in trouble.
谁？
Who?
谁呀？谁？谁？
Oh my god.
谁？有人没？
What even is it?
我操你妈！这凳子好像有人坐着。
What the fuck?
有他妈灰印儿。
I don't know why the sentence would break in the middle like that. What the fuck? So I think he's just like sniffing now. What? What? Instant replay. Oh, absolutely. You heard it in there. Absolutely. Those are my favorite when he's just like yelling. I think that might be how I found out about this channel, was from like Slapped Ham or someone like that. Maybe like Nuke.
来。我我操！
Jesus Christ.
我绝对刚才看到过投影。
哪地方啊？
这上面，我操！
Yeah, he just runs around the house like the phone's ringing.
谁呀？
搁哪地方啊？
这上面，我。谁呀？
走，上来走。哪儿呀？上哪儿呀？搁这里待干啥？没有水。哎，我操！我操
There is no water. Yeah, he still is like doing the same amount of excitement. The fuck? Duende?
谁？
我操！我对，我操！我说老二，这个啥呀？啥呀？啥呀？啥？咋的？我操！
What was it?
谁？
我对。
谁？
我。
There he goes. Run. Whoa, I accidentally muted myself there. Let's watch one or two more things. I'm getting pretty tired. And I'll probably wrap it up. I was going to stream a few games, but I think I'll leave it for maybe tomorrow. New schedule is really getting to me in terms of energy. I've been so tired lately. It's not even that late. All right. What to watch? Here we go.
Let's begin.
Number 5.
This scary TikTok video was published to an account belonging to a man named Tristan, who said that he was waiting for his wife to come home, who arrived just a few minutes after filming this. While filming, however, it turns out that Tristan managed to film something rather creepy that has since caused many viewers of this video to be completely creeped out. Take a look. This second video is also filmed in Tristan's house on a different day. He says that he started filming because he started to hear some strange noises coming from somewhere in the house. Let's take a look at the footage that he captured on the second video.
Isn't that just like what happens with those things sometimes? Like the blinds just come loose.
There's clearly something strange going on with Tristan and his house, but what exactly it is not currently known. What do you make of all this? Do you think Tristan's house is being haunted by some strange, unseen spirit? Could it be a poltergeist, or is this just a hoax? Be sure to let me know your thoughts in the comments below.
What's wrong with Tristram? Tristram? Isn't that where Diablo takes place?
This video was published to TikTok by a user known as The Myth Writer, and starts off with a woman zooming in on a house known as the Martin House, which is an allegedly haunted house located in Florida. According to legend, when the Martin family lived in the house in the early 1900s, they had daily servants. That is, until Martin discovered that his lovely wife was having an affair with one of the male servants. Some claim that in a fit of wrath, Martin hanged the young servant from a large oak tree near the lake, while also forcing his wife to watch the horrifying incident. Time passed, but the entire town was aware of his wife and servant, as well as the hanging. According to local gossip and word throughout the community, Martin couldn't handle it any longer since he knew they were all chatting about what happened. Maddened by this, he proceeded to hang his wife and children from the same oak tree before
I thought it's a dog man at first.
The myth writer says that she was just simply driving by the place randomly when she suddenly noticed something incredibly chilling in the window when she looked at it, so she decided to pull out her phone and start recording. Take a good look at the window right here and see if you notice it.
Haunted, Panama City, Florida, my first book. And I'm just driving by randomly. They tell me you see what I'm seeing.
It's like someone like, what the fuck is this person doing?
A strange, ghost-like child can be seen standing in the window eerily without any sort of explanation. Many commenters also agree that they see the child standing there, and it has freaked many people out online. Could this be one of Martin's children who was hanged? Or is it simply what is known as pareidolia, where patterns seem to form a face even though there is none? Let's just hope that this woman never needs to venture inside of the Martin house for any reason, just in case she bumps into whoever this strange, creepy ghost child is.
Yeah, let's just hope so, for their sake.
This highly unnerving video was published to the popular High Strangeness subreddit, which essentially specializes in
Isn't
posting
this the one that
videos
slapped
of some
him just
genuinely
did?
strange things caught on camera.
High
The video in question
strangeness.
was filmed on May 7th, 2020 at
Yo,
10:30 p.m.
submarine.
and shows something rather fascinating yet unsettling. Take a good look at the water and just wait for it.
Submarine. Yeah, ghost flare. Someone dying at sea while this guy was like watching this game in the background, this football game.
A submerged object can be shown shooting straight out of the ocean in this video from Encinitas, California. Tons of people who have watched this video have been left totally baffled by it. What is this strange object that was in the video, and how did it fly right out of the ocean? There are a lot of confused internet browsers out there who have since been trying their best to make sense of this extremely weird piece of footage, but it seems as if nobody is quite sure how to piece this whole thing together. One commenter says that this could be a military drone launched from a
incredibly mysterious.
This series of videos were made by a user known as Elijah Matthews 101 and seems to document him wandering around in the middle of this forest in the middle of the night, which brings about some unforeseen consequences. At one point in the video, he can be seen walking around the forest trying to explore the area to the best of his ability. For the first little while, it doesn't seem as if he is going to find anything of interest, but that all changes rather quickly. Take a look.
Take a look.
It's 12:45. Bell's going off crazy. All of those screams you're hearing are animals. I know they are animals.
I know. Sounds like a cat.
I have to go, but I got it on camera. I got stuff on camera.
Just straight up sounds like a cat meowing.
In this second video, Elijah is making his way through the woods where it's just him surrounded by the all-encompassing darkness of the night. It's just Elijah and his flashlight versus the world. Unfortunately for him, he soon finds himself in for the scare of a lifetime.
Hello?
To be fair, though, that would be pretty spooky. I might panic a little bit.
This last video sees Elijah stumbling across a tunnel in the woods.
There's just like a bell sound.
He decides to make a bold decision to venture inside, which proves to be an absolutely gigantic mistake. Take a look at what happens when Elijah ventures in.
That I found in the woods at nighttime, so instead I'm just gonna...
Oh, nice. Found a cave.
Like a stick that I found in the woods at nighttime, so instead I'm just gonna...
Enhanced audio.
Throw something in there, like a stick.
Audio
he
jungle.
Finds the tunnel where he thinks the creature lives, and you can hear growl from inside, but he doesn't notice it himself. Then he hears the bells again, which doesn't make sense because he's deep in the woods, and there aren't any buildings near where he was.
Fun fact, that tunnel went for about 8 meters and then it just stopped. And I was walking home right now, reviewing the footage to see if I caught anything that I didn't quite see in the first time I caught the footage. Listen. bells. There are no bell towers around me. Again, this happens all the time. I don't understand what it is. And at this point, I actually want to know. I'm desperate to find out what that is. Bell tower. No bell tower around here. There's literally nothing around here.
What do you think was going on in these videos? Did Elijah come across some sort of cult-like activity? Is the forest he entered perhaps haunted? Be sure to let me know your theories in the comments below.
Let him know. Number 1.
A movie
Stock
theater is supposed
footage.
to be a fun place where you can sit down and unwind with an entertaining movie and forget all about your troubles for a couple of hours. But sometimes, as you're about
Thank
to
you for the
see,
definition
that's
of
not always
movies.
possible. A TikTok user known as Resiox posted the following video to his account. He says that he works at this movie theater, and he says that he has to check all the theaters at night as well as check the doors. He also says that he has to check behind the theater curtains to make sure nobody's living back there.
His
While walking
segues
back
are the
to
best.
The area he started filming at, he ends up capturing something genuinely creepy. Take a look at the window and you should be able to see it.
You know, no one's back here.
Did you see it?
And then you just go and... What the fuck?
Isn't it like a projectionist? Yeah, aren't they like supposed to be up there? Come on, man.
The second video that the TikToker uploaded shows him investigating the room in which he saw the figure. Take a look and see everything unfold.
But there was no one up there.
I just saw somebody up here, and it's the scariest shit I've ever seen, dude. Like, I was just down here, and I was back down there in that corner right there, and I literally just like can't. What the fuck?
What? What was it?
There is a shadow figure behind the machine with the many bright yellow and green buttons in the back.
It could it possibly
which the
be?
uploader
What's up,
notices
Doctor? How you
at the
doing?
end of the video before it abruptly ends without warning.
I don't think I think it's just like a
It is unknown
shadow.
as to what this figure was and why it was lurking around in this movie theater in the first place. The uploader says that he is contemplating quitting his job at this point, and who can blame him? And that was 5 scary videos. I hope you enjoyed the
And who
video,
can
and if
blame
you
him?
did, then subscribe for more scary content. My name is Sir Spooks, and I'll
I
see
can.
you all in the next.
I can blame you. Let's watch one more video. I'm probably gonna wrap it up. I'm a little tired.
Hello everyone, my name is Sir Spooks, and today we'll take a look at 5 scary videos. But before
Hell
we begin,
yeah.
make sure to subscribe to my channel so you don't miss any future uploads. Alright, let's begin.
Number 5.
It's no secret that chicken is one of the most popular and beloved meat-related foods in the entire
Chicken.
world. It may be hard to believe, but according to Comfy Living, approximately 8 billion chickens are eaten in just the United States per year. And as you'll see in this video, it seems that even paranormal entities have chicken cravings every so often. The video in question was published to Reddit, with
It's
the uploader
widely
explaining,
reported that
quote,
humans
"My
enjoy
mom sent me this
chicken.
just now, and I want people's thoughts on it. My mom asks my sister if she wants chicken or a burger, and it sounds like someone else responds to her question. Take a listen.
Right back, okay? You want chicken or a burger?
What?
You want chicken or a burger?
This sounds like the kid.
A deep, growly voice says the word chicken before the video abruptly cuts off. Is this audio proof that paranormal entities have chicken cravings? Was this even a ghost or something else? The OP wondered if it could be her sister, but it seemed to her that that would be very unlikely. Her mom also told her that she'd heard the exact same voice over 10 years ago in a different house, which adds a
She
new layer of
remembered that
creepiness
voice
to
saying
this
chicken
video.
in a different house.
Be sure to let me know your thoughts in the comments
case-
down below. Today's video is sponsored by Dave, the banking
Yo,
app that can
Dave?
help you instantly. I remember one time
The bank app.
a TikTok user named Darkside of Kyle published the following 2 videos to his account
Kyle's
and have been
eye.
the subject of tons of discussion in the paranormal community online. In the first video, Kyle explains that he was moving into his new house supposedly alone, but then this happened.
Supposedly alone. Supposedly.
As you can see, some lights begin to flicker inside of Kyle's brand new house, and just a moment later, a door can be seen closing seemingly all by itself. When Kyle opens the door to investigate, he finds absolutely nothing.
What's going on?
He finds absolutely nothing because it's not haunted.
Things are going crazy now.
Oh my god, the dolls.
In the second video, Kyle is filming from behind this door, which can clearly be seen rattling around all by itself, which understandably freaks out the uploader. When he goes to investigate, he sees a hanging doll. What could possibly be going on inside Kyle's new house? Either way, it definitely seems like moving into this place was a big mistake. Not that he's to blame, because who can anticipate that the house you're about to move into is haunted? Let's hope Kyle can find a new place to live as soon as possible, or at the least find a way to live peacefully with these ghosts.
Live peacefully
This
with the
highly
ghosts.
unnerving video was published to the popular High Strangeness subreddit, which essentially specializes in hosting videos of some
This is the
genuinely
same fucking
strange
video
things
again.
caught on camera. In this particular
High
video,
strangeness.
it appears as if this Reddit user has filmed some chilling evidence of a potential UFO flying around in the sky over DC in the middle of the night. Take a look.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Look, they moving. Look how they moving. What the I knew it. I was gonna feed you something today.
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
That's the same
They're
kind of thing we
here.
saw across that bridge.
They are here. Whoa. It's not flares, because look how they moving away. Whoa.
I think it's out now. And now they're
Whoa.
out.
One of them is still up.
Whoa.
The man is audibly shocked by his discovery, and it's not hard to see why. By all accounts, it definitely looks to be a UFO, but there's obviously no way to be 100% certain. What do you think about this video? Do you think that this Reddit user managed to capture some genuine proof of the existence of aliens? Or is there a perfectly mundane explanation to this? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Imagine you head out to your local Walmart grocery store during the day to get some things for the house. Obviously not thinking anything of it, because why would you? Only to then realize later on that somebody followed you home from the store. That's the situation that this Reddit user found themselves in. They uploaded this video to the aptly titled Creepy Video subreddit and showcases doorbell camera footage of a creepy man walking up to their front door, acting
What the
strangely
fuck? Actual
before then
zombie?
leaving. Take a look.
The fuck?
A comment from the uploader reads, quote, "For anyone asking if you left something, No, there are windows on each side of the doors. Blinds were open but not all the way. He was most likely peeping into my house. I checked to make sure nothing was left and I couldn't find anything." End quote.
He's like, is this my house?
I think most
he's
people
at the
would
wrong
be
house.
truly horrified if this happened to them. Let's just all hope that this creepy man never returns to this Reddit user's house ever again. Chris from the YouTube channel Urbex Hill uploaded a video on January 20th, 2023, in which he ventured out to an extremely creepy abandoned school where he had quite a number of scares happen throughout the night. As he makes his way through the building, which is incredibly quiet and run down, he eventually hears some rather unnerving sounds and starts to see stuff that obviously freaks him out.
Whoa. Another person.
Somebody's here.
Who was it?
As you can see, another person with a flashlight appears out of nowhere, only to then walk by Chris, who's understandably hiding. You can never know a stranger's intentions in a place like that. About 10 minutes or so later, Chris is recording himself walking into what appears to be the school's bathroom, and it's then which he gets a genuinely terrifying fright.
What's going on, Double Lord? Some guy standing there. It looked kind of like a mannequin.
Oh shit. Scared the fuck out of me. Oh man. Fuck that. Oh man.
And you'd be like, hello? Not there now. Whoa.
Oh, it's a f***ing toy.
What the fuck? Why would it just fall over?
Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me.
The second time he walks into the bathroom,
alien face?
He finds out that it's just a toy, as he refers to it. But the fact that the figure suddenly drops to the floor the moment he looks at it is honestly really strange. He is then shown walking down this long corridor when he begins to hear something strange coming from above.
It did kind of look like an alien, like Nort's. That doesn't really explain seeing a fucking light.
Listen. Alright, I'm gonna go this way.
It's not even a full minute later that Chris gets yet another scare coming his way.
Safe is still here. I wonder what's in it. Oh shit.
Is there a new life luxury? I'll have to check it out next time. Let me wrapping it up in a second. What is this? Doesn't that kind of look like a gnome face?
He was standing right here.
Was he?
He's probably in this room.
Hello.
Hello.
It is truly unexplainable how that person or shadow could disappear right in front of Chris's eyes. Afterwards, it was nowhere
Who
to
was
be
it?
seen either. But just as he's getting ready to call it a day, it seems as though whatever
was
creepy
it?
spirits or entities are lurking inside of the school decided to give Chris one last scare for good measure.
This is crazy. I remember the last time I exploded. Oh shit. I remember the last time I exploded. Oh shit. Hello?
I mean, if no one answers you, they probably don't want to see you.
Hello? What? Okay, I know I heard somebody coming down these stairs. I'm out.
It clearly sounded like someone was running down the stairs, but as you can see, there was no one there. Although Chris is clearly an experienced explorer, let's just hope for his own safety that he doesn't venture back to this creepy school for any further investigations.
I hope he does.
And that was 5 scary videos. I hope you enjoyed the video, and if you did, then subscribe for more scary content.
Good shit. All right, everybody. I'm going to wrap it up there. Like I said, I'm getting pretty tired. I thought I was going to play some games tonight, but I think I'll save it for tomorrow or maybe tomorrow night or something like that. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. And I'm going to try to get back onto like a real schedule soon, even though I've been doing a lot of work in real life lately. So I haven't had too much time to hang out and stream. I wish I did, but I think maybe getting like a real schedule going would be helpful. I think a few days a week for sure. And then just wild card the rest of the time. But yeah, I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you for hanging. Cool. I'm pretty tired tonight anyways, but I did want to get a stream in since I finally have some extra time. I've been beat just from traveling the past few days too. Just been super tired. But let's watch a couple hams for a bit. Yeah, I'll keep checking it out. Hopefully it gets a little bit more stable to stream. Like I said, I'd really like to stream it. If not, I'll record something and play it with some people. Maybe. But I've been pumped for it, so. Also, sometimes you can find like good ways to run the game that people are figuring it out. Fuck, the resolution of everything's all fucked up. Boom, boom, boom, boom. I might have to just do that. Yeah, that works. So I actually changed OBS to be 720 instead of 1080 to play that too, just to get some extra like juice out of the laptop. All right.
How you doing? I'm Callan and this is Slapped Ham. Today we're looking at some freaky clips that you need to see to believe.
All right.
So hit that subscribe button and get ready.
Some
for more
freaky
creepy
clips.
content.
You need to believe. Other people were having that same issue. Let me check this out. Just check that out. Serious audio studying crackling, yeah.
Scott Collingwood Beard. Several years ago, Scott lost a close friend to alcoholism. The Gloucestershire
Change
local
the setting.
said his friend would go camping in the forest.
Changing
of Dean,
bits
a
hurts
sprawling
setting.
woodland
Your
park and
audio.
former royal hunting ground in
Huh.
the southwest of England. Scott's friend, who will
Yeah, I wonder
remain
which one in
anonymous,
particular it
went
is.
out alone into the woods one cold UK winter.
On
Several
UK
days
winter.
passed and his family hadn't heard from him. A group of friends set out into the forest to look for him. Eventually, they found their friend's body lying next to a burnt-out fire. He had apparently
fuck?
succumbed to the elements. Shocked and saddened by what had happened, friends and family gathered in the woods right where their friend had set up camp. They took a series of photos to remember the day. When the mother of the deceased stood in front of the group to say a few words, something strange was caught on camera. Just next to her on the right, you can see a distinct orb of light.
That's it? That's literally it? Come on.
Scott says that the woods where this photo was taken have a dense canopy, so no sunlight could get through. It was a dull, overcast day and no flash on the camera was used. Yet, we can clearly see an orb of light just above the mother's head.
What about the fucking soccer ball?
Scott isn't sure how to explain the photo and has been hesitant to show it to anyone before because he thought people might think that he made it all up. Given the
let's
sad
watch some
story
creepy
that
videos
it's
for
his
now.
mum and that the photo was taken right where he passed away, it certainly does make you wonder whether their friend and lost son was taking one last moment to say goodbye. When a family member passes away, many of us will always wonder if a part of them will remain with us even after their death. That's certainly what viewer Brandon Juliet, who goes by the Reddit username Small Connection, was thinking when he was watching these surprising videos captured on their home security cameras. According to Brandon, this first video was recorded late one night on the Ring home security camera placed outside of his mother's house. Everything on the front porch looks fairly normal for the first few seconds of the footage. However, we quickly spot something odd, an orb
Fairly normal.
across the screen. The orb is yellow in color and moves slowly across the camera for several seconds.
Really? Another orb already? Come on, man.
Brandon states that they've never seen anything like this on the camera before. The timing of this recording is particularly odd. The footage was recorded shortly after his stepfather passed away. Some paranormal experts believe that spirits can manifest as orbs of light, as it takes less energy for them to appear in this way.
Stepfather in
To make matters
urn.
even stranger, a second video was recorded on Brandon's own Ring camera, showing an identical yellow orb hovering in front of the camera.
Yeah, orbs are pretty whack. As far as all that
Here's
goes.
the twist. He lives over 230 miles away from his mother, yet the same strange orb appeared on both cameras shortly after the stepfather's death. Here's some more footage of the same yellow orb.
The same yellow orb.
According to Brandon, it seems to appear at around 3 a.m. Often, people are scared when they see indications that a spirit may be hanging around their house. However, in this case, Brandon and his mother are comforted by the appearance of the yellow orb. They believe it means a loved one is looking out for them from beyond the grave.
Man, that was pretty bad.
Supernatural entities or mere dust particles? This debate has divided the paranormal community for years. Often it seems that dust or insects can explain many so-called orb sightings, yet occasionally a video surfaces that may prove otherwise. In this footage shared to Reddit by Jibby-san, we see what at first looks like a typical orb. However, take note of the way it moves. The object seems to fly about with purpose. Usually this means
it's a pretty sick living room. It's huge.
Yet this mysterious shape remains completely spherical no matter how far it is from the camera. Furthermore, just after the halfway point of the clip, a notification appears on the screen indicating that the camera has detected movement. This is something that both dust particles and insects rarely cause. So what do you think this video shows? Take another look and let me know your thoughts and theories in the comments section down below. Peru is home to amazing sites such as Machu Picchu, one of the world's 7 wonders. As such, the country is known for captivating both locals and tourists alike with its nature. But what about its UFOs? At least that's what some people think was caught on camera, in a video uploaded to TV Peru Noticias on YouTube. Perhaps from now on, Peru will be known for something much weirder. In the video, we can see a multicolored object hovering in the night sky. The object seems to change colors every second or so, almost as if it's like a strobe light. The video cuts to a long shot of the city at nighttime with the light flickering over the buildings. Most viewers were positive that it had to be a UFO. Some of the comments in the video even said that they had seen similar things in their own cities. One viewer jokingly suggested it was a strobe light inside an alien craft, and that they were partying and joyriding around the universe. Some more sensible suggestions ranged from lanterns to drones and even a coloured spotlight. So, until further info comes to hand, this strange flying object will have to remain unidentified.
It really just looks like a bad resolution.
Slaptam viewer Steve OC sent us this eerie piece of home security footage. Over the course of several months in 2018, this viewer had been experiencing some strange activity in their home, and they seem to have the evidence to prove it. Take a look at what their home security camera has captured. As you can see, all kinds of bizarre movement has been recorded. Pantry doors and drawers appear to move all on their own.
What is even happening in this?
Just when you think it's weird enough, keep an eye on the window on the left-hand side. Sadly, the clip ends right as the figure appears, but if we slow it down and brighten the image, something seems to peer in through the window. It would seem this footage backs up our viewers' claims that they believe their home is haunted. But what do you think? Would love to hear your take on this strange piece of home security footage in the comments section down below.
Yeah, your house is haunted.
orbs have been a source of debate in the paranormal community for as long as anyone can remember. Are these floating balls of light really spirits? Slaptown viewer Stacey W. from Memphis, Tennessee shared footage taken in her home, featuring a potential orb that is sure to arise speculation among viewers. The footage shows Stacey's kitchen at nighttime. Immediately, we can see the little orb of light dancing around the kitchen, first moving towards the refrigerator, where it seems to bounce around before moving back to the center of frame. The orb continues to move around for the rest of the video, occasionally disappearing from frame only to reappear once again.
Yeah, orbs suck.
Stacey explained that she first spotted the orb when checking a security camera alert on her phone that showed activity in the kitchen. She saw that her children were sneaking in a late-night snack, and that an orb seemed to be floating around in the space near them. She asked her children to go back to bed, but noticed the orb still remained. She went to the kitchen to see if she could see anything in person, but there was nothing there, though she felt a strange presence in the air before leaving. At times during the video, it seems that the orb could actually be a spider web caught in front of the security camera's lens. This sometimes happens with security cameras, giving the impression that there's an orb when it's actually just an insect floating around. Still, the possible orb's movements are very erratic, throwing into doubt this theory, and leaving the mystery open for all to interpret. Let me know what you think down below. YouTuber Bright Eyes Tarot seems to have caught something strange on their home security system. It was recorded at nighttime, so we see the yard in night vision mode. All is still for a few seconds.
Check this out.
It's a pretty sick security setup.
But then a strange splotch of light moves onto screen.
That. There's no bugs, because it's frozen outside, literally frozen, and it has been consistently iced over. Well, not iced over, but cold. Real cold. What is that?
It isn't perfectly round, but rather jagged around the edges.
What is that?
Big orb.
According to the YouTuber, it was far too cold out for the strange sighting to be any sort of insect. So what else could it be?
There's no bugs, because it's frozen outside, literally frozen, and it has been consistently iced over. Well, not iced over, but cold. Real cold. What is that?
It comes on this side.
Perhaps it's just the light from a passing car or other mundane source. This could be the case. That is, until the light does something quite peculiar. The light moves slowly across the camera and approaches the steps leading to the porch.
Well, not iced over, but cold. Real cold. What is that?
It comes on this side of the dollhouse.
And then, wait. There it is still. Does it go up the steps? Yep, it's going up the steps.
Then it seems to move up the steps as if attempting to go into the porch and perhaps into the house as well.
Is there someone standing on the porch? Done?
Bright
They have
Eyes
a tiny
Tarot
house
is a clairvoyant and regularly uploads card readings to their channel. Is it possible then that this OP is more sensitive to the paranormal and has somehow manifested this strange orb? Watch the footage carefully again and let us know what you think.
There's no bugs, because it's frozen outside, literally frozen, and it has been consistently iced over. Well, not iced over, but cold. Real cold. What?
It just looks like super compressed, like video. Doesn't really look like anything.
Sticking with unidentified flying orbs of light, some footage has come out of Eastern Europe that appears to show the Romanian military firing on a mysterious ball of light in the night sky. Take a look.
Are they shooting it? The fuck?
The footage, which was uploaded to Reddit by user 678990655, allegedly
Like
shows
tracer
the Romanian
rounds?
Navy firing at an unidentified flying object.
Okay.
It was captured by a civilian staying in a nearby town on the 2nd of September 2021. The incident has divided
It was
the Reddit
actually the
community.
moon.
Some think it's nothing more than target practice and that the Navy's firing on a stationary light as part of a training exercise. Others, however, are more
It's
convinced
like a
that the Navy's
fucking
firing at something unknown,
little
perhaps
balloon with lights on
extraterrestrial
it they're shooting at.
technology. So, given the mysterious sightings in the previous segment, what do you make of this footage? What is the Romanian military actually firing at? Let me know your theories in the comments down below.
Fly me to the moon.
This footage from Instagrammer Rincon Selfate
Giant
shows something
orb.
odd caught on a home security system. Everything in the room is dark, that is, until a bright ball of white light suddenly appears on camera.
Orb shaped like man.
The light hovers in front of the camera.
Yeah, it looks like it
making
has a little
occasional
face on it. You
slight
see
movements.
Like
It
eye,
initially
eye,
appears to be a
nose,
glare
mouth.
from some outside light
Right.
source. However, an ordinary glare wouldn't move in this way. This has led many to believe that the light is a particularly intense example of a
The fuck is he
ghostly
doing?
orb. Paranormal aficionados believe that orbs of light, such as this one, are evidence of spiritual energy. Experts believe that it takes a lot of energy for ghosts to interact with the physical realm. It's thought that orbs require a little less energy to manifest. Orbs are typically only spotted on camera and usually fairly faint. The brightness
Usually
and size of
fairly
the orb in this
faint.
footage is quite unique.
Usually not
Orbs
gigantic.
can appear in different colors, including clear, white, green, red, blue, and even black. So does this footage show a remarkable example of a ghostly orb, or is there some other external light source that wasn't captured on film? Love to hear your take on this in the comments section below. Museums are full of interesting objects and pieces of art, but what about spirits? That was the question at the forefront
Yeah,
of
what
many
about 'em?
viewers' minds while watching a YouTube video from Nerchinsk Museum of Local Law. In this video, one potentially otherworldly entity was caught on CCTV footage during closing time at the Russian museum.
Guys, do you think it's going to be an
Footage
orb?
shows the interior of the museum at night
I don't
time,
know.
with a security officer turning off lights. We can see him walk up a set of stairs in the very back of frame. Soon after he exits, what seems to be a floating ball of light appears to the right of frame. It zooms throughout the
my
room,
God.
continuously disappearing and reappearing. The video then cuts to another room in the museum, with the same security guard entering the room, turning off the lights and exiting. As soon as he walks out the door, the same ball of light appears in the background, zipping about.
I don't know.
The ball eventually makes its way to a piece of art in the back center of the room, slowly hovering around it for quite some time. It leaves the piece of art alone and continues to float around the room for the duration of the clip.
Yeah, an orb only. I don't know.
The clip has garnered over
Orb only
20,000
video
views
is
and
not
plenty of comments
my favorite kind of
hypothesizing
thing.
what could be happening here. Some viewers were sure that this was an instance of a ghost or spirit visiting the museum space. After all, employees have noted in the past that they've heard strange breathing and creaking sounds that didn't come from an obvious source. Some viewers had other suggestions, such as the light actually being a speck of dust or lint on the cameras.
That kind
or
of looks like a
perhaps
little
bug in the
guy, like a
room.
little Minecraft guy. Doesn't it?
One viewer noted that the ball of light seemed to walk at one point, suggesting that this could be a person whose body is not properly captured on film, perhaps through a glitch.
It's just a little guy running around.
Whatever the object is, many think the museum is leaning into the footage to gain some easy publicity. So what do you think's happening here? Let me know your theories in the comments section below.
Yeah, it's just a little Minecraft guy.
Nothing will ruin a relaxing night at home faster than an alert on your security system. Yet sometimes what the camera shows might not be so easily explained. Take a look at this video shared to YouTube by Riri's Storytime.
What the hell is that?
Yeah, there's no fucking look. There's no.
Is he pointing with a lollipop?
What the is that? What is that?
The footage was recorded on a camera placed on the front of the house. It's after dark and everything outside is quite still. Suddenly, the calm of the night is interrupted when a strange series of lights
I'm pretty
zoom
sure
into frame.
he is.
What the hell is that?
What the hell is
The two
that?
cars parked in the driveway.
I'm eating a lollipop. And what the fuck is that thing?
What is that? What is that?
The lights hover for a while across the street, moving slowly around the sky as if drifting in the breeze.
Yeah, does look like the exact same thing as the last video. It's like a square Minecraft man. My car looks like it's on.
And then he comes back.
Looks like Slapped Ham was gonna do a video.
Oh my god.
Where'd he go?
Right there.
Then they begin to move back in the direction they came from.
It's coming back. See
Yeah,
it?
it is coming back. Let me see.
Look at that. What the is that, man?
Looks like I'm going to slap my ham. That's what he really said, that they
That ain't no drone.
they manipulated
I'll tell you
it.
that much.
At one point, it's almost as though they fly right through the house next door.
That ain't no goddamn drone.
Wait, I'm trying to see.
Look at that. It's like it goes
Doesn't
through
look like
the
anything.
house.
Oh, hell no.
The homeowners can be heard in the video insisting that the object is not a drone, and judging by the footage, it certainly doesn't appear to be one.
That ain't no drone. I'll tell you that much.
The clip is certainly a mystery. Could the object be some sort of alien ship, as many viewers are suggesting? Unfortunately, this footage alone isn't enough to make that call. Take another look at the object and let me know what you think this might be down below.
Oh, hell no.
Hell no.
In early 2022, Reddit user MenoraMan100 uploaded a collection of UFO sightings that all show a strikingly similar pattern happening over and over again all over the world, and it's left viewers wondering just what the heck is going on. In this first clip, onlookers are stunned by a strange red orb of light in the night sky.
It's just like a flare, kind of.
It appears to be dropping smaller balls of light into the air. It then eventually disappears altogether. Then here in North America on the 8th of December 2019, a very similar sighting is caught on film.
There. Is that a comet? Slade, hurry! What is that? What is that? Babe, is that a comet?
I don't know what the that
It is dropping stuff. Watch, guys. Do you see it? Look at that. Do you see that? Oh, whoa. What? Whoa, that one went far down. Look at another one.
Yet another sighting is captured in Asia, showing two balls dropping smaller orbs of light. Yet another sighting, this time in South Korea. Again, it's a very similar pattern of light.
Very similar.
And finally, this event captured in South America.
Yeah, it just looks like a flare dropping other flares. I think that's like
UFO,
an actual
orbs
thing.
of light, is a term used to describe unidentified flying objects that are seen as glowing orbs or spheres of light in the sky. These orbs can be of different colors, sizes, and brightness levels, and they're often reported as moving in unusual or erratic ways. Some people believe that these orbs are evidence of extraterrestrial life and that they're part of a UFO or alien craft. Others think that they form some sort of natural phenomenon, such as ball lightning or atmospheric plasma. However, there's no scientific evidence to support either of these theories, and the true nature of these orbs remains a mystery. Some researchers and UFO enthusiasts have suggested that the orbs are some kind of advanced technology that's being used by extraterrestrial beings to observe or interact with humans. They suggest that the orbs are capable of changing shape, color, and brightness, and that they've been seen to merge and split, which isn't normal for any known natural occurrence. However, the most common explanations for orbs is the presence of camera artifacts, dust, particles, atmospheric conditions, and insects in front of the lens, creating a lens flare effect that make the orbs appear in the footage. Ultimately, though, I'll leave these strange sightings up to you.
Seems like an explanation for all of them.
Judgment. When it comes to the paranormal, orbs are a topic of hot debate. While some believe that they're ghostly manifestations, others think they're simply dust particles or insects flying near the camera's lens. No matter your stance, this next video will likely have both parties scratching their heads for answers. Take a look. The clip appears to be an excerpt of security footage. It was posted to Reddit by Izzy Does It 1031. However, the description notes that it was actually captured by one Vanessa M of Massachusetts. At first, the dancing orb could easily be explained away as a flying insect or dust particle. But as you continue to watch, you can see that it actually appears to be something else. At one point, it hovers over a rabbit sitting on the ground. Watch what happens. A beam of light seems to emanate from the orb. It shines down on the animal, which soon scampers away.
A beam of light emanates from the orb.
Then the orb moves to the left. Looks like it's heading towards a second rabbit. However, as the orb gets closer, it too hops away. So could it be a drone or some sort of mysterious alien technology, as many viewers have suggested? Let me know what you think this could be in the comments down below. In another case of a potentially haunted museum, the Essenen Museum of Moscow has claimed that a ghost might be wandering their halls. The employees uploaded a video to YouTube showcasing the incident in question, hoping to get potential answers from other viewers. What they got instead
was a good camera view to have.
In the short clip, we can see part of the museum as seen on CCTV. Suddenly, a black shadow-looking figure floats across the screen before disappearing completely. A security guard in the neighbouring kindergarten claims that they too saw a strange shadow moving around the museum's grounds. Initially, they felt no one would believe them if they mentioned a potential presence, so they decided to keep quiet. It wasn't until they started to hear strange knocking sounds around the grounds that they decided to bring it up to other co-workers. At first, it was suspected to be bad weather caught on camera, perhaps a raindrop trickling down the lens. However, after a council meeting, it was decided that it wasn't bad weather at all. Instead, it was concluded to be a complete mystery.
Just a complete
Some
mystery.
theories suggest the poet Sergei Yesenin, who the museum is dedicated to, has come to visit. Yesenin lived in the building from 1911 to 1918. Shortly after the poet's death, stories began circulating that his ghost haunted the town. His spirit was allegedly seen lurking in the Angleterre Hotel, where the poet committed suicide in 1925. So could this eerie shadow be the spirit of Sergei Yesenin? There are no clear answers given from any other
It's just
sources,
like a greasy
so
shadow
until
on
there's
a wall.
concrete proof
Come
of
on.
something else going on here.
Is it this
may be the
specific
best
person?
explanation to run with.
Insane.
The following wild footage was shared to the Instagram account, The UFO God. It's not exactly known where this sighting takes
Hell yeah.
place, but some viewers think it's somewhere in Chile. In the clip, it's clear some hikers are celebrating reaching the summit of a mountain range when they spot something unusual in the distance.
Yeah, the camera's just pointed at the wall. Like 2 feet away. That seems like it could just be a reflection of a million different things. Unless it starts going crazy.
In the valley below, there's a strange orb of glowing light. As the camera zooms in, it becomes apparent that the light is triangular in shape and almost looks like it's pulsing.
It's pulsing.
Whatever it is, it just hovers in the air, shining brightly. Some commenters suggested it could just be a window or piece of metal catching the light in the valley below, and given the angle, perhaps it's an optical illusion making it look like it's hovering in mid-air. Others didn't buy this theory at all. Some said it could be a portal to another dimension or some kind of interstellar.
Yeah, it's a portal to another
craft.
dimension.
So what do you
Yeah,
think's
kind of looked like a
going on
giant
here?
guitar pick.
Is this just an optical illusion, or are we seeing something a little more mysterious? Watch the clip again and make your own mind up.
Portal to another dimension.
Russia is a hotspot for many ghostly sightings, perhaps
Russia.
due to its rich history. As
Yeah,
such,
some
here's
solar
yet
flare.
another possible haunting, as seen at the
Did you guys see
Pavlov's
like the part of
Palace
the
in
sun
St.
broke off
Petersburg.
during like a solar flare?
Employees became concerned after seeing a mysterious orb in the Egyptian room of the palace. Sharing the footage to Instagram under their handle
Just, like, flew
Pavlov's
away.
Palace and Park, the video continues to perplex all who view it. In the clip, we can see the interior of the palace as seen at 1 AM. A few moments into the video, a bright orb appears in the middle of the room. It floats slowly forward before disappearing off frame. The employees of the museum tried to make sense of this phenomenon by poring through hours and hours of other footage from the prior month, but couldn't find any similar incident. As such, they decided to reach out to experts in the paranormal field, as well as other social media users for insight. Many Instagrammers believe that this orb was just a speck of dust, or perhaps even the light from a flashlight of a wandering security guard.
Wonder why.
However, employees remain hesitant and say they're still on the watch for similar activity. It seems they won't rest until they get a more clear answer.
I wonder why.
YouTube channel Ethereal Sisters Paranormal is a place where viewers can find fascinating paranormal
Ethereal
videos.
Sisters
According to
Paranormal.
these YouTubers, this footage is the most startling spiritual encounter they've ever personally experienced. Peter, the lead investigator of the group, emailed this footage directly to us. It's an investigation of the notorious York Cemetery in Western Australia. On a previous visit to the cemetery, Peter felt a heavy, dark presence charge at her, so much so that she thought it was a kangaroo leaping at her. But when she looked around, there was nothing there. It's this incident that spurred on the investigation we're about to show. During the tour of the property, they attempted to use a spirit box to communicate with any spirits that might be lingering in the area.
Does anyone know where Charles Colleen is?
Charles Colleen?
Just after something talking through the spirit box seems to say, wow, a strange white mist floats up in front of the camera.
I'd love to talk to you.
Ghost is just vaping.
Wow, did you hear that?
Wow.
Did you hear that?
The camera also captures a strange phenomenon around the edge of one of the headstones, a mysterious sparkling light that doesn't seem to have an external cause.
I saw something then.
This strange
what my
glittering
version of the
anomaly has
forest
led the
sounds like.
ethereal sisters to nickname the entity Mr. Sparkles. The spirit box continues to talk. The investigators believe they hear the word run at one point. Watch what happens.
Ewan?
As you can see, a white mist blows through the tombstones, resembling a spirit running past.
Ewan?
A closer, slow-motion view shows the mist seems to sparkle as it moves in the dim light. Peter had the footage analysed by several well-known paranormal investigators, including Greg Ludwig, author of the upcoming supernatural book,
Oh,
Night
dude,
of the
they got
Haunted
Greg
Museum.
Ludwig?
After analysing the footage, frame by frame, the strange sparkling anomaly remains a complete mystery.
Ewan?
Though this particular cemetery
It's
doesn't
pretty
have
fucking
any
huge.
well-known ghost stories surrounding it, the nearby Old York Hospital is another matter. It's thought to be one of the most haunted places in Australia. It isn't
The first
unlikely
hunter
that
of the
some of the
church.
deceased patients from the nearby hospital found their final resting places in the York Cemetery. Who knows what strange things could be happening there after dark.
Ewan?
The following video, published on Reddit by a user named AcrobaticBen9889, shows some mysterious activity caught on a Wise home security camera. Take a look. A strange white orb floats around the bedroom before eventually disappearing without a trace. The uploader says he has
Never
no
seen anything
definitive
like it.
answer as to what he believes this is, but says he thinks it's possible for it to either be just a piece of dust floating around the room, perhaps a bug, or maybe something a little more mysterious like a spirit orb. The uploader
don't know
shared
what it could
another
be.
piece of footage that was recorded on their home security system that shows something even more unsettling. Take a look.
Even more unsettling.
As you can see, there seems to be a transparent figure at the end of the hallway. Some people have been a bit skeptical in the comments, but the uploader insists that the video is 100% authentic, stating that, "I've been on the couch with my wife and we've both seen it appear by the stairs and in the room.
The fuck?
We're not scared, I just put up cameras to get evidence and make sure we're not going crazy here." Although we'll more than likely never get a definitive answer as to what exactly is being captured here, it's nevertheless a head-scratching piece of footage that'll make you want to sleep with one eye open tonight, just in case.
Yeah, definitely. Sleep with one eye open.
Now, if you want more mysterious video clips like the ones you've just watched, then check out these links right there. Also, a reminder, we're
Right there. How about... How about...
Neolithic era, the modern frozen pizza, one of America's greatest culinary inventions. Foodies will scoff, as they always do, but when you were young and mom was too exhausted to whip up an elaborate meal, a frozen pie thrown into the oven at 425 degrees for 15 minutes was the answer to everyone's prayers.
Abbondanza.
Today on Weird History Food, we're gonna talk about the history of frozen pizza. But before we get started, be sure to subscribe to the Weird History Food channel and let us know in the comments below what other unconventional foods you'd like to know more about. Now, no need to preheat your oven. This video is coming out hot and ready. To truly understand the history of frozen pizza, it's important to have a tiny bit of basic knowledge on the pizza's origins, before there was a reason to freeze them. While hard flatbread doused with oil and scraps of whatever food was laying around the hut has been around since the Neolithic era, the modern pizza, the kind with various cheeses and tomatoes that you and I are familiar with, didn't appear until the early 18th century in Naples, Italy. These new, warm, fresh cheese and tomato pizzas were an instant hit amongst the poor working-class Neapolitans who invented them. They combined the efficiency of sandwiches with the cheesy tomato-ness of Italian food. And since most people of Naples stayed within their city limits, pizza remained a regional delicacy for decades. But all that changed when Italians began immigrating to America in 1880. As the first wave of immigrants settled in the northeastern U.S., Gennaro Lombardi opened America's first pizzeria in 1905. But it didn't start out as a pizzeria. Lombardi's was originally a neighborhood grocery store. One day, one of Lombardi's employees, fellow Italian immigrant Antonio Totono Pero, suggested they try to sell fresh pizzas. Pero's 5-cent large pizzas became so popular so fast, Lombardi swapped his building's grocery store license for a restaurant license, and Lombardi's Groceries became Lombardi's Pizzeria. Soon, pizzerias started popping up all over the East Coast. Most of them were opened by former Lombardi's pizza chefs, including Pero, who all wanted their own slice of the proverbial pie. Of course, not every American got to experience the first wave of Italian pizza. Unless you lived in one of New York's 5 boroughs, chances are you were probably eating pickled vegetables, grains, and if you were lucky, gamey meat. Pizza was just a twinkle in most rural Americans' eyes. That is until 1928, when 2 General Motors engineers, Thomas Midgley Jr. and Charles Franklin Kettering, changed home refrigeration forever with their invention of Freon.
They invented
this refrigerating gas allowed General Motors to introduce their new domestic Frigidaire refrigerator-freezer combo in 1940 to the home market. Before that, if you wanted to extend the life of perishables, you stored them in a big wooden chest which was internally cooled with perpetually melting blocks of ice. With modern home refrigerators beginning to fly off American showroom floors, mom and pop pizzerias got the jump on the home pizza game first, long before anyone thought of selling frozen pies. In June of 1950, the New York Times published an article about a Boston pizzeria selling pre-made, ready-to-cook pizzas. The pizzeria did everything except throw the pie into the oven, and then customers could bake the raw pie at home. Soon, New York pizzerias were selling pre-made, unbaked pizzas too. And with that, one of America's first food fads was born. But Joseph Bucci, a Philadelphia pizzeria owner, wanted to take his unbaked, ready-to-cook pizza game one step further, and he filed the first U.S. patent for frozen pizza. He called it the method for making frozen pizza. Once Bucci figured out how to freeze a pizza without the sauce seeping into the dough while still keeping its original taste and texture, other independent pizza makers took his lead, and small runs of regional frozen pizza brands started popping up all over local grocery stores. One of the very first pizzaiolos to master Bucci's frozen pizza technique was Jack DeLuca of East Cleveland, Ohio, which had a very large first-generation Italian-American community at the time. Oh, and since you're wondering, pizzaiolo is Italian for a professional pizza chef, and it's also a fun thing to shout at your Domino's delivery driver. After experimenting with different ways on how to preserve his pizzas for months at a time, DeLuca perfected how to freeze pizza. Suddenly, he was selling $20,000 worth of pizza every month in 1952. Converted for inflation, that would be over $223,000 a month in today's economy. That's a lot of dough. All that said, it was Rose and Jim Totino who took the frozen pizza game to new heights.
Totino's.
Totino. That name probably hit your ears like a Pavlovian dog whistle. Once their Minneapolis pizzeria couldn't keep up with their customers' demand for over 500 pizzas a day, the husband and wife team built a large frozen pizza plant in 1962. While Bucci, DeLuca, and other independent frozen pizza manufacturers might be able to produce a couple hundred pies on a good day, Totino's could produce hundreds of pies an hour. To be honest, pizza really lends itself to factory production. 13 years later, after becoming America's top-selling frozen pizza manufacturer, Rose and Jim Totino sold their brand to the Pillsbury Company in 1975 for $22 million. With the acquisition of Totino's, Pillsbury became the instant leader of the frozen pizza industry, but their monopoly didn't last for long. Big players like the Schwan Food Company out of Minnesota bought the Kansas-based Tony's Frozen Pizza in 1970 and Red Baron's Frozen Pizza in 1975 to take a big slice out of the frozen pie market. Kraft also got in the game when they bought the Tombstone Pizza brand, which was just starting to make some serious headway in the independent market as well. By the way, what's with the frozen pizza brands having weirdly sinister names? Tombstone was the product of a pair of brothers, Pep and Ron
Tombstone
Simic,
had so many commercials in the 90s. I remember that being on all the time.
When the Simics noticed how popular their in-house pizzas had become,
Tombstone was
they made
huge.
frozen versions
They
and
kinda
shipped
like
them
went
around
away,
the
though.
country. By the time the Simic brothers sold their pizza to Kraft, it was the third most popular frozen pizza in the country. All three brands are still spinning pizzas today, with Red Baron hanging on as one of America's top-selling brands.
Red Baron.
It was around this time in the early 70s when frozen pizza got caught up in bureaucratic red tape and shady strong-arm politics, which almost crippled the market. Alarmed at the increased use of cheaper imitation cheese in frozen pizzas, the Wisconsin Cheesemakers Association tried to force the United States Department of Agriculture, you know them as the USDA, to set regulations on how much real cheese had to be on a frozen pizza. The correct answer is all of it, right? All of it should be real cheese. Actually, no. To keep costs down, frozen pizza manufacturers would use less cheese. So it was in the U.S. government's interest to force laws that insisted that every frozen pizza had to consist of 12% real cheese. 12%? That's it? Still tastes pretty good. This mainly happened because America's annual dairy surplus was beginning to stockpile and go bad, and the aforementioned USDA was already spending nearly $3 billion a year to buy excess cheese from local farmers. In short, the American cheese industry wanted a slice of the frozen pizza industry's share of the booming wealth. Those cheesy, delicious bastards. When American consumers realized their frozen pizzas tasted different and began to rise in price, the USDA immediately received 5,600 letters from angry customers. What is that stock footage? The consensus of the letters was that American frozen pizza lovers did not want their pizzas regulated by the government, with rising costs being their highest concern. After similar strong-arm tactics were implemented by the National Milk Producers Federation in the early 80s, the USDA's enforced cheese tactics eventually faded away, ensuring that frozen pizza manufacturers could keep the cheese out of their pies and their prices low.
2.0.
In addition to being besieged by the USDA's non-regulated cheese distribution fiasco, the frozen pizza market of the 60s and 70s had grown stagnant. Every brand featured a flat and round slab of dough with tomato sauce, cheese, and basic toppings like pepperoni, sausage, and standard veggies. And while boring pizza has the advantage of still being pizza, variety is the spicy meatball of life. It wouldn't be until the 80s that the frozen pizza market would see radical changes, thanks to Stouffer's Pizza, an independent frozen pizza manufacturer out of Ohio. Known mostly for its frozen lasagna, mac and cheese, meatloaf, and ravioli, Stouffer's popularized the oh-so-delicious French bread pizza at the start of the 1980s.
If we'd stuck with tradition, it wouldn't be so good.
According to legend, Stouffer's new pizza was invented, stolen, after one of their hungry employees stumbled out of a late-night dance club and found Bob Petrolos selling his unique French bread pizza out of a nearby food truck. That Stouffer's employee took Petrolos's French bread crust idea back to the office, and suddenly, Stouffer's was in the frozen pizza business. Honestly, one would expect most pizza
stole from a fucking food truck guy.
Desperate hangover. Several years later, in 1983, Paul Marriage and his brother David invented Hot Pockets, a twist on the pizza with roots tied to the calzone, another dish that originated in Naples about 100 years after they invented the modern pizza. The new trick with Hot Pockets was that the Marriage brothers were able to design a wraparound packaging sleeve along with a special dough formula that created a flaky crust when thrown into a microwave. Bagel Bites came onto the frozen pizza scene a couple of years after Hot Pockets in 1985.
I remember like one summer
Florida businessmen
when I was a
Bob
teenager
Mosier
just
and
eating
Stan
Hot
Garzinski
Pockets all the
invested
fucking time.
$20,000 into the simple
And
idea
then just
of mini
never wanted
bagels
them ever
topped
again.
with pizza sauce, cheese, and bits of pepperoni and sausage. A simple yet brilliant idea, like windshield wipers or insulin. Thanks to a catchy jingle that dared parents to feed their children pizza for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Pizza in the morning, pizza in the evening,
hell yeah, I forgot about this song.
When pizza's on a bagel, you can eat pizza anytime.
Plus the fact that the brand convinced popular pro skateboarder Tony Hawk to be the official Bagel Bites spokesperson, Mosier and
I
Garzinski's
used to just, like, hum
$20,000
that
gamble
song,
paid
like,
off, making their invention the top-selling frozen
walking
pizza
around.
product among kids under 16. Of
Pizza
course,
in the
Hot
morning,
Pockets and the
pizza
Bagel
at
Bites could
supper
not exist
time.
without Pillsbury's Susceptor, an invention that wasn't approved until 1980, years before all of those novelty microwavable snacks made the scene. Pillsbury's Susceptors are those glossy gray plastic pieces of lightweight
pierogies are
cardboard that go
illegal
beneath
here.
your microwavable pizza and burn the out of your fingers every single time. Not only
We
did
don't
they
even
make
talk
Hot
about
Pockets
them.
and Bagel Bites
They'll
possible,
fucking
but
kill
also
you.
reduced the cooking time for a frozen pizza from a quarter of an hour to a few minutes. Frozen pizza would never be the same again. French bread pizza, Hot Pockets, and Bagel Bites were all whimsical riffs on frozen pizza. And there's no question that these kid-oriented snacks carried the frozen pie industry throughout the touch-and-go 80s.
Oh, was that Tony Hawk?
The most important innovation to rock the industry happened in 1995.
Yo, you know what the
This
worst
was the year
pizza
that
is?
Kraft Foods reinvented
Mary
the frozen
Celeste.
pizza game forever with their
You
new
guys
line
know
of
what I'm talking
DiGiorno
about?
frozen pizza, which
They're
featured
like little
a patented
microwave
rising
pizzas,
crust.
kind of.
Don't
They
bother
come with,
looking
like, a
for the
little, like,
DiGiorno
silver
family,
plate
though.
in the
The
box.
Kraft marketing department baked up the
That's just, like, go on
Italian-sounding
top of
surname
when
to
it gets
convince their
microwaved.
pizza-eating customers the brand had Italian roots. And
Never
if the
heard of it.
authentic-sounding
Pretty sure they're
DiGiorno
pretty
name didn't
widespread.
convince Americans to give this new pizza a
It's
try,
like literally
well,
like
commercials
the
like this one
$1
certainly did.
fucking
Ads featuring
pizza.
tantalizing visions of plump,
Like 10
rising
for
golden brown crust had
$10 or
everyone
whatever.
convinced that DiGiorno's pizza was as good,
Like
if
the
not
worst.
better than, the pie
Really
delivered
the
by
worst
your
of the
local
worst.
pizzeria.
You seen it in the
And
healthy
in some
section?
cases,
What the fuck?
it actually was. Both because DiGiorno's is pretty good and some delivery is
Yeah,
pretty
I'm
bad.
just saying they're awful.
Along with additives such as gums, protein film formers, and surfactants, all of which help dough retain its structure during freezing and thawing. DiGiorno's innovative crust included oils, yeast,
Yeah, I don't
and
mind
baking
DiGiorno.
soda
It's
to
all about how
strengthen
you
the
fucking
pizza's
cook it,
foundation,
honestly.
helping it stay hydrated rather than drying out.
Sometimes
and
I'll
thanks
throw
to
a
the
little extra
combination of
cheese
savvy
on,
marketing and a
some
unique
butter.
rising crust, DiGiorno not only became the top-selling frozen pizza brand in the world within a year, but its sales still account for nearly half of all
Just to,
frozen
like, give
pizzas
it-
sold today. So,
Like something about something coming
what's
out
in
of the
store for the
freezer
future
and just
of
like
frozen
cooking
pizza?
it just
It's
tastes like
hard to
freezer
predict.
still.
Currently, there's
You
a big
gotta, like,
push to make
freshen it
frozen
up a little
pizza
bit.
healthy with things like cauliflower crust,
To, like,
which seems
do a
a bit
little something,
counterintuitive
something.
to the entire ethos of a frozen pizza.
Yeah, what's going on
Listen,
there,
some
bro?
things just weren't meant to be. Frogs were not meant to fly, and pizza is never supposed to feel like the responsible meal choice. But until some
Home run
brilliant
in
mind at a
pizza.
frozen
I've
food
never heard of that one.
manufacturer can recreate the pizza
You know what was pretty
rehydration
good? I
scene
had a
in
few
Back to
years
the Future
ago.
2 for the
It was
consumer
expensive.
market,
It was, like,
we're probably
fucking-
going to be waiting a while for the next frozen pizza revolution.
Close to like a
So what do
$10
you
frozen
think?
pizza,
What's
but it was
your
like all
favorite
I
frozen
could find
pizza?
that night.
Let us know in the
This
comments
crazy
below, and while you're
Sicilian.
at it, check out some of these other videos from our
This is good, though.
Weird History Food.
Weird history food.
Twinkie.
Twinkie. But yeah, I'd rather just have a fucking normal pizza. Like I'd rather eat like even shitty fast food pizza over frozen pizza easily. And it's like the same amount of money. Like you could just get Domino's for the same amount of money that a frozen pizza costs. So it's like, why even bother? In my humble opinion. But if you were like in the middle of nowhere and you had no access to something like that, sure. And you know what? It's not a bad thing to have in the freezer when you're in a fucking pinch. honestly. Everything's closed. Not a bad thing to have as a backup. Remember Dr. Oitker? You don't really see those ones as much anymore. Those are all right. An emergency pizza. Luigi, where'd all the emergency pizza go? I'm sorry, Mario. I'm just looking for another video to watch. Yeah, a lot of people died in those pizza wars. It's true. Speaking of that, I got a key for Company of Heroes 3 today that Sega sent over. I might check that out at some point. I do like Company of Heroes a lot. It's a good little RTS. And it covers, like, I think it's, what is Company of Heroes 3? Like, mostly like the Mediterranean theater. Speaking of pizza. But I love that first one. The first Company of Heroes is such a cool game. The second one I played a little bit of, but I don't think I ever beat it. I'm just scrolling. What do we got here? How about a scary animation?
My name is Sky, and I'm going to tell you something that happened to me when I was young. It was May of 2011, and I was only 4 at the time. I was at home with my Uncle Jason as my mom had gone out with friends and said she probably wouldn't be back until 5 a.m. So my uncle and I stayed up all night watching movies. I eventually got tired and told my uncle that I wanted to go to bed. At around 3 a.m., I woke up for no reason at all, and I looked out the window.
Like a fucking crease in her
I saw a
sheet.
figure standing in the middle of the road.
That is an alien.
At first, I thought it was my mom and her friends. But then, I noticed that there was only one person. Suddenly, in one swift movement, the figure ran to my window and tapped at it with a fast speed with his slender finger, and kept saying, "I'll be coming every night, and I will get you, Sky."
Whoa.
I froze. It knew my name.
You know, that reminds
When
me
the
of
tapping slowed down,
when I was
it
on the
made a
plane. I started
very
watching that
loud,
show on
ear-piercing scream,
Amazon Prime.
and then it faded away. It took
What
me
was
a
it
few
called?
minutes to gather my strength to move again.
It has Michael
But once I
from
did,
Lost in it.
I ran to my uncle and shook him awake. I told him what I saw. He looked at me and asked me what he looked like. I described him the best I could, and that's when he told me that what I saw was a person of some kind who was going to
Really? A
seriously
person of
hurt
some
me.
kind?
He meant kill me, but he didn't say that because I was so young. And he said he would always protect me and he would always be here for me. It's been 10 years since I saw that man, and my uncle died in September. I still haven't told my mom about this, but I plan to one day. But I still dread to think what would have happened if my uncle wasn't there, and if the man had managed to get into the house.
Oh, From? Has anyone watched that at all? It was actually kind of cool. I watched an episode of it. I
When
might
I
keep
was
watching
23, I went to
It's like
Florida
kinda
to visit
spooky.
my friend
It's like a
Sophie.
vampire show, I think.
Sophie was my best friend in
It had
high
a cool
school.
atmosphere to it,
But in the
though.
11th grade, she moved to Florida because her dad was busy with his business. So after a long time of not seeing her, we decided to rent a cottage together for a month. We were searching for one online, but almost all of them were too expensive, until we found one that only cost $2,000. Me and Sophie thought it was nothing, especially for that area, so we considered ourselves lucky and rented
Okay.
it right away. The next day, we went there, and the
Who the
guy
fuck is this
introduced us
guy?
to the cottage. We handed him the money, he handed us the keys, and he left. We then went to go buy stuff we needed at IKEA.
And we left.
3 days later, weird things started to happen. Me and Sophie were sleeping in our rooms when we heard this noise at the front door. It sounded like a clown laughing. Sophie went to see,
how does a clown sound when it laughs?
Anything.
How would you
4
like
days
specify?
Later, Sophie went to go buy
Dude, I think I hear a
groceries and
clown
was
laughing
watching
outside.
TV when I heard
Would you
the
know?
same noise.
Or I
at
hear
the
someone
front door.
laughing.
I checked, but again, nobody was there.
I think I hear a
Some
clown
time
outside.
passed and Sophie came back with the groceries. We started cooking until we heard that same noise again. But this time we heard something else too. It sounded like something sharp scraping against the
Damn.
door. And we heard laughing and someone said, "It's the police, open up." Sophie grabbed a knife for protection. She opened the door and she saw a tall man dressed in a clown costume. The clown had sharp scissors and the
He had
clown was going
big
to stab
veins
Sophie.
in his face.
But Sophie was faster and she stabbed him in the leg. Then me and Sophie ran as
Damn,
fast as
Sophie's
we could to the
fucking
basement
badass.
and slammed the door shut, locking it tight. Then we called the police. While Sophie was calling the police, I saw something weird. I saw a hand in a garbage bag.
What?
I opened the bag and, to my horror,
Sophie was bad
I saw
all
a
along?
body that was eaten alive. Sophie saw it and froze. She stopped talking to the police on the phone. Then we heard the clown banging
How
on
did
the
the
door
fucking
to
body
open
get in
up.
their house?
We
What the
were
fuck?
so scared. Finally, we heard the police shout, "Hands in the air!" They told us when it was safe to come out, and we were shocked. The guy that rented the cottage to us was the clown.
No.
Turns out he was a scammer that rents houses and cottages
right.
for a cheap price. And days later, he would return and kill the renters.
Oh, the killing
Sophie
scam.
saved
Yeah, I've
our
heard of that
lives.
one a few times.
Since then, me and Sophie are still
The old
connected.
killing
But
scam, I
we
see.
Will never
Fell
go
for
to
it
a
again.
cottage again in our lives.
Yeah, we're running a little scam here. The old killing scam. We're gonna scam you out of your life.
There's a building that has a parking garage with a bicycle parking area on the lowest level that me and a group of my friends like to hang out at and skateboard.
Sick.
I called up my friends Jordan, Dorian, Jalen, and Aditya one Sunday to ask if they wanted to go skateboarding with me at the garage. They all agreed, so we met
Very
up at my
diverse
house and
little
rode our
gang, you
skateboards
guys.
and longboards through the unkept paths
Hell yeah.
between the apartment buildings and arrived at the garage. We
One of them
waited
just
for
has
a
a
car to
scooter.
drive in and set off the sensor to open the garage door. Then we tailgated in. When we got inside, we rode our boards around, just practicing some skills.
Who's got the fucking
Eventually,
scooter?
we rode
Come
down
on.
to the lower level and sat in the bicycle parking area to have a break and drink some soda. All of a sudden, a car pulled up and parked in a spot that was visible from the bicycle parking area. The car sat in the spot with its engine running and the driver still sitting inside. Then another van pulled up and shut off its engine in the middle of the road. Both drivers got out and met each other halfway. They were both tall and intimidating with their hoods up. One driver passed the
Both
other driver
sex
money,
marquees.
but then they suddenly began to argue. We all watched in awe as they flung their hands around dramatically and started to shout. We couldn't make out what they were saying since the loud echo distorted their voices. We all froze as the van driver pulled out a gun and shot the other driver in the throat. The driver collapsed, blood pooling around him.
Damn.
The van's driver yelled something, and then we saw two other guys get out of the van. One tossing the body into the back seat, and the other began wiping up the blood. Something was going on here, and I could tell we were in danger. Dorian whispered that we had to leave, now. We all began to quietly grab our skateboards and started hiding behind a wall. But the blood cleaning guy spotted Jalen as he was making his way over and yelled to the driver.
Cleaning guy?
The van started up, and right then, Aditya screamed. We all threw down our skateboards and began pushing away as fast as possible. I could hear so many noises in my ears, like skateboards moving, voices shouting and screaming, and the roaring van behind us. Dorian was on an electric skateboard and was taking the lead as we wound around the ramps, rising to the next level. Jordan was next to me, and Aditya was close behind us on his scooter. Jalen, who had been the last to leave, was falling behind, and we could see the van speeding up behind him.
He's fucking dead.
I yelled for him to run to the side.
What's he doing with his hands?
And he popped his skateboard into his hands and took a sharp turn to the left, running up a fire escape. The van screeched around the corner as Dorian began approaching the garage door. And that's when I realized something. We had to wait for a car to trigger the sensor and open the door. I yelled at Dorian to take the staircase to the right, and he did. Jordan and I hopped off our skateboards and ushered Aditya into the staircase. We burst out into some dirty apartment floor, and I quickly called Jalen. He picked up and told us he was outside the apartment building by the main road. We held our skateboards and ran through the apartment floor until we found the fire escape. Then we managed to run outside and met Jalen, where we called the cops.
Well, did one
After
of their
the
friends
cops
die?
arrived,
Wasn't there
they
5 of them?
started to search the parking garage. They couldn't find any traces, nor the cars there, so they decided to check the security footage. The footage revealed the van's license plate was covered with duct tape, but they did catch the license plate of the car of the driver who'd been shot.
Oh,
They
that's
said
good.
they'd keep us updated and gave us a lift home. Since then, we've never seen the van again or gotten any important information from the cops. My friends and I have recently resorted to the much safer and public skate park nearby and never visited that garage again.
Good job. All right. I think I'm going to wrap it up in a minute, but we'll watch one more thing. And then I'm going to hit the hay for a bit. I'm just super tired. But I think I'll be around tomorrow to stream a bit. Stream a little bit. Ba-da-da-da-da. Just trying to find one more good one.
When I saw him for the first time, he caught my attention at first sight. Ethan. He had a hand.
Ethan. And not this one.
Back in high.
Since I remembered seeing a young.
I don't know what the hell I want to watch. I thought I had a good one picked out, but I think I found. Yeah, whatever. We'll just do this one. The True Creature horror story.
This is quite possibly the most intense and strangest encounter I've ever had. Not only did it happen to me, but also my dog and my friend's dog too. In our local woods, there's a path beside a cliff face, and on those cliffs are a series of small caves that we call the Banana Caves.
The Banana
I was
Caves.
never sure why they were called that, but if I had to guess, it's because they were made of limestone and had a slight yellow tint to them. Maybe it was the shape of the caves, but that's not really important. The path we walked was frequently walked by many people. Locals, dog walkers like us, bird watchers, you name it. It's not exactly a quiet path, which is why this was as shocking as it was. My dog and my friend's dog are great, and they're amazing off their leashes. They just go and do
you
what
guys
they
feel like
need
going
to
down
do
to the
and
Banana
don't bother
Cave?
anyone or any other dogs. Of course, dogs will be dogs. Mine being a bit of an adventurer, it began climbing the bank that day toward the cliff face and near the caves. I tried to call him back down more than once. At one point, I called him again, but something had caught his eye. His head went real low to the ground, and his ears went straight back. I thought this was strange, because if it was a rabbit or a squirrel, he would have just chased it. But no, he stood as still as a statue. I shouted louder this time for him to come back down the path. Then there was a huge commotion. He went into fight mode. He backed up while barking and snapping at whatever the heck it was. I began to climb the bank myself in a panic, making sure it wasn't a badger or worse. My dog charged forward, and that was it. He yelped and barked, and it was awful. What I saw was this monkey-like creature with pointed ears. It had no fur at all that I could see. It was black and leathery, with black eyes. It had latched onto my dog's neck, hanging onto it, like the way a sloth would do to a tree or a caretaker. My dog shook and rolled fiercely, but this thing just held on. It felt like ages before I finally reached my dog. I'd been running as fast as I could up the bank. My friend's dog joined in on the commotion as she ran past me and began barking and snarling at this creature and my dog. As I got closer, I picked up a stick and instantly swung at the little creature, terrified it was seriously hurting my dog. I hit the thing directly in the back of its head, but it didn't budge straight away, so I hit it again, and this time I cracked it against its back. The creature then jumped off my dog, just like you'd imagine a monkey would. I got a look at it again and noticed it had a bat-looking face with two sharp front teeth. It did this little spin and looked like it tripped sort of, but eventually it dashed off on all fours, climbing up the cliff face and disappearing over the cliff edge. Luckily, my dog was pretty much unharmed. He had a slight cut above his eye, a cut on his nose, and a cut on his chest that looked worse than what it was. There was just a lot of blood. I have no idea what this thing was, but my friend saw it too from the bottom of the bank and confirmed the exact same thing I saw. I believe it to be a goblin of some sort. Otherwise,
I believe it to be
no
a
idea.
goblin.
If you have any idea, please enlighten me. I'd love to find out more. I live in the northeast of England, if that helps.
I believe him to be a goblin of some kind. All right, everybody, I'm going to wrap it up. Thank you for chilling. Appreciate it. I'm going to go get some rest and chill out. Maybe we'll play some more Sons of the Forest soon. If not, I got a couple other games I want to play. I do want to check out, what do you call it? Company of Heroes. So we'll see. Goblin Country. All right, everybody. Have a good night. Yeah, if you're just getting here, I'm sorry. A little bit of a short stream, but kind of just like falling asleep here. I'm having that like weird like leg feeling too. Like legs tired. Need to stretch them. But I'll see you guys soon. Thanks for dropping by, everybody. Doesn't stream well on my computer, but I was able to play with Vinny and those guys the other day, fortunately. There's no volume on this. It's kind of weird. Well, you don't really need volume on this one, I guess. But someone figured out how to like duplicate Calvins. There's like so many of them. They're like deforesting the island. It's like, this is how the game, this actually looks better than the game runs for me right now with all these Alvins running around. Look at them go. I love how they just kind of like drop fucking trees on each other. Look at that. Look at the background. They're just getting crushed. He's a weird looking guy, kind of. But yeah, there's so many of them. Yeah, the frame rate's so bad. I swear that's how it runs for me, like without all the Kelvins. So I actually just finished this week getting all the parts ordered for a new computer build. I think last stream I was talking about how I brought all the pieces, like the more expensive pieces from my computer from Connecticut out to California. So I should be able to stream pretty much all the games again soon. Hopefully. Knock on wood, but this laptop has been good and it definitely works to stream a fair amount of stuff, but not like anything newer at the moment, I should say. Like this just like is not working on this laptop for some reason. To be fair though, the game runs like shit. But yeah, that's pretty funny. So yeah, you have to like modify. Oh shit, my BRB screen's all messed up. Let's use that one. You have to go into the game files and like change some things around, but that's how you actually add all the different Kelvins to the game. Yeah, what's up, Sarah? Thanks for that 76 months, man. What's going on? Also, Burial, the 77. Appreciate that. Let's watch another video. You can do a slap tam. Perhaps. Something like that. There was one other video I wanted to watch too. The secret menu at In-N-Out, Badland Chugs. All right, this looks cool. Thanks for this, Danger Locker. We got some assassin wrapper from Palantiri. Did we watch the history of frozen pizza the other day when I was streaming? I can't remember. Can't remember if I watched this on the stream or not. We did watch that one. Okay. It was like a fever dream. I couldn't remember. Lizarin with the 55. Thank you, dude. Thanks for the resubs, everybody. Also, there's a Lost Media from Nintendo video that Blame on Jorge did. We can check out. For some reason, the volume isn't working for my... Oh, because Chrome is fucking turned off. There we go. There we go. All right, let's do this shit. It's time.
How you doing? I'm Callan and this is Slapped Ham. Today we're looking at some scary videos that are starting to spook the internet. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more freaky content. Just like this.
I'm so glad that I found this video again.
This curious piece of footage
is someone else reacting to the video already?
Weeks.
Its origins are unknown, but this version was re-uploaded to TikTok by user Redeem777. Believed to have been filmed somewhere in Africa, we can see a group of people gathered around a man standing in the water.
And
looks like some kind of ritual is underway. But take a look at what happens next.
I mean, I don't know if it's from, I don't know if this is some divine power that God gave this woman. I think it's a woman, but I'm not sure.
All of a sudden, the water recedes unusually fast, emptying the bay in the blink of an eye.
Slapped hand watermark that out.
Look at this.
Look at this.
It's already dry, like where that guy's standing.
What?
There it goes.
According to the witnesses' reactions,
did not
they
even
believe
see
the
anything.
shaman was responsible for shifting the water.
This is some divine power that God gave this woman. I think it's a woman, but I'm not sure.
Unfortunately,
the water
whoever
went
initially
away.
recorded the footage has placed a giant subscribe logo over the screen right as the water begins to recede, which is kind of frustrating. But if we watch that again, the speed at which the water retreats has left many viewers believing that this is the work of some kind of magic.
Magic the Gathering.
However, some more down-to-earth theories have been
Yo,
suggested.
KGB.
Some
Within
keen-eyed
19
viewers think
months.
this
Thank
might be
you,
a
my dude.
combination of the topographical features of the bay, and that it might also be a spring tide. A spring tide is a type of tide that
Yeah, I
occurs
mean, if
when
you
the
knew when the
gravitational
tides
forces
were
of the
going
sun
in
and the
and out,
moon
you'd
are
do stuff
aligned
like
and
that.
working together.
It's like one of the
During a
oldest
spring
tricks in the
tide,
book.
the high tides are higher than usual and the low tides are lower than usual and may move more quickly than normal. Spring tides are called spring not because they occur in the spring season, but because the tidal waters spring up and rise more than usual.
Yeah, someone
during
just
these
drank all the water.
tides. So are we seeing some kind of genuine magic
actually
here?
soda.
Or is it the work of a charlatan taking advantage of a naturally occurring phenomena to make themselves appear more mystical? Let me know where you land on this one in the comments down below.
I'm more confused about like where the video came from. Who's the guy like who uploaded this? Like, how did he get it? Someone else post it? Is there not a clean version somewhere?
It's already dry, like where that guy's standing. There it goes.
Why does he do that?
This next image was
that
uploaded
was
to
actually the
Reddit
guy
by a
drinking
user
it.
who's since deleted their account. But some
Oh,
years
okay.
ago, they stayed at their mum's house deep in the woods in New London, Minnesota. They were minding the house alone with their boyfriend when, in the middle of the night, they awoke with
Is there a New
start,
London in,
feeling
like, every
someone
state?
was watching them from the corner of the room.
I think the third
Although
one I've
unsettled
heard
by
of.
the feeling, they eventually went back to sleep, and that was that. The following week, the OP's mum's boyfriend was sleeping in the same bed and woke in the middle of the night feeling like someone was watching him sleep. Irked, he began taking some photos of the room to see if anything might show up. In one of the photos, you can see the faint suggestion of a figure standing in the darkness.
Damn, it's a
Even appears to be
vampire.
two wide eyes piercing
That's
the
straight
black
up like
room.
Dobie. Big Dobie.
When the OP told their mother about what had happened, the mum admitted that she thought the house might be haunted. She
I think
too
that would
felt
be a
like someone
scary
was
cryptid,
watching her
just
all
like
the
Big
time,
Dobie.
and had even heard strange noises and tapping sounds
Big
around
Dobby.
the house. The mother even broke her 1-year lease 10 months
big
early
Dobby.
because she felt a very dark presence in the house and wanted to leave immediately. Interestingly, the whole New London greater area is steeped in stories of the paranormal, with locals believing a lot of the strange activity occurs along Timberlake Road. People have reported seeing mysterious lights along the old dusty road. Some have claimed that the lights are coming from a ghostly lantern
Big
held
Dobby.
by a woman who haunts the area. Others have claimed that the lights are coming from a car that crashed and killed its passengers many years ago. One of the most common reports are sightings of ghostly children. There's an urban
It's
legend
like a
that a
kid
young
running.
family was murdered in the area, and that now the spirits of
The
the young
face is all
children wander
distorted.
the road looking for their parents. They're
Silent Hill
allegedly
1.
sometimes spotted crouching among the tombstones of the local cemetery, but whenever someone approaches them, they disappear. Knowing these local legends, the Reddit user speculated whether the eerie shadow caught on film might have something to do with the young family that was said to have been murdered all those years ago.
It's just some guy. It's Big Dubby.
A mysterious phenomenon has been reported by hundreds of people.
So I've been thinking about doing like a community activity,
struggling to fully comprehend,
where people
during
can
incidents of extreme hardship, such as war, isolation
like present
in the wilderness, or
their
even climbing
paranormal
accidents,
experience to me.
survivors report the feeling of an unseen presence that watches them. It's become known as the third man factor.
I have to determine if it's like bullshit
experienced by
or
some
not.
Individuals who have been
I don't
involved
know. There has to be like some kind of twist to it.
Situations.
Like I'd like people to like submit like crazy fictional accounts
or encouraging presence
and like a non-fiction one. I guess there'd be no way of really determining it because, you know.
The term third man factor was coined by John Geiger, who wrote a book by the same name.
I don't know. I feel like there's like a fun way to make like a game out of it, kind of, or something. You know what I mean?
That this presence is often felt as a third person who's
let
with
like
the
people in
individual,
chat like make
even
like
though
little
there's no
PowerPoints or some shit like that.
present. The third
And I
man
go through them
factor has
like
been
on
reported
stream.
by many people who have been involved in a range of traumatic experiences, such as mountaineering accidents, shipwrecks, and military combat. In these situations,
Dress up as a
individuals are
ghost.
reported feeling the presence
Interview
of
with a real
benevolent or
ghost.
protective force.
Yeah, I really want to like
described as a
experiment with
guardian
like some
angel,
formats like
spirit,
that.
or a
Do more like
deceased
game
loved
show
one.
stuff.
The
I think that'd be
presence
fun.
may offer advice, encouragement, or a sense of calm, which helps the person to survive and endure their ordeal. One of the most famous examples of the third man factor occurred during the 1953 expedition
No,
to
maybe
Mount
I'll make a room in the
Everest, when
Discord
two
and have people
climbers,
help me like
Sir Edmund
brainstorm
Hillary and
or like
Tenzing
bounce
Norgay,
ideas off
became
people.
the first people to reach the summit of the mountain. During their descent, they encountered a dangerous blizzard and were forced to spend the night on the mountain without shelter or supplies. As the storm raged on, Hillary reported feeling the presence of another
I mean, if you
climber
would fuck
with
someone's
them,
ghost though,
whom he
wouldn't you probably just
described
fuck
as a
the
third
normal
man.
person?
He
It's like the same
reported that
thing.
this presence gave him comfort and guidance and helped him to stay focused and alert throughout the night.
Like, I don't know if there's any
also
cases where
reported sensing a presence
anyone becomes
which he
more
attributed to
attractive
the
when they're a
Tibetan
ghost.
deity Chomolungma, the goddess of Everest. The presence of the third man was reported by other climbers who had survived similar mountaineering accidents,
Dan
including
Aykroyd would be
George
into that.
Mallory, who died on Everest in 1924. Mallory wrote about feeling the presence of a divine intervention during a previous expedition.
I saw a video recently of someone eating and they're climbing Mount Everest and they have, every time you take a bite,
man factor has also
you have to
been
take a hit
reported
of
in other
oxygen,
extreme
apparently.
situations, such as the sinking of the
Like if you
USS
eat too quickly,
Indianapolis during
it, like,
World War II,
some fucking
and
crazy
the
shit
terrorist
happens.
attacks on the World Trade Center on September 11, 2001. In each of these cases, individuals reported feeling the presence of a comforting or guiding force that helped them to survive.
Yeah, Ouija
and
boards are
endure their
funny.
ordeal. The third man factor is not a universal experience, and not everyone who undergoes a traumatic
the stock
experience
footage?
will feel this presence. Some skeptics argue that the third man factor is simply a psychological coping mechanism which the brain employs to help people deal with the extreme stress and anxiety. While the third man factor may not be fully understood, it's a fascinating and powerful phenomenon that highlights the resilience of the human spirit in the face
thought
of
that guy was dead.
adversity.
Yeah, especially like on Mount
Years
Everest.
ago,
I feel
Reddit
like
user
that's
Space Girl in Space
there's
received
always
a
like
photo
wild
from a
stories of
friend
people
her
seeing
mum's.
things.
When she posted it online, one small detail left users wondering whether a ghost had been caught on camera. The family were hiking through a rural conservation area known as Jeffrey's Cliffs in Horseville, Kentucky, when they
Jeffrey's
decided to
Cliffs?
take some photos to remember the day by. However, when the family reviewed the photos, they were confused and a little bit frightened. In one pic, you can see what looks like a transparent person looming over the posing family.
It looks like it has like Chewbacca's face, kind of.
It almost looks like an old man with a mustache wearing a hat.
An old man with
The
a
area
mustache.
where the photo was taken is
wearing
very
a
out of the
hat.
way, and the family's certain there wasn't a mustachioed old man walking around in the background.
It looks like someone just
There
took
is
a
an area
fucking
nearby
fat
called
vape rip.
Morgan's Cave that was once used as a hideout for Confederate soldiers during the American Civil War. However,
That's what
the
it looks
so-called
like, basically,
apparition
just like a
looks a little more
fucking
modern
smoke
than
cloud.
that era. So I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers. What do you think's been captured in this mysterious photo? Share your theories in the comments down below.
Actually, your kids are just smoking. They're hiding it from you. This is that's her way
The
of like.
following eerie footage was captured by a
Pretending
supermarket
it didn't
security
happen.
camera during a night shift. was uploaded to TikTok
Yeah, Mom, it was a
by
ghost.
Terra S. Nocturnos. Watch.
Yo, black mold bathtub. The 20 months.
As you can see, things begin to get pretty freaky
Appreciate
when a shopping
that.
cart seems to
Yeah,
move
dude, that guy
all on
is
its
strutting
own.
straight up.
Then more strange activity is captured by the camera. Finally, it looks
What's
as
the
though
name
this
for being
employee sees
self-conscious
something
of
rather
your
frightening.
arms while you're walking? Is there a word for that? I think there is. Yeah, it was like the Vince
As he
McMahon one.
tentatively tries to exit the building, boxes fall down in his path. He then tries to run away before getting hit.
Yeah, I wonder
by
how
some
many
more
ghosts have just
boxes.
been
No one seems to know where
vape
or when
clad,
this
so
video
people
was
just
captured,
like
so it's hard to dig a little deeper into the
thought were
history of the
some other
area.
thing.
So for now, this eerie little clip will have to remain.
There goes the
complete
toilet paper.
mystery.
Damn. Definitely not.
Before we take a look at some
Skins
freaky
down.
photos in which many people are saying contains an evil presence.
Yeah, that looked like just
remember
like
to
some
hit that subscribe
bored
button, then
grocery
tickle that
store
little bell
employees.
icon there and turn on all channel notifications. That way you'll be in the loop every time we drop our creepy and mysterious videos.
To be fair,
Several
if you could
years
like fuck
ago,
with your
Reddit
boss
user
by doing
Hobo
that, I
Bono
would
was in the
definitely do
process
that.
of buying a new house. While doing a walkthrough with his mum, they took numerous photos of the building to get a good feel of the place before actually purchasing the property. While reviewing the photos later that night, they noticed that in one particular room, a dark mass or blur was present. All the
Looks
other
like it's
photos
getting
were
bigger.
fine. But in this one corner, in one
Like if your
specific
boss was
room,
like
a
super
black mass
like
was
superstitious
always
and you could be like, dude,
present.
there's a ghost in here. Like we're gonna have to shut that aisle down for now.
Spooked by the images, the OP did some research on the property. They discovered that it had been listed for sale 7 times since 1987, and the last 4 sales, the families only lived there for a period of less than 1 year. After digging a little deeper, they found that one of the previous owners had died in the house, but they don't know
Damn.
where exactly or how. When the
not
photos were
that
posted
weird.
online to Reddit, many viewers felt an evil or unsettling presence by the strange black mass.
Like if you are
So would you buy this
living
house
in an
after
old
hearing
house,
the history
kind
and
of
seeing
chances
this
someone
thing in a corner of a room?
died in there at
Let me
some
know in the
point.
comments down below.
Now, if you can't get enough of the old slapped ham, then don't worry, we've got you covered.
The old
Check out
slapped
that creepy
ham?
video on the top there.
Let's watch one more. He's got a couple of videos that came out recently. I see a weird face in this one. How about the president of Mexico coming
How you
out and
doing? I'm
saying like
Callan,
he
and
saw
this
an
is
elf?
Slapped
Did you guys
Ham.
see that?
Today we're looking at some super creepy things that have been caught on camera that are starting to freak the internet out. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content. Just like this.
What would you do if you discovered a strange creature living in your garden shed? In this video, posted to YouTube by
Trap it in
Trapazar, the uploader investigates this very possibility. According to the YouTuber, the shed was empty approximately 1 hour
Yeah, I
before
get
he
spooked
began
easily while I'm
filming.
falling asleep.
However, he decided to turn the camera on shortly after hearing odd noises coming from the area. The footage begins with the YouTuber approaching the doorway to the shed.
You ever had anyone just open the door and it like wakes you up, but
Calls
you're like
out,
kind of
asking
awake
who's
already and it like
there.
just scares you?
Perhaps there's a human intruder taking refuge.
Hey! Hey!
The call is answered with a terrifying screeching noise. Take a look at what happens.
Hey!
Oh, dude. I love this video. I've seen this before.
Hey! Ooh!
The The YouTuber backs away in fear, cursing at whatever's taken up residence in his shed.
Looks like it's like cold as fuck too. He's throwing shit in there.
Armed with a shovel, he soon returns. As he peeks through the doorway, we can see a piece of wood moving in the shadows.
A piece of wood moving in the background. Yeah, I love that sound.
The YouTuber moves around to the side of the building to get a better look. There, the same beam of wood is sticking out through a window. He aims the camera inside, and for a split second, a shadowy face can be seen. Take a look.
No? Okay.
The creature moves quickly out of sight before we get a chance to see it clearly. It then begins to shake the piece of wood once again.
Oh my god.
The YouTuber backs away for a moment, but manages to catch another glimpse of the creature's face when he returns.
Why'd you be like sticking your face in there?
It's still too quick and too dark to make out anything but a vague silhouette and several shadowy features. So what could this creature possibly be? Many viewers seem to agree that it isn't an ordinary animal. One commenter mentioned that he's been plagued with a similar creature in his own shed and had to burn the structure down just to get rid of it.
Hey! Hey!
Gonna have to burn it. Oh yeah, there's...
Hey! Ooh! So what do you think's taken up residence in this YouTuber's shed? Take another look at the footage and let me know what you think in the comments section down below.
Kind of sounds like an old lady.
Misguided Road Trips is a YouTube channel that documents Stacy and Cliff's adventures around the United States.
It's the guy in there.
They often travel to strange and unusual historical sites that are rumored to be haunted.
Oh,
in
I
this
think I've seen the proper
Stacey
people go
and
there
Cliff
before.
Explore an undisclosed cemetery somewhere in the south of the United States. The crew begin
Whatever that
by
last
walking
clip
around
was.
the property.
And we turned down here to find out what what cemetery it was.
It's clear that this graveyard isn't tended to all that often.
Doesn't look that old.
That one's 1999, and look how the moss and all's just covered it.
As they search the grounds, they begin to hear some strange sounds.
One of those before.
Is that like a broken open sarcophagus? The fuck?
Shooting. Hmm. Yeah, it could have been a cover on one of these.
Definitely didn't hear that.
At one point, they inadvertently catch something behind a tree, a sighting they only discovered after they reviewed the footage.
Over on this side. But
I've never seen a graveyard like this before. With like... That looks like part of the tree. What?
But
Later in the investigation, Stacy sets up a spirit box in the hopes of communicating with any entities that may be present. During the spirit box session, something eerie takes place in the background. Take a look.
Yeah, an
A
abandoned
dark figure
graveyard's
can be seen
spooky.
walking among the trees in the background. It looks like someone wearing a robe.
It's just like someone going for a walk. I mean, if they're there, why can't there be other people there?
It appears
I think
that
spirit
Stacy
boxes
and
are like
Cliff
kind of
didn't notice the
expensive.
figure at
We
the
could just
time
use
of
the
filming,
radio
but the spirit box seems to refer to a
and
third
like put the
person
seeker
being present.
mode on. Just pretend it's a spirit box.
Okay, I'm gonna cut this off for a little bit. We may be...
Beep,
Okay, we
beep,
may cut it
Richie.
back on in a few minutes. Thank you for talking to us.
Naturally, this sighting sent the comments section into a frenzy, with hundreds of people scrambling to point out the strange robed figure. Most people were stunned at the sighting, but understandably, there were a few people who thought the capture was too good to be true. A lot of viewers have defended the footage, saying that Stacy's a genuine person and isn't
I just don't
known
think
for
it's that
pulling
weird that
stunts
someone
like
would be
this
like
in
walking
any of her
by
other videos.
because
Others suggested it
if
may
they're
have just
there,
been a real person walking through the property at the same time.
why can't someone else walk there? Something about those flowers keeps reminding me of like a cake, like flowers
So
on
what do
it.
you make of
You know
this
what I mean?
creepy
Like
cemetery
icing
sighting?
flowers.
As always, I'll throw this out to you, the viewers, for final judgment. Let me know
Makes me
where you
wanna eat
sit
a
on
cake,
this
kind
in the
of.
comment section down below.
Oh yeah, I've heard of the duendes.
Are we safe out here?
Hey, just rapidly flick through the radio channels. Inexperience.
In February 2021, TikTok user Alice Nash1 shared some freaky home security footage that couldn't quite be explained. They shared it on their social media, where it caused quite a stir. Take a look.
I feel like I've seen this. There he goes. Just going to work.
As you can see, a strange shadowy figure walks up the stairs past
Yeah, it must
one
have
of
been
the
another video.
residents.
It's the mirror world.
It's transparent and amorphous, but looks vaguely human in shape. Whatever it is, it makes its way up the stairs, then floats off camera.
Makes its way up the stairs.
A lot of viewers on TikTok called it a great catch, inferring that they indeed believe this to be a genuine paranormal sighting. The OP suggested it could be a shadow figure or even a demon. But what do you think's been caught on this home security camera? Drop your thoughts in the comment section
Also,
down
it seems
below.
like a pretty fucking fancy house if it's a home security camera. The floor is just marble. The fuck?
Staying in New York State, our last entry comes from another one of our viewers, Angie Mae Ordway.
Haunted
Angie
lighthouse.
runs a paranormal investigation group called Paranormal Souls on YouTube. In this clip, the team are exploring the old lighthouse in Dunkirk, New York. As evening sets in, the team explores the old property.
Childs responds.
Built in 1827,
Brilliant.
the light tower was first established on Point Gratiot and worked in tandem with a pierhead beacon to guide ships into Dunkirk Harbour on Lake Erie. Over the years, the property has become infamous for being haunted. The old
Gratiot.
lighthouse keeper's living quarters are
Later,
said to be
Major.
full
Take
of
it easy.
mysterious happenings. Employees and tourists alike have reported music playing, disembodied whispering, and doors opening and closing, seemingly all on their own. In the late 1800s, the lighthouse keeper at the time and another worker tried to rescue two children who were drowning in Lake Erie. Sadly, the rescue attempt didn't go well. The worker and the two children died.
Damn.
Many locals believe that their spirits linger around the lighthouse even today. Back in the tower, Angie and the team begin to hear some strange noises.
All I heard was them. Oh yeah, I saw that. Those YouTubers like arguing with each other at the Stanley
one of the
Hotel.
team members tries to communicate
That's pretty
with any
funny,
resident
actually.
spirits.
Tell us what you're saying, and we can have a conversation if you like.
That's when one of the cameras captures something strange. Take a look.
Tell us what you're saying, and we can have a conversation if you like.
They look like they're like tied up.
Slowing that down, a dark shadow walks by from right to left. The investigators didn't notice anything at the time, but there's clearly something going on in that room. This isn't the only time something strange has been caught on camera in the Dunkirk lighthouse. Some years ago, during another paranormal investigation of the property,
You see this? Looks like an eye generator.
was captured in a photo.
Nose.
If you zoom in, you can see what appears to be a face inside the orb.
What? Some David Lynch shit.
What makes this sighting particularly eerie
They
is
got
that
a
the face
fucking
bears a striking
magnified picture of
resemblance
it.
to Peter Dempsey, one of the original lighthouse keepers. Dempsey worked on the property from 1885 to 1902. He always sported a striking mustache, one that appears to be a close match to the face seen inside the orb. So is
You guys
this
ever
old
seen Bob
lighthouse
in
really haunted?
Twin
Given
Peaks,
the
The
reports
Return?
from
They're
employees
all like in
and
balls
locals
and stuff.
alike, the mysterious orb of light, and now this shadowy figure certainly does make you wonder whether something paranormal is going on in Dunkirk Harbour. In
Yeah, I hate
2018,
this one.
some eerie footage of a doll sitting in a cemetery in Brazil caused quite a stir around the internet. The clip
I
went
hate
viral,
that.
leaving many viewers wondering whether the doll was haunted. Take a look.
Is it a real baby or is it a doll?
As the camera moves around, it looks as though the doll's eyes follow the camera. It has fang-like teeth, and there's a baby's bottle filled with an unknown red liquid sitting on the grave just behind it.
Yeah. What if it just like fucking jumped at the last second?
It's not known where exactly this footage was filmed or by who, but it was enough to freak viewers out, with one commenter calling it the doll of the devil. A lot of viewers tried to remain calm and said that the eyes look like they're moving due to an optical illusion, which is most likely the case. But it's eerie nonetheless, and you have to wonder why it was left sitting in a cemetery in the first place.
Yeah, I wonder why. Haunted babies. Haunted
Terra El
Muppet babies.
Extremo is a popular urban exploration channel on YouTube. They regularly investigate some of the most notorious places in Mexico, sites of urban legend, famous hauntings, and other eerie locations. In this clip, the team visits a cemetery in Cocotitlan, Mexico. According to the YouTubers, this is a city of witches, myths, and legends.
Yeah, we like...
They begin by walking among
Maybe
the
those
near
9
endless
months.
rows of tombstones.
9 hefty months. Someone laughing. Is that what that was?
Shortly after they enter the cemetery, they spot something eerie in the distance.
A friend of yours spent a lot of money on a haunted baby and like makes videos and shit of it. It's interesting. Just get like a text from your friend. It's like, dude, look up the baby today.
A dark
Look
figure
at my
can be
baby.
seen walking
They're just like
up
doing
ahead.
some weird shit. Like
The The dark, shadowy figure is difficult to see at first, but it seems to follow them throughout their investigation of the property. It appears again a few minutes later.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of the doll stuff on eBay for a long time. It's always been a thing. There's been haunted stuff on eBay for so long, it seems. Isn't that where that scary picture comes from? The hands that watch or whatever?
Here we can see it looks like a person that's wearing a cloak.
What was the name of that painting?
But it seems to be completely made
You know
of
what I'm talking about?
shadows and at times almost looks transparent.
The hands resist him. Thank you. Yeah.
Spurred on by these sightings, the team continues to search the property.
But isn't that where that like was found or whatever, or was sold, was on eBay? Isn't that where the story like kind of starts?
Later in the investigation, something strange happens near the two cameramen. Take a look. Watching that again, as they take a look around, a noise can be heard from
Dude,
behind
they have
them.
vests with
Then
their
a strange
fucking
puff of
channel
dust
name
rises up
embroidered
from
on
the
them.
ground.
Embroider that boy.
It's as though the ground was stirred up by something.
Honestly, with a camera like that, I'd be afraid of like getting jumped sometimes, depending on where you go.
Viewers have been divided by this cemetery exploration. Some have suggested the team might have just disturbed a squatter or homeless person that was sleeping in the graveyard. Others, however, aren't so sure, noting the almost translucent quality of the figure.
Hooded figure.
So are viewers reading too much into this sighting, or is there more to it? Let me know where you stand on this in the comments section down below.
Just looks like a normal shadow, kind of. Wave pool ghost.
First clip of the day was uploaded to TikTok by To Do Contenida Top. It's some footage of a pool party. See if you can spot anything strange. Watching that again, right at the end, a young girl in a white dress seems to vanish from sight.
Couldn't she be behind that beam?
This
Come
could just be a
on.
trick of perspective. The girl may have walked
She
behind the
walked
pole
forward,
right as the
yeah.
camera pans back. But it's the girl's appearance that has some viewers freaked out. She has an unusual vibe about her. She's all alone, has a grave face with dark eyes.
She's got a weird vibe,
and
bro.
her dress looks like it's from a different time period. Mix this in with her apparent disappearance and you've got the makings of a very eerie sighting. Some viewers thought that this could indeed be a ghost caught on camera. But what do you think? Let us know in the comment section down below.
Haunted girl.
This next clip's been floating around the internet for quite a few years now in many different forms. This version was uploaded
She
to
died
TikTok
in that
by
pool.
elkakui.tv. It's not known exactly where this was filmed, but many believe it was captured somewhere in Mexico. Take a look at what's been freaking people out.
Literally any dress. It's for a different time period too.
Watching that again, if we slow it down and brighten it up a little, you can make out some kind of creature. Looks to be covered in fur and seems to be bipedal.
What? It's a gnome.
It lurks in the shadows for a brief moment, then speeds away at an extraordinary pace.
A caveman? It's like a bat.
People have been speculating over this piece of footage for quite some time now, and we're still no closer
Monkey,
to a
maybe?
definitive explanation. Some say it's just an amazing piece of CGI, while others, who have studied the footage frame by frame, think this genuinely could be a real cryptid sighting. Just what cryptid it is remains unknown.
Just some little guy.
Here's another little clip that's been messing with people's minds over on TikTok. It was uploaded by user All In Is. Watch.
I'm like fucking scared. There is no one standing there, but there's a silhouette, like a shadow of a person. Yeah.
There's a strange human-shaped shadow on the wall.
There is no one standing there, but there's a...
There doesn't appear to be anything that could be casting it.
Nothing there. Yeah, someone just peed on it.
This odd sighting quickly went viral, racking up over 4.5 million views at the time of this upload. Thousands of comments chimed in with their own take on what could be causing the shadow. Some said it was just spray paint on the wall. Others said it was a ghost or shadow figure. Then there were those who said it was a trick of perspective, and that the shadow's being cast high up from the opposite side of the street.
A silhouette, like a shadow of a person.
In a follow-up video, the OP says that it's not spray paint, showing us the wall on a grey, overcast day, where we can clearly see there's no shadow figure at all.
So as you see, there is nothing. Nothing at all. Yeah.
They go on to show the street light across the road. It doesn't match the shape of the shadow at all.
That's a lamppost.
Yeah, doesn't that like
next
prove
to
it?
My neighbors, and it would project like here. So yeah, nothing.
They also say that the roof, high up on the opposite side of the street, doesn't have anything that could be casting a shadow like this.
A silhouette, like...
This has left many speculating that this is indeed a shadow figure, a glimpse at an ethereal being from another world.
Just a shadow kid hanging out.
Strangely, a lot of people lost their minds at the end of the first clip. If we watch it again, right at the end, the curtain in the apartment on the top left flicks open for a split second.
Yeah.
A lot of people seem certain it has something to do with the shadowy figure.
Why?
The OP still has no idea what caused the shadow. They say they don't particularly believe in the paranormal, but couldn't explain the bizarre sighting at all.
I have no idea. I do believe in those kind of things a bit, but not as much. And I was so scared. I was not a little bit scared. I was scared.
So where do you sit on this? What do you think's causing
I was not
that
a little
shadow?
scared. I was
Share your theories
scared.
with the rest of the community in the comments down below.
A silhouette, like a shadow of a person. Yeah.
Lots of children claim to have imaginary friends.
What is this
They laugh
picture?
and play with people that can't be seen. But what if these beings were real and we just couldn't see them? This next clip, posted to Reddit by Summer1116, might just prove that they really do exist. The poster claims that their son would occasionally have conversations with someone who wasn't there. On this particular night, she decided to film his antics. In the clip, we can see the young boy hiding behind some clothes.
It's like fucking kid just like walking around.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Clearly spooked, in which she shockingly claims to have seen a bald man walking out of the pond next to her house. While recording the clip, she begins to hear some unnerving sounds and decides to explore the house to see where they could be coming from.
Hello?
Offensively bald man walking out of the pond.
Although she confirms that she's home alone, what happens next seems to suggest that there may be something else present in the house with her.
Gigantic house.
As she enters the living room, the TikToker points her phone towards the TV screen. Her reflection looks normal at first, but then something strange begins to happen. Take a look.
Jesus Christ. You guys saw that, right? I'm not bugging.
As you can see, a dark, shadowy figure seems to peer out from behind the TikToker.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Clearly spooked, she quickly turns around to look behind her, yet there seems to be nothing there.
You guys saw that, right? I'm not bugging. Like, here's my reflection.
Then she looks back at the TV once more, and the figure is no longer visible.
That's just my hair. Okay.
Next, the TikToker walks over to a window in her house. As she begins to show us the area outside where she believes she saw the creepy bald man coming out of a pond, she inadvertently captures something else moving.
Guys, I wanted
it's
to
such a
show
ridiculous
you the,
situation.
Please tell me you see that. There's something. It looks like the old man is coming out, I swear to God. What is that?
I think she's like losing her mind.
It's another shadowy figure, similar to the one we saw earlier in the TV screen. This
There's
time
a bald man coming out of the water
window.
in my backyard. Why do you have a fucking pond in your backyard? What the hell?
She immediately begins to search the house for the figure.
You got your own pond?
Suddenly, she
It's
hears
fucking
another
sick.
creepy sound and her cat runs past. It too looks visibly spooked.
Oh my God, Biggs, it's okay. It's okay. Holy
The last thing the TikToker can be heard saying is, "Okay, let's go," just before the footage cuts out.
Whoa.
honestly. Okay, let's go.
So what do you think's going on in this video? Is this TikToker's house really haunted? Or is there something
No.
else going on here? Let me know your thoughts on this in the comments down below.
Who the fuck else lives there? There's like 4 fucking cars in the garage.
Many people believe that strange creatures still lurk in the far reaches of the earth.
Looks like a dinosaur.
Known as cryptids, these mysterious beasts are yet to be classified by modern
Who the
science.
fuck that is?
This footage, uploaded to YouTube by Vision Paranormal, might just show one
that looked
such
like
cryptid.
Spike from The
This
Land Before
TikToker's
Time.
house is a heart made of ice, nauseating stench, creature that
Doesn't it? Just looks like a dinosaur.
many people believe that strange creatures still lurk in the far reaches of the earth. Known as cryptids, these mysterious beasts are yet to be classified by modern science. This footage, uploaded to YouTube by Vision Paranormal, might just show one such cryptid, the legendary
So fucking
Wendigo.
blurry.
The Wendigo is a mythical creature that originates from North American folklore. It is described as having huge antlers, an emaciated body, a nauseating stench, and in some cases, a heart made of ice. However, its most terrifying characteristic is its insatiable craving for human flesh.
I'm pretty sure
Even when
that's
it's
the
just
Unity
fed, its hunger is
model
insatiated. Legends say that
that I've
humans
seen
can
in a
also
bunch of
be
games.
possessed by the Wendigo, causing them to turn against their own kind. The YouTuber who shared this footage claims it comes from the recovered camera of a young couple who disappeared after getting lost while hiking in the Emerson County forest. As the footage begins, we can see the dense foliage as the couple walks along the path.
Yeah, the one from the Supernatural game and a bunch of other games. Yo, this music is sick.
Suddenly, the camera stops moving as they seem to have spotted something moving in the trees. Take a look.
Do you see that? Over there, look, over there. Do you see that?
What the hell?
If you look closely, you can see a shape moving through the thicket.
It sounds like a fucking sick beat is about to drop. Like it's someone's like rap
Difficult to
fucking
tell
music
whether
video.
It's extremely well camouflaged or actually semi-transparent.
I don't like this.
You see that? Right there. Look.
Oh my God.
They watch it for a few seconds before it lets out a terrifying screech.
I don't like it.
Okay, fuck. Go.
The hikers quickly run, the camera jostles violently, but we can still hear the creatures shrieking as it chases them through the trees.
This is like someone's fan film.
A few seconds later, the camera falls to the ground and the sounds fade into the distance. So did these hikers really fall victim to the legendary Wendigo?
Yeah, it's just like
creature in the
Vaseline
video
on the
blends into
camera.
its surroundings so well that it's difficult to tell what it is we're actually seeing.
Over there, look, look, look, look, look, over there. Do you see that?
What the hell?
I'll throw this one out to you. What do you think this mysterious video actually shows? Let us know down below.
I don't like this.
You see that? Right there. Look, look, look, look, look,
Oh
look.
my god. That's not an animal. I don't like it.
Okay, fuck. Go.
That's such a bad sound.
While our
Dirt
previous
bike.
clip wasn't as mysterious as it first appeared, this next one is a little harder to explain. It was uploaded to Instagram by Paranoid Normal. It's some security footage taken in a back alley.
Cool
You
channel
can
name.
see some young kids taking some bikes. However, as one of the kids goes back for another bike in the background, something truly odd happens. Watch. A pair of shadowy legs walk to the right. The figure then returns and seems to reach out to the boy, who turns around to have a look. It returns once more before the clip abruptly ends. A lot of
What is
people in
going
the
on in
comments
this
said
video?
that this is a shadow person sighting. Many paranormal investigators believe that shadow people are a type of spiritual entity that lurk in our world. Some say they're lost souls, others have suggested they could be interdimensional beings or aliens. Regardless of what they are, tens of thousands of people all around the world have reported seeing these beings with remarkable similarity. People suffering from insomnia or sleep paralysis often describe
Sleep
shadowy
paralysis.
people watching them out the corner of their eyes. So are these shadowy entities real? Judging by the reports, the thousands of testimonies, and the countless videos that seem to show them, one can't help but wonder about these things when it's pitch black at 3 AM and you're all alone. Good thing everyone knows they can't get you when you're under a blankie.
Mm-hmm. Those interdimensional beings. Another planet.
This next one is an old school ghost sighting that's been haunting the internet for over 16 years. In April of 2006, the investigative group Western New York Paranormal was spending the night at Valentine Museum after hearing rumors that the property was heavily haunted by spirits. The original clip was uploaded to YouTube by Nitro Sejo. It's after midnight when one of the museum's security cameras shows one of the team members searching a room. That's when something very eerie happens just next to them. Watch. On first watch, it can be hard to see anything at all, but if you brighten the image, you
nothing
can
at
see a
all.
dark figure walk right past one of the team members.
It's nothing. It ain't shit. Just like
Here's a different
bad
filter again.
compression.
Located in Victor, New York, the original building was called Valentine Hall and was built in 1879. Levi Valentine built the grand 5-story structure with plans for it to become a sort of shopping plaza. However, when the planned railway line set to come through the town was never finally built, the area suffered a sharp decline. Valentine Hall was ultimately abandoned and left empty for decades.
Damn.
Over the years, locals began to suspect that the building was haunted. Some say that in the middle of the night you can sometimes hear a music box playing in the empty building. Visitors have claimed to have seen tools and other objects moving on their own, and even full-bodied apparitions have been reported.
Full-bodied.
This security footage, now colloquially known as the Valentine ghost sighting, has become somewhat notorious in the paranormal community. Dozens of experts have attempted to debunk the footage. Some say it's nothing more than another person walking by. Others claim it's been altered, but some insist it's the real deal.
Fuck.
It's strange that no one seems to be able to come to a clear consensus, and so the footage plays on. Year after year, it continues to intrigue those looking for proof that ghosts really do exist.
Just like standing there.
This next freaky encounter was featured on the paranormal YouTube channel Paseo Infinito. Not a lot is known about the origins of the clip, but the camera holder appears to be conducting some kind of paranormal investigation. In the background, we can see a chained up cabinet filled with dolls and some other devices on a table. The camera holder's filming the room with a thermal lens. Watch what he captures.
What the hell? What is that?
This is the little guy.
What the?
Peering out from behind a cabinet, you can see what looks like a child's face.
What the hell? What is that?
When they lower the thermal lens, you can clearly see there's nothing behind the cabinet.
What the?
The brief clip's been freaking viewers out, with most comments at a loss to explain the eerie sighting. No one seems to know who captured this footage, and I wish the clip was a little longer because it appears to show something genuinely mysterious. If anyone in the comments knows where the clip is originally from, we'd love to hear about it. In the meantime, all we can do is speculate on what this eerie face really could be.
What the?
I love that.
Adventures Jassim the Dark Knight is a YouTube channel based in Saudi Arabia. The channel's owner frequently explores abandoned buildings that are rumoured to be haunted. In this episode, he searches an old, dilapidated apartment on the edge of the city. As he explores the empty building, there are signs that squatters may live here.
About all that.
Before long, the OP begins to hear strange noises throughout the building.
What the fuck was that sound?
It doesn't appear that anyone else is in the building at the time of filming, yet he continues to hear mysterious sounds.
لا إله إلا الله أعوذ بكلمات الله التامات من شر ما خلق.
Then suddenly, this happens.
لا إله إلا الله.
Watching that again, as he looks into another room, a desk appears to slide across the floor all on its own.
The name of the channel we're watching right now is Slapped Ham. Or the guy in this video, you mean?
Looks around, but there's no one there. Just when this exploration seems freaky enough, something else happens that's a little more alarming. Watch.
لا إله إلا لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله بسم الله.
What?
As the OP enters a room, a quick thud is heard behind him.
لا إله إلا
That's when he spots a knife jutting out of the door.
لا إله إلا الله بسم الله.
Creepily, if we review the footage from just seconds earlier, you can see that there's no knife in the same door.
لا إله إلا لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله بسم الله.
This is enough to send the camera holder fleeing from the building, and the episode promptly ends. This is certainly an alarming piece of footage. It seems to be a mix of possible otherworldly activity and a more immediate real-life warning. I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers. What do you make of this urban exploration? Share your opinions in the comments section down below.
لا إله إلا لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله.
This freaky encounter was uploaded to YouTube by Rerison Oliveira.
Alien at the door.
It went live back in August 2011 and has been startling audiences ever since. This homeowner had been hearing some strange noises happening in the middle of the night for several nights in a row, so they decided to set up a stationary camera at one of the windows to see if they could spot anything that might be making the noises. Take a look at what they caught.
My God. Whoa.
A large, bulbous-headed figure looks in through the window. It has large black eyes and a flat nose and a small pointed mouth. These features bring to mind the classic depiction of an alien grey. Over the years, experts and amateur sleuths alike have analysed this piece of footage frame by frame, and, as is often the case with footage like this, it's left the paranormal community divided. Some say it's just a person wearing a rather detailed mask. However, you can see the eyes of the figure blink several times during the clip.
It's like so bad quality. It's like so compressed. I can't really tell.
It's little details like this that have left some video analysts stumped as to what this could be. So is this a genuine alien sighting, or is it all just a hoax? Share your theories with the rest of the community in the comments down below.
No. Just some weird shit.
Kakya Sobrenatural is a popular YouTube channel that focuses on investigations of various spooky locations. In this video, the team explores an abandoned school that is rumoured to be haunted. While conducting an EVP session in one of the rooms, the team hears a strange noise coming from outside. As they search the area, the camera holder turns, catching sight of something strange in the distance. It seems to be a ghostly-looking figure staring
guy
at them
hanging
from
out.
another building. Spooked, the team returns to the room to gather their composure. However, when they venture outside for a second look, the mysterious figure is nowhere to be seen. So does this sighting prove the rumors that this school really is haunted? Watch the footage again and judge for yourself.
What?
Extinct File are a paranormal investigation group
Yeah,
based
just
in
pretend there's
Mexico.
like a monster.
They regularly travel around the country visiting notorious sites that are said to be haunted. In this episode, they explore a remote cemetery rumored to be heavily haunted by the spirits of children. It's said that a large percentage of graves at this cemetery belong to kids. The team begins by exploring the property at nighttime.
No es para nada sencillo. Son altas horas de la noche. El lugar, la verdad es que es un cementerio bastante bonito.
Not too long into the investigation, the team realise that the rumours are true when they begin to find an unusually high number of graves that belong to children.
Que incluso están abiertas. No
The
sé
dead
si
kid graveyard.
se contengan.
This guy's like, let's go film there.
Acá de este lado, mira. Como les comentaba, en su mayoría son tumbas de niños.
Soon after, they hear some eerie sounds.
Oy, oy, oy, oy, oy, oy, oy. Niño. Niño. Si quieres jugar. No seas mamón, güey. A tu lado, a tu costado. Sí. Hacia allá se escuchó, güey.
A short while later, one of the team members invites any spirits that may be present to make themselves known. It would appear something obliges.
No tengo miedo absoluto. Te pido que te manifiestes. No seas mamón, güey. Allá, acá, acá, acá, acá, acá, acá, acá.
Fue acá abajo como...
Acá abajo, güey. No mames.
Spurred on by these bizarre happenings, Kevin, the lead investigator, tries using an app on his phone to make contact.
Hola. ¿Viste mi luz?
Then, just when things seem creepy enough, the camera catches something in the darkness. Take a look.
Por todo el sitio. Tratando de jugar.
Slowing that down, you can see a dark figure in the distance. It's hard to make out any details, but there's definitely something there. Some viewers said it looks like a child, perhaps a spirit that's been following them.
Perhaps.
Given that there is an unusually high amount of children's graves at this cemetery, it certainly does make you wonder whether something was following the team around. So what do you think's been captured here? Let me know your thoughts on this sighting in the comment section down below.
Por todo el sitio. Tratando de jugar.
Our last clip of the day seems to show something genuinely terrifying. It was sent to the paranormal Facebook page El Mundo DKBZA.
Horrifying live photo.
This family was out camping when a series of photos were taken to remember the occasion. Everything seemed perfectly normal and the photos didn't show anything strange either, or so they thought. iPhones have a live photo feature that captures a few seconds of footage after a photo is taken. You can then press on a photo and it'll play out a few seconds of movement. It would appear this live photo has captured something chilling. Take a look. Just next to the boy on the left, you can make out a grey, transparent figure crawling on all fours. Whatever it is, it seems to scurry out of view.
I feel like I've seen this before. Oh, these are all videos we've seen.
So far, no one's been able to explain this eerie sighting. Is it a ghost, a cryptid, or something else entirely? Take another look and decide for yourself.
Something new.
Some rear LED lights on my Nissan Xterra.
The following series of videos were posted to TikTok by a user named MrFender76. Their account isn't known for scary videos, but rather car maintenance tips as well as general life moments with family and friends. In this clip, the TikToker installs some new LED reverse lights on his recently purchased Nissan.
One light. The lights are installed. I'm going to take them back out
Nissan.
And paint the bumper. And here they are, fully installed, ready to light up the night.
In the next video, he drives out into the wilderness to test the brightness of the new lights. However, as he does, he inadvertently captures something genuinely terrifying.
The
Take
laser
a look
lights.
and see if you can spot anything strange.
Look how friggin' bright that is. This is amazing. Yeah, so these...
At first, it can be quite hard to notice, but if you focus on the tree in the center of frame, you can see a pale arm slowly retract into the darkness. Here it is again, zoomed in and slowed down. In another video, the TikToker returns to the same spot where the arm was previously seen, except this time it's during the day.
This is where my truck was backed in. Well, it's actually a path, and that is the tree with the stick leaned up against it.
He searches the area just to confirm there isn't anyone still lurking there, and sure enough, he finds nothing.
And this is the tree.
Understandably, this series of videos have creeped out many who have viewed them, and it seems as if nobody can come up with a concrete explanation for the bizarre sighting. Based on the arm's appearance, some think it might actually belong to some sort of humanoid creature. However, even if it was just the arm of a human, it's still a very creepy piece of footage. What would a person be doing in the woods in the middle of the night? And why do they slowly retract their hand as the TikToker turns the light on? Were they perhaps up to something sinister? Whatever the case may be, it seems likely that this sighting will make this TikToker think twice about returning to the same location alone in the middle of the night.
Deer. I've seen this little guy before.
By elkukui.tv was supposedly recorded in a Mexico City metro station at 2 a.m. According to the TikToker, this particular station is known to be haunted. As the video begins, we see an employee walking in front of the camera. Suddenly, the voice of what sounds like a very young boy can be heard echoing through the station. Have a listen.
Just sounds like what you would hear like at a mall or just anywhere. Airport.
Workers follow the voice in an attempt
Child
to find
yelling.
the boy. As they ascend a flight of stairs, the voice seems to get louder. The workers then attempt to call out to the boy.
¿Dónde es? ¿Dónde es?
This station is known for being haunted.
Arriba.
The station also knows for being haunted. How long does this go on?
An old rusty wheelchair slowly wheels into view, as if it's been pushed by some sort of unseen force.
An old rusty wheelchair. All right, let's watch another video. I forgot this one was going on for a whole fucking hour and a half. All right, Danger Locker posted this video before. His video request. Let's check it out. That's so loud. Airplane landing.
You know where we are, folks. The In-N-Out, right by the airport. LAX style.
What do they have on the secret menu at In-N-Out? Fucking animal fries and animal burger? That's it, right?
Here it comes. Oh, yes. The champion. Look at that. Woo-wee. Yes. All right. And they got us these hats, man.
It's like the least secret menu ever.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, it's so small. It's a little snug, huh? Yeah, hold on.
A Flying Dutchman? Meat, cheese only.
It's going to be okay.
Hold on, let me stretch it out a little bit.
Stretch it out a little bit. There it is.
I feel like I look like Kel from Good Burger.
Oh, man, remember that?
The Kelb.
The Good Burger. Can I take you orders?
And they give out the hats? I've never seen them give those out.
Was at the Alka-Seltzer US Open back in 05, all right? Let's see if my head got bigger since then.
There you go.
Nice, yeah. Let's see what we got here. Oh my goodness. So that's the double-double, okay? Hence the 2 patties. And this right here is the 4x4. That's
right, the 4x4.
And the animal.
I forgot you could like keep adding like patties on.
Oh my goodness. Right, folks. Here goes nothing. 4x4 goodness. Let's go.
You didn't even take it out of the paper.
Oh yeah. You cannot leave LA without going to In-N-Out. Take another bite of that. How was that? Oh yeah. Really good. That's what it is. Hey, let's do a speed run. See how fast I can eat this.
Burger speed run.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, hip hop said it. We enjoying this sucker, all right? No speed runs today. No competitive eating, nothing. We just gonna just sit and have a good time.
Yeah, he needs a lot of food. Need a lot of fuel.
Oh yeah.
How was your meal today?
Everything is great. Everything is great. Appreciate you. See, that's what I'm talking about, all right?
LAX fucking In-N-Out.
Fast food joint asks you how your meal is. You know what I'm saying? Nothing better than
It's probably got to be like one of the busiest fucking places ever.
nice fine restaurants, but In-N-Out, they treat you right.
God damn.
Oh yes, folks. This is something that's off the menu. This, my friends, is a Neapolitan.
Oh, so it's all of them mixed together. That sounds pretty dank, actually.
Chocolate and strawberry, all right? Off the menu at In-N-Out. So
I can never have a burger and a milkshake, though. Like, I'm already too full by the one over the other, you know what I mean?
I can sip this bad boy with a
Because that shit is filling.
Today, since I left the PVC pipes and straws home, I'm using a regular straw. That makes it that much tougher, all right? So let's stir this goodness.
Oh, yeah. Five Guys shakes are like
This is the Neapolitan shake. Sip fast.
too much. They're too fancy. They're too expensive for me. I love it at Five Guys, though.
If you're ready, I'm ready to do this. Enough talk. Let's go.
He's gonna chug the fucking milkshake. Oh, with the straw. I feel like you could just chug it out of the cup. Why not use 2 straws? Would you be able to move more fluid ounces if you had 2 straws, or would it be like the same thing, or would it be like, what's the physics behind that? Would it have the suction? That's what I mean. Would it? Yeah, the McDonald's straw is like specifically engineered to move a certain amount of fluid ounces. Oh my God.
Whoa! I did not want to stop like I usually do because
He competes in the Nathan's hot dog thing? Oh my God, I didn't know that.
this whole place is delicious. Yo, come to In-N-Out, where the planes fly over your head, and get yourself a double-double animal style. Or you want to make you one badly, let's get you one that's a 4x4 off the menu, all right?
You can do like an 8x8, can't you? Do they even like, I think they let you do more than that.
One bottle at a time. Badlands Chugs is back.
Dude, he's gonna chug the world.
Don't touch that mouse, folks. It's your boy,
Oh, there's more?
Badlands Chugs, and I am on Cameo, okay? You need a person.
Yeah, he looks like Big Smoke with that hat on like that.
Birthday, maybe a happy anniversary, congratulations on the new job, the wedding, anything at all. And do you need it with a chug of your choice? You let me know what you want me to do, and I'll do it for you. 24-hour delivery is available.
He's done the Big Smoke order.
Promote your business, book your boy. Cheers.
Who is this guy?
It's late and I gotta go to bed, but I saw something
This just came up after.
too weird to pass up, and it's something that we've all heard about. It's been fermenting for
Peeps Pepsi.
Peeps flavor.
I don't know. This came up right after Badlands Chugs.
The artificial.
He kind of looks like the brother from Better Call Saul, who's like afraid of electricity.
They did have it a couple of years ago, but in order to get some,
You know what I mean?
a couple of years ago, you had to do something where you shared something on social media, and then if you lucked out, they drew your name or something, then you get 3.
Yeah, he's like Chuck.
Little 8-ounce cans in the mail.
Peeps Pepsi. Sounds fucking gross.
That same year, a couple years ago.
You know what I had the other day that was disgusting was a mango Pepsi. Awful.
But then last year they released Flamin' Hot Mountain Dew to the stores, and this year, after having given it a couple of years to again bubble in the back.
Remember Pepsi Twist?
Here it is.
Oh, dude, I hate the mango Pepsi. I did not like it.
Any ordinary slob can have it. Peeps flavored Pepsi. So it makes me wonder if the delay was sort of deliberate. It's like, okay, we'll make this stuff, but only a little bit, and then everyone will be like, and then we'll release it, and everyone will like it. Or if they just went, I don't have any other ideas. Let's do the Peeps Pepsi on a wide release.
All right. I can't. What all diet? Hey, this is a video I've been wanting to watch. Let's check it out. Some lost Nintendo cartoons. Oh, dude, I liked Lime. Diet Lime was good.
King Koopa's cool cartoon.
I like Cherry Cola.
King Koopa's
You know what I like a lot is Vanilla Coke.
TV crossover, and very
I think that might be my favorite.
content has never been found. A spin-off of the relatively popular 1989 Super Mario Bros. Super Show.
But yeah, lemon or lime, usually good too.
Heavily made a presenter and various different segments.
I remember
The
this
show was
guy.
presented by an ugly version of King Koopa, who you probably know better as
I feel like I've
Bowser.
seen that.
The character Bowser actually has more than one
Yeah,
name,
Vanilla Coke is just
but
like a normal
that's a story
product
for
now.
a different video.
We used to be able to get it at like a Friendlies and stuff like that. Be like, can you put some vanilla in my Coke? And that was like a dank way to get it too.
Allegedly airing for 65 episodes in 1989 and 1990 on a Southern California TV station.
What the fuck?
Each episode clocked in at around 30 minutes. This short-lived and little-known local run was seemingly a test to determine how popular the show would be. And if it was successful, Nintendo might have attempted to give the platform a
Oh yeah, the Coca-Cola coffee is weird.
But when King Koopa's
Cream soda Pepsi I tried. Yeah, it was alright.
The show obviously wasn't renewed or rolled out further. Some sources say that King Koopa's Cool Cartoons also aired sporadically in both Arizona and the UK, but there's no real proof to back up either of those claims. If you saw any episodes in either of those locations, or anywhere else, let me know in the comments below.
I also got like the worst frozen Coke the other day when I was like driving through like, where the fuck was I? Like kind of in San Francisco. Like I had to go to the bathroom so bad and I was going to get stuck in traffic anyway. So I was like, if I don't get off now and go to the bathroom, I'm going to be stuck like in traffic having to go to the bathroom. So I just got off. I tried to go to the bathroom somewhere and it had like a code I needed, or I needed to be buzzed into the bathroom. So I was just like, let me get a frozen Coke. And it was fucking nasty. I love frozen, like a Slurpee, like Coke Slurpee or like frozen soda, usually delicious, but it was fucking awful. Also, everywhere in the Bay Area, they give you these like cardboard straws. And it honestly like makes it taste like shit. Like those straws taste so bad. Let's go back a little bit. Somebody been talking over it.
This short-lived and little-known local run was seemingly a test to determine how popular the show would be.
So I think that could be like a bad reaction with whatever you're drinking sometimes.
Wider release. But when King Koopa's Cool Cartoons proved to be massively unpopular, the show obviously wasn't renewed or rolled out further.
Yeah, I just try to like chug out of the cup sometimes, yeah.
Cartoons also aired sporadically in both Arizona and the UK, but there's no real proof to back up either of those claims. If you saw any episodes in either of those locations, or anywhere else, let me know in the comments below. Anyways, King Koopa's Cool Cartoons was a pretty weird show with a pretty weird intro.
I feel like I've fucking seen this somewhere.
King Koopa dances down a Los Angeles street in the direction of a TV studio. Accompanied by a raucous bunch of kids and his dog-like pet puppet Ratso, he breaks into the TV studio, confronting those who stop him, and aggressively declaring, "It's my show now." The rest of the show was filmed in front of a live studio audience, made up of young children, referred to as King Koopa's Troopas. The show was made up of various skits and segments, including a character called Mr. Mean Jeans, and sections in which King Koopa would read out jokes. Recovered clips include footage of King Koopa bottle feeding an egg, King Koopa talking to his pet/mascot Ratso, and a two-character puppet show, but instead of actual puppets, the characters are played by vegetables. The show also played public domain cartoons from the 1920s and 1930s. But these cartoons were entirely unrelated to Mario and the Mario franchise, and seemingly had no connection at all to the content of the rest of the show or its characters. So yeah, really, really weird.
Is that just Muppet Babies? What the fuck?
King Koopa reading fan mail from people who had written into the show. This fan mail was often negative and critical. The show wasn't particularly popular, and the fan mail often reflected that perception.
He looks fucking
Many parents also wrote
hideous.
into Koopa's Cool Cartoons to complain that the content was sometimes scary and inappropriate. Because the show had a limited release, it's unlikely that any other clips will resurface in the future. So we might never know quite how scary and inappropriate the show sometimes was. As always, if you have access to any more clips, or if you have any more information, please let us know in the comments below. The Pokemon Pirate Ship Show.
That's pretty crazy. I've never heard of this, I don't think.
Back in September 2000, a little known and barely remembered Pokemon Sailboat show came to the shores of Sydney, Australia. Nintendo has served up plenty of Pokemon-related events over the years, including card swaps, open tournaments, new game launches, costume.
Was that real life Ash? What the fuck?
Plenty more. This particular Sailboat show, however, was part of the first ever World Championships event for the iconic Nintendo 64 Pokemon Stadium game. The 3-day competition was allegedly part of a massive 22-day event held in Sydney, and the lengthy event featured way more than just
That's fucking sick. I've never heard of this.
Other attractions included performances, trading events, product launches, and gaming sessions. Although it was billed as the, quote, biggest free Pokemon show on Earth, unquote, very little of the event was recorded, so not much is known about exactly what happened at the events. The best summary we have is from a September 2000 edition of the video game-related IGN magazine, which describes the events as follows. Quote, while in Sydney, kids and adults will take over Pokemon Park, an interactive area where they can compete in trading card tournaments and video game face-offs, and enjoy concerts, dancing, games, food, and much, much more, including a Pokemon Team Rocket live show, a Pokemon Disco, and limited edition first-in-the-world Pokemon products.
Yeah, what the fuck is Pokemon Disco?
In this synopsis, there are no details about any Sailboat show, but it definitely occurred, which is proven by the presence of a small number of photographs.
Would they come in on a sailboat? What the fuck?
Footage. According to one Italian Pokemon magazine, published around the same time as the event, 2 so-called galleons sailed into Sydney's port before engaging in battle. According to another source, this featured a cannon fight between Team Rocket and a bunch of Pokemon.
What the fuck?
Little else is known about the tournament, or about the pirate ship show. There's nothing on the Wayback Machine, nothing on any official Pokemon platforms, and very few memories or recollections from Pokemon fans. So, if you're from the Sydney area and have any memories or footage, once again, please let us know in the comments below.
That's weird. I've never heard of that before.
Ninjo Gekijo. Next up is
I guess that's why it's lost media.
on our list. So strap yourself in for some pretty strange and disturbing stuff. Shitamaji Ninjo Gekijo was a so-called virtual magazine, initially released in 1995 for the barely remembered Satellaview platform. This was a satellite modem add-on for Nintendo's Super Famicom console, which was the Japanese equivalent of the Super Nintendo. The Satellaview wasn't particularly popular or successful, even in Japan, and it was never released in the US or Europe. On this
what's his name? Luigi Blood
users could
did all this
games
stuff,
and
right?
Satellite broadcasts and play quizzes and competitions. They could
Then, like,
also
brought it
download
to
and watch magazine-style shows.
be playable.
And one of the most notorious was Shitamachi Ninjo Gekijo. The magazine featured 6 episodes, originally broadcast between November 1995 and March 1996. All episodes are made up of still images.
Yeah, Monopoly too.
And the characters from the Mario universe. Because the show was magazine style, viewers could use their console to freely flip between the pages. But the content on some of these pages was disturbing. While most other Mario content is innocent and family friendly, this stuff was graphic and bizarre. In episode 1, Mario tells Toad to kill Bowser with a butter knife. In episode 2, Mario pulls a poop-covered spoon out of his anus. In episode 3, he pulls a drill out of his scrotum, and Mario and Toad use this drill to escape from jail. In episode 4, Mario and Toad accidentally mistake Windows 95 for a vehicle, until they are corrected by Bill Gates, who, in a surprise appearance, instead informs them that the Windows 95 is, in fact, an object you put on your head.
What?
In episode 5, things become even more bizarre. Mario kills both Toad and Peach before smoking a cigarette and announcing he has a new girlfriend. The ghosts of both Peach and Toad arrive and watch as Mario's new girlfriend is unveiled. Weirdly, this new girlfriend is revealed to be Bowser.
Sick, dude. That's gonna be in the movie, I bet.
The stills are purposely crude and simple, and an unnamed male character travels to hell, before doing stuff with a lobster. This is definitely the most unusual piece of Nintendo media we're aware of, and much of this content was once lost for a long while. But as of now, it's all
Oh, yeah, I'll have to
available
check
on
that out,
YouTube.
Dabek.
So watch it while you can, before it disappears again.
Interesting. So that was like a Nintendo Power kind of almost. That was like
The
digitally
Legend of
released.
Zelda: Ocarina of Time is highly lauded and universally considered to be one of the best games of all time. But when it was first being
Why does that
built,
look like that?
Nintendo wanted it to be more innovative and interesting. Ocarina of Time was first set to be released as one of the launch titles for the Nintendo 64 DD.
I haven't played Ocarina of
a
Time in so long.
much-anticipated disc-based add-on for the
I had
N64.
Ocarina of Time for the 3DS, but it got stolen years ago.
Traditional cartridges, meaning that the
At a
game came packed
PAX.
with more stories, better graphics, and a
Someone
whole
took
load of
my
new
fucking
features and
3DS games.
animations. But when the 64 DD wound up being a massive failure, with less processing power than first thought, the Zelda team needed to rethink. Ocarina of Time was instead moved back over to a cartridge, and this meant that lots of the game's development and content had to be adapted, scrapped, and deleted. But the Nintendo team didn't want to lose all the stuff they worked on, so they planned to release the extra content as a pair of expansion packs.
Now I had all my games in like a
One was
thing,
known as
like a
Zelda,
carry thing for games, and they got like taken out of my bag.
Zelda, and the other was known as Zelda Gaiden.
Ask
translates to
Shigsy.
Zelda Side Story.
Ah,
Or
yes.
Zelda was cancelled, but Nintendo pushed on with their plans for Zelda Gaiden. And so, in May 1999, Nintendo announced the upcoming release of Zelda Gaiden.
I think the only 3DS games I have left are Link Between Worlds and
some sort of alternate reality. But some of the Nintendo team
Phoenix
were worried
Wright.
that Zelda Gaiden was too similar to Ocarina of Time.
Maybe Final Fantasy IV.
Which postponed the release date. Eventually, the partially reformed and partially reimagined game was adapted into the later released Majora's Mask. Majora's Mask came out in April 2000, 11 months after Zelda Gaiden was first advertised.
But it's not like I really played the 3DS
Not much
much.
is known
So.
about exactly what Zelda Gaiden would have looked like or contained, and much of the beta footage has seemingly been lost forever. But from what we do know, the beta version of Zelda Gaiden is pretty different from the Majora's Mask that was eventually released. The game was initially planned to be set over 7 days rather than 3, and it was allegedly set to be played in real time. The game also planned to make use of an adult Link mask.
Adult Link
Which
mask.
implies that the adult version of Link would have been a much more significant character in the game. Other details also might have been different.
Big Link.
A screenshot exists showing the faceless version of Terminus Moon, without its gruesome grimace. Lots of other items, instruments, and cutscenes were also lost. But little of this early game remains, and it's unlikely
looks crazy.
that any more will ever resurface. Kirby Bowl 64.
Kirby Bowl.
Planned but unreleased N64 game Kirby Bowl 64 has had a storied history. But despite its relative infamy, not much is known about this never-released game. The game was an unreleased prototype of what was later set to become Kirby's Air Ride, but the N64 version of Kirby's Air Ride was also cancelled. Back in 1995, Nintendo announced that they'd be releasing 3 huge new games, which they would launch along with their upcoming Nintendo 64 console, which at the time was known as the Ultra 64. These 3 games were Super Mario 64, Pilot Wing 64.
Yeah, it's so weird seeing it
and
being
Kirby Bowl
called Ultra 64 in like old magazines.
Covered extensively in magazine pages, and at Nintendo's 1995 Shoshinka trade show, Kirby Bowl 64 was set to be a 3D sequel to 1994's much-loved Kirby Bowl. You might instead know Kirby Bowl as Kirby's Dream Course, which was its name in Western markets. Just like in Kirby Bowl 64 was partially set to see Kirby take on the role of a golf ball, and players would putt and ping him around various courses of increasing difficulty. During other parts of the game, he would skate,
Was that an
float in
actress?
the air, roll around the floor, and be bounced around a bunch of strange and kooky courses. These course-based stages would have featured obstacles, enemies, psychedelic settings, and a whole bunch of physics-defying features.
That would have been fucking sick.
In multiplayer mode, up to 4 players would each have control of the ball, zooming around a 3D landscape in attempts to knock each other off the platform and out of the game. But although the game was sort of similar to Kirby Bowl, the graphics were set to be much more intricate and sophisticated, moving from a basic 2D design to a much more complex
so
3D
cool.
design. In one magazine article advertising the upcoming release of the game, Kirby Bowl 64 was summarized as follows. Quote, "Function defeats form in one of the year's strangest and most abstract puzzle and action games." The game was heavily publicized and advertised, so Nintendo seemed dead set on its release. But despite their eager promotion of the game across many platforms, it was never released. And no one really knows why. No playable version of Kirby Bowl 64 has ever been found or released, and there's very little footage anywhere online. There's also very little information online about the replanned N64 Kirby's Air Ride, which was also cancelled. Kirby's Air Ride was eventually released for the GameCube 8 years later, with a slightly altered title of Kirby Air Ride. But because there was such a hefty time between the first planned release
Kirby Air Ride
and the subsequent actual release, the games are probably very dissimilar to one another. It's pretty weird that so little is known about such a well-publicized and highly anticipated game. But I guess that's just how Lost Media works.
Maybe it just like didn't run.
Metroid Dread. The most modern entry on our Lost Media list, Metroid Dread was planned to be a direct sequel to 2002's super successful Metroid Fusion, which was released on the Game Boy Advance. Metroid Fusion was the 4th game in the Metroid series, and it was hugely popular. Its supposed sequel, Metroid Dread, was first planned and conceptualized around 2005, and it was due to be released for the Nintendo DS.
Yeah, I'll link this at the
In
end.
2006, the official Nintendo magazine announced the forthcoming release of the game, with a planned date for November of the same year. According to most sources at the time, it was going to be a direct sequel to its predecessor and continue exactly where Metroid Fusion left off. But when November 2006 rolled around, the game didn't surface. For several following years, Metroid Dread was cancelled, postponed, and pushed back. Dates kept changing.
I never knew that it was actually like
speculation kept
announced.
varying, and rumors around the game's content and existence circulated for years. Fans weren't sure if the game was ever going to be released, or whether it had been cancelled forever. It was supposedly set to be a key release for the Nintendo DS, and players eagerly waited for a long while, but this release never came. This was largely because of the lofty goals and visions of the team behind the game. Game designer Yoshio Sakamoto was ambitious, and he felt that the technological and graphical limitations of the Nintendo DS wouldn't be able to fully realize his goals for the project. In 2009, another prototype was ready for the DS, but again, Sakamoto wasn't happy with the results, so the prototype was pulled, the footage wasn't released, and the game was, once again, put on hold. For many years, the game was seemingly forgotten. Most fans feared that it would never be released at all.
Game Informer.
And some even started to speculate that rumors of its existence were just some weird publicity stunts. Eventually, the much anticipated Metroid Dread was released, but for the Nintendo Switch, and not until October 2021. As promised, the game is the direct sequel to 2002's Metroid Fusion, but it's of course probably vastly different to earlier versions of the game, and no details of these early versions have ever been released to the public.
Just finally got it to where they wanted it, I guess. I don't know. Here's a link to that video. This guy's got a bunch of great videos. Blame it on Jorge. There you go. There's a link to it. Check it out. That was good. It was good.
The story of the forest is one you could easily miss the majority of. It isn't told through frequent cutscenes or dialogues. Instead, the forest story is told through its environment. And
This is
to
the first
experience
game.
it, you must seek it out. So while on the surface it
Beautiful.
goes plane crash into your son being abducted to you surviving and rescuing your son, there's a bit more than that. So let's jump on into it. The peninsula in which our story takes place is likely somewhere within the country of Canada, and it begins in the distant past. First inhabiting this peninsula was an unknown ancient civilization, which boasted either an incredibly advanced technology or supernatural abilities. Before disappearing from history, these ancient ones left behind two obelisks of great power. One, in fact, called the Power Obelisk, and the other the Resurrection Obelisk. Though, as we'll soon learn, interacting with these obelisks incurs pretty dramatic and devastating effects, including but not limited to altering DNA and creating an array of different genetic mutations in humans. And while these ancient ones would leave the peninsula for whatever reason they did, the land would not be uninhabited. Tribes of cannibalistic humans have made their home within the peninsula and the systems of caves that run beneath it. And while it's unknown for how long they've been here or who exactly they are, it's likely they've been here for quite a while, and some even speculate that they themselves have become some form of
I've never
mutants
seen
from
that body.
worshiping
The
and
fuck?
or residing near the obelisks. Even if these cannibals underwent genetic mutations, it's quite reserved in comparison to some of the other mutations rendered by the obelisks. And scattered across the peninsula are remnants of many different visitors across a vast stretch of time. From many modern campsites sited around the forest, to a decades-old yacht, to an older Roman Catholic missionary camp likely arriving in the late 19th or early 20th century. I believe that because these visitors, for the most part, can't be
Oh yeah,
found,
that big
and
giant
most of
hole.
what
I forgot about
remains
that.
behind our traces lends to the idea that those dwelling for too long near the obelisks became the cannibalistic mutants that inhabit the peninsula. Well, at least the ones that weren't eaten and or brutalized. But things would begin to go even further south on the peninsula when it was purchased by a company called Sahara Therapeutics, who had somehow learned of the capabilities of the obelisks. Erected labs high above and far below the mountain harboring these obelisks.
Yeah, I don't think there's any crazy hole in the New Forest
eternal life
that's
and resurrection while harnessing these unknown powers.
not there.
Sahara Therapeutics would eventually market their research to the public in a program called the Jarius Project, with the aim of healing terminally ill children.
Jarius.
This project was headed by a man named Dr. Matthew Cross, who would go on to become the main antagonist of our story.
The Red Man.
Dr. Cross was eventually terminated from his position with Sahara Therapeutics, as his experiment on children had begun yielding results.
Dude, this part is such like an all what's it? All Tomorrow's Lost or whatever. Just the blob of people in that room. When you finally see that in the forest, it's like, oh my God, what the fuck? That's one of the coolest things about the first game is some of the stuff is amazing. Some of the body horror and shit.
Into varying monstrosities, as it's believed he was sacrificing live children to power the Resurrection Obelisk to return the dead back to life. There are a few important events to cover that happen with Dr. Cross, but it's hard to determine exactly when they occurred within the time frame of him working on the Jarius project and being relieved of his duty. Just bear that in mind as we go over the details. Dr. Cross had a daughter named Emily, who was one of
the labs are like where everything's
children
coming
eventually
from.
brought to the peninsula in hopes of being cured. But before that, he was married to a woman named Jessica, and the two things we know definitively about her is that she filed a restraining order at some point against Dr. Cross, stating that he is to have no contact with her or their daughter Emily, citing his aggravated stalking or harassments as grounds for the order.
Pringle
The other thing we know
Township.
for certain is that according to an autopsy report, 3 months after filing the restraining order, Jessica was murdered. I believe the working theory, and the most logical, is that Dr. Cross and Jessica had vastly different opinions on how best to approach their daughter's terminal illness. Dr. Cross, obviously keen on the power of the obelisks being enough to save Emily, and Jessica in stark opposition of that. Tensions rose, the restraining order was filed, and eventually Dr. Cross murdered Jessica and absconded to the peninsula with Emily. The experiments would begin, children would become genetically deformed monsters, and eventually all hell would break loose in the labs when one of these mutants, labeled as an Armsy, escaped from its containment, trampling over Emily and killing her before rampaging throughout the lab. Emily's death would drive Dr. Cross even further into madness. The lab was either abandoned or everyone else was killed, genetic monstrosities were loose all over the peninsula, and his daughter was dead. But Dr. Cross knew of the power of the resurrection obelisk, knew that if he could find a live child to sacrifice, he could bring Emily back to life. So, using the power of the power obelisk,
that's where it gets completely insane.
Down a plane flying over the peninsula in hopes of retrieving the child he needs to.
Very much like Lost too. That was like one of the things I really liked about the first game.
Character's plane, a man named Eric LeBlanc, a famed
like literally that is Lost.
Author to the survival guide we used throughout the game, flying home with his son Timmy. The power obelisk brings the plane down, and we watch as Dr. Cross, now completely covered in red paint, likely as a way to
like it had to have been such a heavy inspiration for the game.
Our son Timmy from the wreckage and into the forest. It's unknown how long it takes us to track Timmy down and find him, as the game is more so centered on being a survival game than a straightforward story. But eventually we find and fight our way to the remains of the Sahara Therapeutics Lab and to the Resurrection Obelisk, where we find Timmy's lifeless body, as we were too late to stop Dr. Cross from using the obelisk to resurrect Emily. But like with countless others, the obelisk's power are truly unknown to us, and the results are devastating. And what Dr. Cross brought back to life wasn't quite his daughter. This is illustrated by Emily's drawings we find and Dr. Cross's dead body impaled with crowns. Well, that and when we find Emily, she begins seizing uncontrollably and transforms into a monstrous mutant. Eric soon learns that he can't use Emily with the resurrection obelisk to bring Timmy back to life, as it needs a live sacrifice in order to do so. Further into the lab, Eric discovers how the power obelisk was used to bring down their plane, and puts together that's how Dr. Cross planned to bring his child back to life. Eric realizes that he can likewise resurrect Timmy by bringing down a plane and taking a surviving child from the wreckage to sacrifice. And so he does.
Just crashes a plane. I don't know if it exactly works that way, but. And then they go on a fucking late night talk show. Timmy's just a little messed up. He brings the axe. Like, it's so weird. Dude, what the fuck? I don't remember Timmy being like that.
Hey, do y'all want a demonstration? Okay, we've got a setup right over here.
It legit is one of my favorite, more recent games. Just like the actual horror of discovering everything on the island. It's a spooky game, especially by yourself. Some people probably remember me streaming it years ago for the first time. It was a lot of fun. There's still old streams of it on my YouTube. Like the actual Vidyabum one. No? Timmy looks like Sid from Toy Story. Doesn't he? It's like so bizarre. And then it just cuts to this. A Fallout looking character. Site 2. I like that little organ. Yeah. It's bubbling up. And that's just the ending of the game. It takes some ending, but it like leaves it open for so many things to happen, I guess. Yeah, it had like multiple endings too. That's like the real ending. There's different ones though.
Susan had a very real fear against fire.
Hell yeah.
And it started when she went out for a few groceries a year ago and left her washing machine on. She never even thought that it could catch on fire. When she came back from doing her groceries, she was shocked to the core when she saw that her house was on fire, and the fire was so bad she had to use her insurance money to buy another house. She promised herself that she would never ever leave on any appliance ever again overnight.
That's it, that's the whole story.
When she left her house, or when she wasn't looking at it to see was everything okay. She plugged out the TV, radio, washing machine and dryer. She switched the oven off. She didn't smoke, so didn't have that worry at least. All Susan's life, she felt tiny feelings that afterwards explained themselves. For instance, she once was on her way to school when she was 8, and she felt a strange dizziness. She didn't tell anyone, but that day in school, her friends spun her around, fooling, and when she finally stood on her own, she felt dizzy. Before the fire had happened, in her house, Susan had felt very hot. She never even guessed it was because there would have been a fire about to engulf her whole home. It was one night Susan felt a strange feeling. She felt hot, but also felt cold. Most people would say it was just a fever,
but also
and
cold.
she hoped that that was all it was, a simple fever. She made sure to plug out the appliances, TV, washing machine, etc.
Nah, don't be sending
As
a bunch of
always,
trolls to this guy.
She lay in bed worried. Was her feverish hot and cold feeling a warning that
Don't
there will
ruin
be
it.
another fire in her house? She eventually fell asleep. She was dreaming about a fire brigade.
Everybody's always
and
trying
there
to
was
tap
a
on the
fire
glass.
alarm blending in with the siren until she realized she was awake and her fire alarm was ringing. She panicked and jumped out of bed, and when she opened her door, smoke spread all around her fast. She rushed downstairs and wondered how anything could have went on fire. When she plugged out everything, she froze in fright when she saw her fridge had caught on fire, and knew now that was the one appliance she couldn't plug out, because how could she? No one would. She rang the fire brigade, and thankfully they arrived and put the fire out before it did any real damage. But her biggest fear was, what would she do about the fridge, and how could she turn it off without spoiling her food? She would never be able to sleep easy knowing her fridge was plugged in. That was the one appliance she never, ever guessed would be the one she had to plug out.
Betrayed by the refrigerator.
Thanks for watching The Assassin Rapper, and if you want
All right, I'm gonna wrap it up there. I'll probably be around later on, but we'll see what happens. Maybe later this weekend. Have a good one, everybody. Thanks for dropping by. I'll see you later. For now, and wrap it up after that. Something's really working well. Yeah, I guess that could be it. Be fucking hot. Laptop's gonna burn through. It doesn't even feel that warm, but I don't know. Kind of weird. Yeah, let's watch just like one or two videos. Hey, dude. We'll watch a few things and then see what's going on. Yeah.
Hey, dude. It's a little wild and a little strange when you make your home out on the range. Start your horse and come along.
This is like a pretty good rip with this.
Hold on, singing yippee-ki-yay, yippee-ki-yay, what? Like the cowboys say. Sing it again now. Yippee-ki-yay, get along, little dogies. Till the
break of day.
Better watch out for those man-eating jackrabbits and that killer cacti. Hey, dude.
Lou Albano was on this too. He was a wrestler in this with Cyndi Lauper. Yeah, that show was dope. It was like so fucking boring though compared to Salute Your Shorts. I think it had the girl from the Brady Bunch in it. So pack your bags and come along. Yeah, one time I played that Zeke the Plumber clip from Salute Your Shorts and it got like completely blocked on YouTube. I don't know what's up with that. Aggressive about Zeke the Plumber. Yippee-ki-yay, what? Like the slab tame say.
How you doing? I'm Callan and this is Slapped Ham. Today we're looking at some mysterious things caught on camera.
Zeke the Plumber was Salute Your Shorts.
Remember to hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content. Just like this.
Pete and Pete had a few scary things of their own, though, I feel like. Can't remember any off the top of my head. I remember the cream corn episode of Pete and Pete. That was freaking me out.
Something is watching you. Well, next time, remember to whip out your cell phone and start recording. In this clip, uploaded to TikTok by Old Fogey John, we see someone walking along a dirt path
Start
at night
recording.
Take a look at what they captured on camera.
Old Fogey John. You know what they say.
By the far tree on the right side of the path, there appears to be some sort of creature lurking in the darkness. It's hunched over and looks as though it has long arms. Its posture seems similar to that of an ape. Unfortunately, the clip ends there and we're unable to get a better look at the mysterious beast. So what do you think this could be? Some sort of cryptid perhaps? Or is it just a very convincing case of pareidolia? Let me know your take on this in the comments down below.
What do you think it could possibly be?
When Redditor Godzilla Bath 6415 and a friend decided to explore the old Rolling Hills Asylum in East Bethany, New York, they managed to capture some rather creepy photos. The Rolling Hills Asylum was opened in 1827 as a poorhouse for the destitute and elderly. However,
there's a typo
it also
on it.
housed the mentally ill. It was known for its harsh and inhumane treatments of its patients, including the use of restraints, solitary confinement, and electroshock therapy. Closed in 1974, the facility is now open to the public and offers guided ghost tours. Rolling Hills Asylum is said to be one of the most haunted places in New York. One story tells of a ghostly figure who appears in the attic. Witnesses claim to have seen a woman in a white dress with long dark hair pacing back and forth. Some say she's the ghost of a former patient who died in the asylum, while others claim she's the spirit of a nurse who died while on duty. Other supernatural phenomena reported at Rolling Hills Asylum include strange noises, sudden drops in temperature, and the feeling of always being watched. There have also been reports of objects being moved, doors opening and closing on their own, and apparitions of former patients and staff members. This first photo we see here, captured by Redditor Godzilla Bath
looks like a little like
at the
Muppet
asylum, appears to show a creepy face with dark, sunken eyes. While this photo is a little hard to make out, the second one looks to show a figure in greater detail. The figure in this photo appears to be on the opposite side of the window and looks as though it might be crying out in anguish. So do these photos prove that the Rolling Hills Asylum really is haunted? With so much grim history, one certainly has to wonder. Take a look at the photos and tell me what you think in the comments down below.
Herman Munster, it looks like.
Jay Barari is a TikToker that's managed to capture a lot of creepy things on camera. We've featured some of her clips before. Here they are here.
What is that? My camera got blurry. What the hell?
What the hell? What is up with his finger?
The TikToker claims that they captured this next video while they were outside putting the chickens away. It seems that they too had that uneasy feeling that they were being watched. So, like the TikToker in the first video, they instinctively reached for their phone and hit record. Take a look at what they caught on film.
The fuck is it?
You guys hear that?
At first, it might be hard to spot. However, if we slow the footage down, you can see that there appears to be a ghostly looking figure standing next to the tree. It looks to be wearing a long white dress or gown. The figure's only visible briefly as the camera pans back from left to right.
I don't know.
As the TikToker continues to film their surroundings, a creepy sound can be heard.
You guys hear that?
Do you hear that?
It seems that the sound may have initially distracted the TikToker, who didn't seem to notice the figure by the tree until reviewing the footage later. So what could this mysterious figure be? Is it possible that this is a ghost
Just
from
a
her
ghost.
past encounters? Remember to head over to TikTok and check out Jay Barari's account for more creepy videos just like this one. As always, there's links in the description box down below.
Baby, tell me I'm bugging.
I'm bugging.
Tell me I'm bugging. Oh.
I don't think he would react like that.
Taking a ghost tour can be a great way to see a
Be
city
awesome and
and at the
crazy.
same time taking a little history. Occasionally, those that attend these tours capture some rather mysterious and unexplainable photographs. Take a look at this one posted by Stephanie Clark to the official Slaptam community over on Facebook. The poster says that this pic was taken while on a ghost tour in the Telfair Museum in Savannah, Georgia. At first, it might be hard to see anything out of the ordinary. However, take a look at the door right at the back between the two staircases. A close-up shows the area in greater detail. In it, we see what looks to be a reflection of some sort of ghostly figure. It's pale and appears to have long arms. Located in Savannah, Georgia, the Telfair Museum is a historic museum housed in 3 buildings, including the Telfair Academy, which was built in 1818 and is said to be haunted by the ghost of Mary Telfair, who was a prominent Savannah resident and philanthropist. Mary Telfair was one of the founders of the Telfair Academy and lived in the building for many years. She died in 1875, but some believe that her spirit still lingers in the house. Visitors to the Telfair Academy have reported strange occurrences, including the feeling of being watched, the sensation of someone touching them, and the sound of footsteps in empty rooms. Some have also reported seeing the ghostly figure of a woman dressed in 19th century clothing, who they believe to be Mary Telfair. So could this photo, captured by Stephanie Clark, show the ghost of Mary Telfair? Or is there another way to explain the mysterious figure? Take a look at the pic again and let me know down below. Little and Large 13 is a TikToker we've featured before on the channel. Her outdoor security camera had caught her being watched by a rather eerie character. Take a look at this recap. Well, in this new clip, it seems that the TikToker's camera has caught something else. This time, it's not a person in a panda suit, but rather something else entirely. Take a look. According to the poster, she and a friend were returning home after a last-minute bottle shop run. Just after the second person disappears from view, some sort of creature emerges from the darkness. Whatever it is, it's black and appears to move on all fours. Some viewers have suggested it might just be a dog,
I guess I muted myself.
while others seemed a little more concerned, wondering if it could be a bear. But perhaps
Little
the
monkey
most
fella.
unsettling comparison that was made was to the killer in a scene
What does the
from the
panda have to do with
pseudo-documentary
anything
horror
that
film,
happened?
The Poughkeepsie Tapes.
The panda
There's certainly
is just
an eerie
there.
resemblance.
Like, what the fuck?
It's difficult to prove just what's been captured on film here, so we'll throw this one out to you, the viewer. What do you think this creature could be? Dog, cryptid, human stalker?
It has nothing to do with
else
it.
entirely. As always, let your theories rip in the comments down below.
I feel like depending on where this video is from, it might not be that crazy for there to be a monkey.
This photo was uploaded to the Disbelief
Let it
Paranormal
rip.
and Ghosts of London Facebook pages. The person who captured it claims they were messing around with a new digital camera that they were going to use as a webcam. In the pic, we see a ghostly looking shape in the hallway. At first glance, the shape could simply be explained away as lens flare or even some sort of glitch in the camera.
It's a ghost.
However, the longer you look at it, the more it resembles a ghostly figure.
It's like a skeleton.
A close-up
ghost.
reveals that it appears to have somewhat skeletal features. If you look at its
I knew
chest, it seems as though you might be able to see its rib cage. Its arms too look long and bony. It also appears as though you can see the figure's legs and feet. Is this a real ghost caught on camera? Unfortunately for now, all we can do is speculate on the identity of this eerie shape. Before we take a look at an eerie image that was sent to our Facebook page, remember to hit that subscribe button, then tickle that little bell icon there and turn on all channel notifications. That way you'll be in the loop every time we drop our scary, mysterious videos. Facebooker Lauren Kellergy shared this image to our Slapdown community page over on Facebook. She says her mother passed away in January 2023 and that this image appeared in her camera roll just 3 days later. If you compare the photo alongside a picture of her mother, you can see that the resemblance is quite uncanny. Many viewers agreed. Some added that they felt that this was her way of letting the poster know that she's fine and that she's looking out for her.
What is this
So could this
picture?
really be an image of the poster's deceased mother? As long as it brings comfort to the poster in such a difficult time, then that's all that really matters. If you love mysterious videos like this one, then check out our other content. There's an episode there. Otherwise, there's a massive paranormal playlist right there that'll keep you entertained.
Is this the mother? Let's watch one more.
How you doing? I'm Callan and this is Slapped Ham. Today
Yeah, it
we're
was
looking at
just
some
Slapped Ham.
freaky clips that you need to see to believe. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content. Just like this.
Just like this.
It's just so weird because it should be moving.
When TikTok user BlueFrenchHorn26 uploaded a mysterious
Like a
sighting
dead
to the
bird.
platform, it quickly went viral, with many users claiming it's a glitch in the Matrix. The user says that her daughter's boyfriend was on his way to lifeguard training when he spotted something rather unusual. He took out his phone, and this is what he
Lifeguard
captured.
training.
Oops.
There appears to be a bird frozen in place right in the middle of the air.
That's freaking weird, man. Isn't it?
It's so strange that a few onlookers have gathered to record the incident.
Yeah, look, there's someone else taking a picture.
The camera holder even notes that he can't see any wires or strings that could be holding the bird up.
It's just so weird because it should be moving.
Yeah, I don't see any, like... I don't see anything, like...
The clip has racked up millions of views, with tens of
Don't say
thousands of
anything.
comments pouring in trying to figure the bizarre situation out.
It's like
the
on a
most dominant
string.
theory that surfaced in the comments section is that we're seeing a glitch in the Matrix. The glitch in the Matrix conspiracy theory suggests that
Glitch
our
in the
reality
Matrix.
is not what it seems, and that we might be living in a computer-generated simulation. The theory is based on the idea that sometimes people experience unusual and inexplicable events that seem to defy the laws of physics or common sense. These events are often referred to as glitches, and they can range from minor anomalies such as objects moving on their own
The
to more
glitch
extreme
gremlin.
occurrences such as this bird in this footage.
Oh, the glitch gremlin.
The theory suggests that these glitches are the result of errors in the programming of the simulation, which allows us to perceive things that are not meant to be seen or experienced. Some proponents of the theory suggest that these glitches are becoming more frequent and that they could be a sign that the simulation's breaking down or being deliberately manipulated by an outside force. So are we seeing a glitch in the fabric of reality here, or is there a more sensible way to explain this strange floating bird? Share your theories with one another in the comments down below.
Birds are known to float.
It's just so weird because it should be moving.
Yeah, I don't see any, like... I don't see anything, like...
Alright, well, I'm ready to drive.
Yeah. What if it just dropped all of a sudden? Wouldn't that be freaky?
Okay, well, let's go before it just drops on us. It's so weird.
So weird.
In late January 2023, Facebook user Dre Draven was working the night shift as a security guard when he noticed something odd on one of the cameras. Take a look. It's late at night when a strange glowing object flies towards the camera. Draven says he always catches bizarre and unexplainable things on his cameras at work. His first thoughts were immediately paranormal, suggesting a spirit orb or even UAPs or UFOs. The clip quickly gained traction on Facebook, hitting over 125,000 views in a short space of time. Some commenters began to share their own stories of seeing strange glowing orbs and having no rational way to explain them. Spirit orbs are a phenomenon in paranormal photography where circular, transparent, or translucent orbs appear in photographs or videos. These orbs are often said to be the manifestation of spirits or ghosts, and some people believe that they're the visual representation of energy fields created by spirits or entities. Ultimately though, I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers, for final judgment. What do you think this strange glowing orb actually is? Let me know in the comments down below.
A time está de volta hoje. Espero que a filhinha chegue bem lá nos States, tá?
In February 2021, the Brazilian news show
Okay.
Brasil Urgente was conducting an
look like
interview
he's really
live
sure
on
what
air
he's
when
talking
it
about.
inadvertently captured something truly mysterious on film. As the news coverage went to air, in one of the shots of the city, you can make out an unidentified flying object.
Okay.
It zips from right to left. Whatever the object is, it's a peculiar tic-tac shape, possibly made of metal, and is smooth on all sides. When the show went to air, thousands of Brazilian locals noticed the strange object and began writing into the station. Before long, the mysterious sighting
reaction.
made worldwide headlines, with news outlets speculating on what the UFO might actually be.
It's just a
The
flying
usual
egg.
half-hearted explanations were thrown
Luigi
around like
standing
drones
on it.
and weather balloons. However, after some experts analysed the footage, they estimated the object to be flying at an extraordinary speed of 2,600 kilometers an hour,
Sir, it's
which is
going
around
faster than
1,600
light.
miles. That's more than twice the speed of sound. Speed aside, the thing that has most viewers stumped is that it was captured by TV quality cameras, it was the middle of the day, and it was rolling out
it looks
live to
great.
audiences, so there's no chance of it being edited.
Definitely does
As
not
of
look
writing
fake.
this, no one's been able to give a reasonable explanation for this incident. Even under close scrutiny and heavy frame-by-frame analysis, it remains a genuine UFO sighting.
Amazing.
The following piece of unsettling footage started spreading around the internet, purporting to show a little-known and terrifying health alert in a popular video game. Ring Fit Adventure is a video game developed by Nintendo for the Switch. It's a fitness-oriented game that urges players to exercise while playing the game. The game comes with two main components, a ring con and a leg strap. The ring con is a flexible circular device that players hold and squeeze in various ways, while the leg strap is worn around the player's thigh and tracks leg movements. In the game, players control a character who explores a fantasy world and battles enemies by performing various exercises with the ring con and leg strap. For example, players may need to perform squats or jump over obstacles or overhead presses to attack enemies. However, take a look at the footage that started spreading around the internet and you'll see why it's just so unsettling.
What the fuck?
It begins by declaring that the
You
system's
are about to
detected a
die.
severe
Stop
health
using
risk.
immediately. Your heart is about to explode. Heart failure check. We think you might be dying.
The heart rate sensor says the player is suffering from a heart attack and that they should seek immediate medical aid.
What the fuck?
Seek immediate medical aid. Do not resume physical activity.
The clip immediately went viral, with many believing that the game has this chilling health warning built into it. However, it was soon revealed that a YouTuber by the name of NoPlo created the animation from scratch.
Are you kidding
They were
me?
able to pair it almost perfectly with the game's genuine
Damn.
graphics,
What the fuck,
causing
man?
widespread panic that the game can detect or even cause heart failure. So thankfully, this terrifying health warning is indeed fake. Now you can go back to playing video games, scoffing fried potato chips and laughing in the face of chest pain.
You're about to die. I know, why would that be bad? Even though I don't think it's...
An eerie photo has been captured during a train
Likely it would be able to
restoration
tell you that
project and has left
information,
many
but-
viewers wondering whether a ghost has been caught on camera. In late 2020, Paul Gorton was part of a team restoring an old Class 502 train, the last surviving electric locomotive that used to run between Southport and Liverpool in the UK. It was decommissioned in 1964 and now sits in a warehouse in Burska in West
That's
Lancashire.
the real Thomas the Tank Engine.
Gorton was alone in the warehouse one evening taking some pictures of the train to document
His name
how
is
the
Gordon.
restoration was
Isn't
coming
that the name of one of the people in
All
the show?
pictures were perfectly normal, except one.
Is Gordon a
In it,
train
you
or
can
is
see
he
a
one of the
transparent
people?
shape that almost looks like someone sitting on one of the benches.
Also, wasn't George
You can make
Carlin
out what
in
looks like a head
Thomas
and
the Tank Engine?
shoulders, but it almost looks as if it's a
kinda
person
crazy.
gazing out the window. Gorton's certain he was alone that evening and has been struggling to come up with a rational explanation
Gorton.
for the eerie sighting. He also notes it's the raw
He's a
file
train.
taken directly from the digital camera and hasn't
He's a
been
camera train.
manipulated in any way. Immediately, viewers started suggesting it could be the spirit of one of the old passengers that used to ride the train all those years ago, perhaps a regular that loved that particular spot. So what do you think this could be? Love to hear your thoughts on this one in the comments down below.
Yeah, Shining Time Station.
Before we take a look at some eerie
I
footage
think.
that's been captured in northern Italy, remember to hit that subscribe button, then tickle that little bell icon there and turn on all
Northern
channel
Italy.
notifications. That way you'll be notified every time we drop our scary and eerie videos.
It just looks like a finger.
This last piece of eerie
Is that what that
footage was
is?
uploaded to Reddit by user Lopsided Nebula 9288. They say it's some security footage that was captured at their workplace. Take a look. A dark figure walks across the yard. Things get a little spooky when it appears to walk straight through a wall. Although the camera quality is poor, the OP says that off to the right is water, yet we can see the figure walk straight across it.
Things are getting a little spooky here.
The workplace where this was
I love
captured
the
is
pointing.
located in
Are you
northern
fucking
Italy
kidding
along
me?
the Brentella Canal. The Brentella Canal is an artificial canal located in the province of Padua in the Veneto region of Italy. The canal was constructed in the mid-15th century as part of a larger hydraulic system designed to regulate the water supply and drainage of the Paduan countryside. However, prior to the canal's construction in the 12th century, a power struggle broke out over the control and flow of the Bacchiglione river system. In the year 1145, the waters were artificially diverted away from Padua, leaving the area barren and waterless. This was the first stage of what would become a 2-year-long war in the region. Many locals lost their lives in the conflict before the bishops of Venice intervened and brought peace to the land. Some viewers have speculated that this might be a wandering spirit etched in time from the brutal 2-year-long war in the region. Given that the strange black mass does move right through the wall, then over the water, it certainly does make you wonder what exactly we're seeing here.
Thanks for pointing. Dude, that would be a great effect. That's the new red circle. Just superimpose a hand that like points.
Recently, over on our YouTube community page, we asked the question, have you ever genuinely felt the presence of a ghost? We asked the community to share their experiences. Here are a few of your eerie stories. Alison Litton 8373 says, while having treatment for breast cancer, I felt a warm hand stroke my head. Peacefulness of this touch was evident. I lay there with hair raised and goosebumps. This was definitely my mother telling me she's with me. It was a beautiful experience. Hope Hamby 9287 writes, I had several experiences in the last home I lived in, but the one that sticks out the most is when my niece came home from work. There was 4 of us sitting in the living room and my niece set her large cup of tea in the cup holder on my couch. She reached into her purse for a cigarette and the cup of tea jumped out of the cup holder and slammed against the front door. Other times we would hear voices, see shadows and hear someone walking around upstairs when there was no one up there. The house now sits abandoned. Kelly's Homemade Kitchen says, I've been plagued by spirits since the age of 8. More than once I've woken to a pair of Grim Reaper looking apparitions standing by my bed looking at me. I've been choked, slapped, shaken out of a dead sleep, usually by
Kelly's
something
Homemade Kitchen, yo, I bet she makes some
but
dank
a few times
pasta.
it was a skeleton that I saw very clearly. On my YouTube baking channel, I tell the complete stories
Make
while
that
the
Grim
recipe's
Reaper
in
some
the
pasta.
oven. A recent
Yeah, stop
suggestion
taking so
from
much
a couple
Ambien.
of followers that seems to be a good concept people are enjoying. So if you're into the paranormal and baking, go check out Kelly's Homemade Kitchen. And this last one's from Harold Worthington 8952. I had an experience a few years ago with a close friend suffering from severe panic attacks and drug addiction. Long story short, one night I was walking my dog in the backyard and saw a greyish-white shadowy figure gliding in my yard. It followed me back into my house and it leaned in close enough to me to see its face, and it was the face of my friend. I went to a Halloween party later that week and was telling other friends about it.
I saw
They
the
also
friend,
knew
the
him and
face
said
of
he
my
wasn't
friend
dead, but
when
then
I was
3
walking
months
the
later,
dog.
He did pass away.
And then
I believe his soul had become
did
so
see that.
traumatized and tormented that what
He's
appeared
just
to me
telling
was
people
a
that at a
banshee
party.
spirit. His soul
I saw
leaving
my
his
dead
body before he
friend.
was
His
passing
face
to prepare
appeared to
for
me.
the news of his death. Of course, this is just my theory and I'm not a paranormal expert, but I was 100% sober on the night of this experience, and it was something I'll never forget.
Then why you mentioned being a drug addict?
Now, if you want more mysterious video clips like the ones you've just watched, then check out these links right
It's
there.
just like at a party, like.
Also a reminder,
Yeah,
we've got an awesome
sup,
range of hoodies and tees. If you want to check
saw
it all
my
out,
dead
hit
friend's
up that merch
face
shelf just below the player
looking
there.
at
Otherwise,
me
there's
in the
links
mirror.
in the description box below. And that's it for me. I'll see
I
you
don't
all
know.
next time.
I don't know what was going on there. She. I like his new outro.
How you doing?
How you doing? All right. I'm pretty tired. I'm going to wrap it up there, guys. Energy sapped out of me. I'm going to go chill out for a little while. I think maybe I'll be around. I don't know. I'd like to play some RimWorld or Soundboard or something like that in the afternoon. So maybe keep an eye out for that. Maybe I'll do something like that. But you guys take care. Thank you for coming by. Appreciate it. Thank you for the resubs and such.